suspected disloyalty or the slightest hint of dissent or critical opinion with the acquiescence of the rest. Such suspensions happen on the basis of unverified and often vindictive reports of informants, who include jealous colleagues. This practice of freezing public servants leaves hundreds of government and military officials frozen from active duty for years with regular pay. Barred from seeking alternative jobs, frozen officials are led to languish in forced idleness. They are denied the dignity that comes with work and the satisfaction of creating value through working. Intended to humiliate and render the victims subservient to the president's whims, is a double-edged sword that deprives the state of the benefit of their productive services and depletes its treasury through the issue of unearned paychecks of salaries for doing nothing. The practice affirms that Isaias has no qualms about squandering the nation's scarce human and financial resources. This arbitrary, abusive, and wasteful practice, allowed to run its course during the War of National Liberation and continued after independence, was rarely applied to sitting ministers until that time. They had, up until that moment, felt immune to its usage and remained indifferent to the injustices meted out against their comrades in arms and colleagues. Not expecting to find themselves on the receiving end, the former senior front leaders and high government officials generally acquiesced in freezing until it also happened to them. Having appeased the entrenchment of the practice, they themselves were not spared. It was business as usual when their turn came to be frozen, in a case of what goes around comes around. What followed is history. The president, as stated above, refused to heed the repeated pleas to convene a meeting of the CC or the National Assembly in order to discuss the burning issues facing the country. In the absence of internal forums for dialogue and discussion at the highest organs of the front or the government, the initially discreet protest became public and generated considerable attention. It received extensive coverage in the private newspapers, mainly through direct press interviews or commentaries by the critics and dissenters. The public followed the revelations of the open split with keen interest and a deep sense of apprehension. Some elders tried to mediate with a view to finding a common ground between the protagonists, but the president rejected their initiative and put them in jail. Then came the Black September of Eritrean politics, setting a terrible winter of discontent. Security agents descended on the homes of the dissenters, picked them up in the wee hours of the morning and hauled them to detention in contravention of their parliamentary immunity as members of the Eritrean National Assembly. There followed a purge of hundreds of suspected supporters or sympathizers of the detained former senior officials in the middle echelons of the front, the government, and the army, and their similar arrest and detention in total disregard of due process. 315. The president made the charges against the former senior front and government officials and military officers in a prepared report read to the last session of the Eritrean National Assembly in February 2002, 5 months after their arrest. The now frozen National Assembly rubber-stamped the tendentious and unsubstantiated accusations and acquiesced in the arbitrary detention of the accused dissenters ex post facto. The state media orchestrated an extensive smear campaign to malign the detainees. The emasculated judiciary has remained silent in the face of the indefinite incarceration and solitary confinement of the victims without charge or trial and the common occurrence of arbitrary arrests and sudden disappearances. The government employs repression to root out political opposition, diversity of thought, and dissenting opinion. Otherwise, the former senior officials broke no national or international law in wishing to see the president out of power. They merely advanced political views critical of his increasingly autocratic style of leadership and advocated reform to democratize the policy and decision-making process in the management of the affairs of state. They intended to institute measures that would allow the CC of the PFDJ and the Eritrean National Assembly to perform their legitimate oversight functions over the management of the affairs of state at the front and government levels and help constrain rash actions that impinge on national security. Indeed, they are honorable men and women, ardent patriots who devoted their prime years to fighting for Eritrea's freedom and serving the cause of its reconstruction and development. Even though some of them were among the chief historical props of Isaias's growing power, they had come to realize the urgency of curbing its detrimental use. Unfortunately, the attempt was too hesitant at the outset, came too late, and proved too ineffective in the end. Consequently, their dream of democratic reform turned into the nightmare of indefinite solitary confinement. The next section will highlight their fateful detention, along with several journalists, aimed to crush their dissent and put an end to the idea of reform, with dire consequences for Eritrea. 9.4 Detention to suppress dissent. The early hours of the morning of September 18, 2001, exactly a week after the atrocities of 9/11 that sent shockwaves across the globe, witnessed the arrest of 11 senior front, government, and army officials, who had signed the petition to convene a meeting of the CC, on the direct orders of President Isaias. The victims included nearly all the top surviving historical leaders of the armed struggle, comprising, in effect, the core of the most prominent political and military leadership of the EPLF. They also included some of the most senior officials of Eritrea's provisional and transitional governments, cabinet ministers, members of the National Assembly, regional administrators, army generals, ambassadors, and other high officials. 316. In addition, Isaias ordered the arrest of 10 journalists who had provided press coverage to the dissenting perspective and published interviews with the senior officials critical of the president's leadership. 317. Their arrest in late September followed their protest of the closure of the private press. A special committee, established later, to review their case found that the detained journalists were merely doing their normal professional work, and had committed no violations or crimes indictable under the Press Code of Eritrea. Accordingly, the committee recommended releasing the detained journalists and lifting the ban on the private press. 318. Isaias has condemned the detained senior officials and journalists to languish in solitary confinement without the benefit of due process, formal charge, or trial before a court of law. He has denied them the right to give their version of events in self-defense, interact with anyone and with each other, and visitation by family, friends, or human rights monitors. He has severed their external links completely and virtually buried them alive in an isolated prison camp. They have not, to date, been acknowledged, seen, or heard from. The regime has withheld information regarding their condition and refused to deny or confirm repeated reports that most of them have died under harsh prison conditions. If this is the case, it is a tragedy of epic proportions. Their inhumane treatment blights the memory of our martyrs and the vision of freedom that inspired generations of Eritreans. Article 17 of the ratified constitution guarantees the right of habeas corpus, and the Penal Code of Eritrea limits detention without charge to 30 days. The accusations leveled by the president that the former senior officials had conspired to overthrow him and had committed crimes of defeatism, treason, raising untimely questions, criminalizing the president through the private media, corruption, and abuse of power and public resources, remain arbitrary charges that lack legal force unless duly substantiated in a court of law. 319. Their indefinite incarceration, unjustified even if the charges were proven right, violates the basic legal principle of the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. In the words of a famous British leader, the power of the executive to cast a man into prison without formulating any charge known to the law, and particularly to deny him the judgment of his peers, is in the highest degree odious and is the foundation of all totalitarian government. 320. The unexpected capture of Barentu and Ethiopia's rapid military gains in the western sector had induced a loss of composure and caused great anxiety in the Eritrean body politic, including in the ranks of the senior leadership of the government and the front. The fact that the president kept ministers and senior officials in the dark accentuated the uncertainty regarding the evolving situation in the battlefield. The absence of formal communication fostered uncertainty and fueled all kinds of speculation about the unfolding reality on the ground. The discernible lack of leadership able to provide an official compass at that critical moment of national shock and uncertainty represented a systemic failure for which the president bears direct responsibility. The chain of events that unfolded on the ground during that fateful episode of military reversal confirms his culpability. In retrospect, there is ample evidence that the president's accusations are analogous to a case of a thief crying thief. After all, that the president failed at that critical moment to act in a presidential manner, demonstrated a lack of leadership, and personified defeatism was common knowledge among members of the PFDJCC, the Cabinet of Ministers, and the EDF High Command. When the Ethiopian army made significant advances in the central and western sectors, captured Barentu, the capital of the Gashbarka region, and occupied large areas of Eritrean territory during the height of the third round of the war, the president instructed bank officials to evacuate the money in the vaults from Asmira to Afabet in Sahel. Perhaps too humiliated to announce it himself, he directed Haile Weldency, Drew, the then foreign minister, to break the news of the fall of Barentu to a stunned Eritrean public on ERITREA TV. I asked a reluctant Drew, why you, and advised him to tell Isaias to own up and do it himself. He replied, how can I? Further, Isaias ordered the EDF to retreat from the Beret front and abandon the defense of Asab. Luckily, for Eritrea and, to the credit of brave frontline commanders and combatants of the EDF who disobeyed his orders, fought valiantly, and firmly stood their ground, the defenses of Asab held firm. The central and western fronts were stabilized following a strategic redeployment of the EDF to new defensive positions, adopted when a panicky president summoned the relegated leaders ex post facto for informal consultations. Paradoxically, however, those who helped save the day were later detained and remain virtually buried alive in the regime's dungeons. Having seized control of the Eritrean state and personalized power, Isaias has used the security apparatus as a tool of Stasi-style 321 repression to silence criticism, bully independent opinion, punish divergent views, criminalize dissent, and crush opposition, whether real or imagined. There abound reports of arrests and missing persons, taken away and never heard from again. 322 accountable to nobody but the president. The security services have created a pervasive state of fear and insecurity that spares nobody. The regime's resort to a shifting mix of brutal repression, harassment, and intimidation is designed to ensure the docile submission of officials and citizens alike and to severely punish any manifestation of nonconformist behavior. In the case of the detained former senior officials, the president has acted as the accuser, judge, and executioner without evidence or reference to the law. The political detainees are presumed guilty as accused and held in indefinite solitary confinement under inhumane conditions. Having crucified them on the altar of repression, the government provides no information about their status or situation. The president has long suspended the PFDJCC and the Eritrean National Assembly and emasculated the High Court. The absence of countervailing constraints to the exercise of arbitrary power has given Isaias's dark side, which thrives in the pain of those he condemns to freezing, torture, or death, free rein to trample on the basic rights and civil liberties of the people and condemn many Eritrean patriots to extinction. The government stands accused of widespread and systematic use of physical and mental torture against detainees. The repeated accusations seem to be generally credible, borne out by the testimonies of torture victims, several of whom have recounted their ordeal to the author in confidential private conversations. UN and international human rights organizations have also reported that Eritrean political prisoners and prisoners of conscience are subject to systematic and widespread physical and mental torture. 323. The UN Human Rights Council, UNRWA, has strongly condemned the continued widespread and systematic violations of human rights committed by the Eritrean authorities, including arbitrary executions, enforced disappearances, and systematic use of torture. 324 and appointed a special rapporteur on the human rights situation in Eritrea. Predictably, the Eritrean government refused to cooperate with the special rapporteur, describing the council's decision as politically motivated. The special rapporteur's first report to the UNRWA and the UN General Assembly delivers an overview of the most serious human rights concerns in Eritrea, including cases of extrajudicial killing, enforced disappearance and incommunicado detention, arbitrary arrest and detention, torture, inhumane prison conditions, indefinite national service, and lack of freedom of expression and opinion, assembly, association, religious belief, and movement. 325. Routine denials aside, the regime combines coercion, forced disappearance, indefinite detention, and torture to intimidate people and perpetrate its rule. According to reliable first-hand reports, the regime uses various forms, tools and techniques of physical and mental torture. Complete isolation in solitary confinement causes depression. Starvation and malnutrition emaciate the victims to the bone. Exposure to scorching heat during the day and numbing cold during the night in the purpose-built desert dungeons like Irero or the underground and shipping container prisons that dot the country. Mental inertness induced through the continued denial of intellectual activity and deprivation of access to all forms of public media. Some might never get to see the light of day because they know too many of Isaias's darkest secrets. The tribulation of prolonged suffering endured in utter isolation, coupled with wanton neglect of proper medical attention, raises serious concerns and legitimate questions about the state of the physical well-being and mental health of the surviving victims. The consequences of 12 years, and still counting, of life in solitary confinement and deprivation remain totally unknown. If one day the political detainees are able to get out of their infernal cells and see the light of day in freedom, their survival of the ordeal would be a testament to the durability of the human spirit and its capacity to overcome adversity under dire situations. 18 more journalists arrested after the initial crackdown remain under indefinite detention without charge or trial. 326 The ban on the private press has restored the government's previous monopoly and tight control of the media, making it the sole provider of news, analysis, and commentary. The state media use this monopoly to reconstruct the history of the armed struggle, expunge the role of the former senior officials in the War of National Liberation, and erase their memory altogether. This represents an insidious attempt, by Isaias and his overeager cronies, to cleanse the archives, reconstruct documents, and revise history. 9.5 Concentration of power. The proclamation establishing the transitional government of Eritrea provides for a functional division of powers among three branches. However, the suspension of the legislature and the emasculation of the judiciary have resulted in the accumulation of power in the office of the presidency. Structural and institutional weaknesses of the front and the government have allowed Isaias to impose the supremacy of power over law and to exercise absolute dominion over the political, economic, and social life of the country. Irrevocably wedded to the Maoist dictum that political power grows out of the barrel of a gun, the power of his presidency depends not on the consent of the people but on his control and coercive use of the defense and security forces to suppress internal opposition and to intimidate the people into submission. Absolute power has enabled the president to treat the state as his private fiefdom. He uses, and enables the front, to access state resources without restraint. Public and private assets, resources, and affairs are intermingled. He subverted an effort to identify, segregate, and institutionalize the assets and resources of the government and the front. 327 He regards himself as the rightful ruler of the country, behaves as its owner, and dispenses with the people, land, and properties at his discretion. He appoints, suspends, or dismisses senior government officials and civil servants at will. The criterion is personal loyalty measured by blind obedience, rather than service, competence, or merit. His impulsive abuse of power allows him even to deny the burial of the remains of veteran freedom fighters in their ancestral homeland. Isaias has suspended the key front and state organs and impeded the development of a functional state apparatus, effective public institutions, and rational decision-making mechanisms. He disregards formal organizational hierarchies and institutional structures, routinely interferes in the chain of command at the higher and middle echelons of the armed forces, ministries, and government agencies, and often operates through individuals who hold no formal position or function in the hierarchy of the front, the government, or the army. The use of parallel informal structures blurs accountability, breeds corruption, and hampers effective mission delivery. Despite the launch of the Civil Service Administration in 1998, the constitutional provision, Article 11, for an efficient, effective, and accountable civil service remains little more than ink on paper. A weak state bureaucracy, undeveloped institutions, lack of meritocracy and the precedence given to loyalty over competence have fostered mediocrity, undermined institutional capacity building and hindered adequate service delivery. The absence of accountability and transparency, against the backdrop of low salaries, spiraling inflation, and extreme poverty, has abetted the abuse of power and the spread of corruption. The rapid turnover of ministers, senior officials, regional administrators, and army officers exacerbates these consequences. The president treats them as private employees and appoints, suspends, or fires them at whim. Arbitrary transfers from one post to another, demotion, dismissal or suspension aim to forestall the rise of autonomous power centers. The climate of general instability that permeates the higher echelons of the government, the civil service and the army causes uncertainty, disaffection and inefficiency. Elected Secretary General of the Provisional Government in 1991 by the EPLFCC and President of the Transitional Government in 1993 by the Transitional National Assembly, pending national elections within a maximum period of 4 years, Isaias continues to hold the reins of power in violation of the accord. He has proven himself neither accountable to the citizens nor replaceable by the people through democratic elections. The imposition of arbitrary rule, the freezing of the CC and the National Assembly for over 12 years and the suspension of national elections for over 16 years, and counting, have tainted the legitimacy of his presidency. During the war, Isaias played a key role as the leader of the EPRP and the EPLF, which he, to a considerable extent, forged in his own image via meticulous tactics of divide and rule, tight control, and ruthless suppression of dissent. He was warmly welcomed at liberation as the leader of a victorious armed struggle and embraced as a war hero by an adoring population. He was, also well regarded internationally as an able leader who guided the armed struggle to victory against great odds. The Clinton administration, for instance, branded him in the mid-1990s as one of a new breed of leaders of an African Renaissance. Driven by careerist ambitions and afflicted by an authoritarian disposition, however, Isaias has long succumbed to his dark side and imposed autocratic rule. He has undergone an inexorable makeover from a once charismatic leader into a detested despot, save for a coterie of henchmen at home and a handful of Johnny-come-lately sycophants in the diaspora who are unable or unwilling to distinguish between the interests of the country and the people, on the one hand, and those of the regime, on the other. Isaias has nobody but himself to blame for alienating the Eritrean people, being politically isolated at home and abroad, and leading the country into stagnation. He is a shrewd, street-smart tactician capable of manipulating people, but without the vital complement of his former comrades in arms, he lacks a sense of strategy and long-term vision. He has absorbed Maoist dogma, internalist Machiavellian scheming, and mastered the intricacies of Eritrean society. Equipped with such an array of tools, Isaias has exploited the weaknesses of the EPLF leadership and the historical context of a society lacking in political and social structures capable of inhibiting the subversion of the noble aims of the armed struggle and the profound aspirations of the people. He has betrayed the trust his former comrades and fellow fighters reposed on him. His tactics have enabled him to dominate the front, monopolize state power and control the small world around him. At the same time, his inept strategy has turned him into a blind alley and entrapped his regime in a comprehensive failure that has produced general impoverishment, alienation, and mass exodus at home and isolation and international sanctions abroad. This makeover has coincided with the display of extraordinary cruelty surpassing, in the oral narrative of Eritrean folklore, the sadism of the notorious Xat Turkey or the rule of the Turks. Indeed, the tyranny of the regime, the brutality of its suppression of dissent, and the severity of its repressive rule have few parallels, both in scope and intensity, in the annals of the turbulent history of modern Eritrea. Consumed by a supreme desire to stay in power at any cost, Eritrea's self-appointed de facto president for life has bitten the hand that fed him. Ever ungrateful and ungracious, he has been unwilling to govern by the law, unable to serve the interests of the state, and uninterested in improving the lot of the people. As in the case of many other dictators in history, his relations with colleagues and former comrades in arms reflect deep distrust, all-consuming jealousy, and treachery. His careerist ambition and obsession for control find expression in the constant surveillance, marginalization, or elimination of potential rivals by accusing them of sedition and treachery in collusion with foreign enemies, such as the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, his favorite bogey. He sees no need for evidence or due process, it is enough just to label and point an accusing finger. The list of victims of his obsession with power and insatiable appetite for control includes some of the most prominent leaders of Eritrea's armed struggle for liberation. Devoid of an iota of compassion, haunted by chronic suspicion and possessed of a delusion of grandeur, Isaias has no real friends or advisors, only disposable tools, messengers, informants, court jesters, or drinking companions. 328 He has marginalized, incarcerated, frozen, or driven into exile many of the principal leaders, prominent cadres and veteran fighters of the War of Liberation and chief architects of its remarkable victory. This has caused widespread popular consternation with his rule. Isaias presides over a society where self-identity is deeply rooted in paternal ancestry and which, despite its enthusiastic initial embrace, he knows he has alienated and feels no longer accepts him. He has thus turned a non-issue into an issue in his mind's eye, because of which he suffers from a rejection complex verging on identity crisis that occasionally surfaces when under the influence of alcohol or seized of drunken brawls. 329. Selfish to the core, fixated on his grudges, and vindictive in the extreme, Isaias is ruthless in his punishment of disloyalty or persecution of dissent. No one is spared or forgiven, not even his most loyal henchmen and erstwhile closest comrades in arms. He is a control freak obsessed with keeping a tight grip on everything. Further, he is prone to betray, abuse, and brutalize his colleagues and plunge Eritrea into the abyss trying to preserve his power. His willful policies betray cavernous hatred, his wanton actions portray barely disguised contempt, and his uncouth utterances seethe with unabashed spite of the Eritrean people. Increasingly, the consequences and prospective legacy of his administration seem to evoke an old Eritrean adage, a donkey that said, "May the grass never grow here once I pass away." The Isaias regime has abused and downcast Eritrean society. The Eritrean predicament is unique. To many friends of Eritrea, it is an enigma shrouded in mystery and, indeed, a matter of supreme irony that the struggle waged to liberate Eritrea from foreign oppression has ended up in installing a regime that perpetrates even more brutal repression. It has virtually buried alive several prominent dissenters and critics to crush the democratic impulse through the force of example. The regime has managed to forestall resistance to its oppression and intimidate many of the protagonists of that impressive struggle for freedom, who retain a critical stance and an independent perspective, into reluctant acquiescence in its dictatorial ways through the demonstrative effects of arbitrary arrest, indefinite detention, and solitary confinement. Inexorably, therefore, the forcible suppression of dissent and removal of opposition had evolved into the default mode of conflict resolution of the Eritrean liberation fronts, both the ELF and the EPLF. Regrettably, the malignant practice that bedeviled the evolution of the armed struggle has given rise to a political culture of extreme intolerance of pluralism that disparages independent thought, criminalizes divergent opinion and equates dissent with treason and treachery in post-independence Eritrea. This practice continues to haunt Eritrean politics with tragic consequences for many patriots, their families, and Eritrean society as a whole. It has frustrated the realization of the enduring aspirations of the Eritrean people for freedom, democracy, and prosperity. The suspension, marginalization, or emasculation of institutions, and the concentration of power in the presidency that have allowed the unrestrained use of coercion have also facilitated the wide disparity that exists between the policy and practice of the government addressed in the following chapter. Chapter 10. Disconnect between policy and practice. Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Lord Acton. The National Charter, The macro policy paper and the Constitution of Eritrea are consistent with the objectives of the National Democratic Program of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, the front that led the armed struggle for liberation to victory and formed the government upon independence. These policy instruments set the overall framework to guide the integral process of nation building, state construction and sustainable development in the new Eritrea. They aim to enable the government to build a constitutional, democratic, and developmental state able to deliver the rule of law, responsive governance, and prosperity. The objectives enunciated in the trio were all fine on paper, agreeable in principle and achievable in practice. Using these objectives as criteria, this chapter examines the evolution of the real situation on the ground. Specifically, it assesses whether the Eritrean government has been faithful to the ethos of the armed struggle and the aims articulated in the documents in terms of the convergence or divergence of actual practice and stated policy. Even then, neither policy nor practice is an end in itself. For the ultimate aim of all rational endeavors is to improve the human condition in terms of achieving a higher standard of living and a wider space of freedom. Boosting economic growth to create wealth, generate prosperity, and enhance the quality of life is one of the core functions of responsible government, while the ability or inability to do so is the principal measure of a government's performance. A British historian once stated that the most important idea to emerge from the history of political thought is the ideal that government is to be judged by results. 330, while a famous French philosopher asserted that a good government is one that improves the quality of life of its people. 331. Delivery of a better quality of life for the people would thus enhance the legitimacy of the state. The upshot would nurture the people's sense of affinity with the state and ownership of the political system. On the other hand, poor performance, failure to deliver results and incapacity to improve the livelihood of the people would demonstrate the irrelevance of the state to the well-being of society and undermine its legitimacy. 10.1 Establishing a constitutional state. The National Charter and the Constitution of Eritrea pledged the creation of a constitutional state and a democratic system of government founded on the rule of law. According to Proclamation 37/1993, Number 6, Asmara, May 19, 1993, the ratification of the Constitution signaled the end of the transitional period and the advent of representative government. There was great anticipation that the timely application of the Constitution would inaugurate a new democratic dispensation and sanction the exercise of legitimate power based on the rule of law. The Constitution of Eritrea, inter alia, determines the structure, defines the authority, enumerates the functions, and delimits the powers of the executive, legislative and judiciary branches of the government. It guarantees the fundamental freedoms, proclaims the basic rights, and specifies the national duties of the people and requires the state to safeguard them. The Constitution would to serve as the legal foundation of the Eritrean state, the repository of the sovereignty of the people, and the source of all legitimate authority. It vests supreme legislative power, including the issuance of proclamations, the promulgation of legislation on domestic and foreign policy, the ratification of international treaties and agreements, in the National Assembly. The Constitution remains unimplemented, the National Assembly suspended, and the judiciary marginalized. The state operates in a legal vacuum, with no compact between the government and the people. The absence of any semblance of a separation of powers and the entrenchment of an omnipotent executive have stripped the people of sovereign power and abetted the usurpation of the historic triumph of the Eritrean people. The Special Court has arrogated the powers of the High Court, 332, undercutting the ability of the courts to freely adjudicate criminal and civil cases and administer justice, jeopardizing the safety of citizens, and condoning the abuse of their basic human rights. This has effectively reduced the government to a single overpowering presidency that dominates all political life, with unrestrained powers to use the state apparatus as an instrument of suppression. The purposeful obstruction of building viable state structures and functional institutions has allowed free rein to dictatorial decision-making. The de facto suspension of the Central Council of the ruling People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, since September 2000 has closed the sole forum of internal consultation and conversation among the senior leadership of the front. 333 Likewise, the de facto suspension of the National Assembly since October 2334 has nullified the role of the legislature in the governance process and denied the Eritrean people an essential voice in running the affairs of state. The consequent rise of the rule of men has exposed the people to the flagrant abuse of their rights, freedoms, and dignity without recourse for redress. The unwarranted and indefinite political detention of senior officials, journalists, and prisoners of conscience constitutes a grave violation of basic human rights and the negation of the rule of law, état de droit. To the detriment of the state, the anguish of its people and the disappointment of its longtime friends, the closing years of the first decade of Eritrea's independence have witnessed the rapid contraction of the political space for democratic debate within the front, the government, and the larger society. Eventually, the complete closure of the political space paved the way to the inexorable imposition and consolidation of authoritarian rule and foreclosed Eritrea's immediate prospects for a constitutional state founded on the rule of law, committed to democratic principles and bound by social contract. 10.2 Building a democratic system of government. The first objective of the 11-point EPLF National Democratic Program, NDP, adopted in its first Congress in 1977, is the establishment of a democratic state. The Front's Second and Unity Congress in 1987 reaffirmed the goal to establish a democratic state committed to a decentralist form of government and a participatory system of pluralist politics. Further, it pledged that the state will protect the Eritrean people's democratic rights of freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, freedom of worship and freedom of peaceful demonstration. Some of the principal attributes that distinguish a democratic from a non-democratic state are, the commitment to the rule of law, respect for fundamental freedoms, protection of basic rights, including minority rights, political pluralism, popular participation in the governance process, and transparency and accountability of public policy and action. The trinity of policy instruments envisage the creative adaptation of these essential principles to suit the specific requirements of Eritrea's historical evolution, traditional governance structures, socio-economic conditions, and cultural values to create and consolidate a democratic system of government. The EPLF's desire to integrate Eritrean cultural values of governance with modern systems of public administration was clear in the early attempts of the Provisional Government of Eritrea, PGE, to adapt traditional customary laws governing administration and adjudication to the evolving structures of local government. 335 Its commitment to modern pluralist democracy was also evident in the initial efforts of the PGE to inform and educate the population, through the official media and a series of pamphlets issued in 1992, about pluralist systems, political parties, governance systems, civic duties, voting, and participatory politics. 336 The adoption of the TRI documents lent a new impetus to the drive to establish a democratic Eritrean state. A draft proclamation of political parties and political organizations was drawn up, 337 An election proclamation adopted 338 and a National Electoral Commission established. 339. The internal rift within the top leadership of the ruling front and the president's reassertion and eventual monopolization of authority through the brutal suppression of the tentative effort to democratize the policy and decision-making process and to establish accountable government put the ratification of the draft proclamation of political parties and political organizations on hold. This dealt a fatal blow to the project of multi-party politics and the establishment of a democratic system of government in Eritrea. Much as the ratification of the constitution has not resulted in its implementation, the adoption of an electoral law and the setting up of an electoral commission have not led to elections. Eritrea today remains under the grip of an all-powerful presidency using the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, formerly the EPLF, as an instrument of pervasive domination and tight control. Operating under the direct command of the president, the PFDJ holds complete sway over the Eritrean political, economic, social, and cultural landscape. No political, civic, trade or media organizations exist in the country outside the orbit of its hegemony. There also exists no room for local civil society or non-state actors in the PFDJ scheme of things. The appearance of private newspapers, 4 years following the adoption of the Press Code in 1996, had broken the government's monopoly over the local print media. During its year-long existence from September 2000 to September 2001, the nascent private press had effectively resisted PFDJ patronage, and the fruits of its independent work caught the imagination of the Eritrean public. For a brief Eritrean spring, the private press served as a medium of vibrant debate of national, regional, and global issues. There was much excitement and enthusiasm in the air. People rushed to get copies of their favorite newspapers from street vendors before having breakfast or going to work early in the morning. Many people started their daily conversations with a discussion of the main issues of the moment given coverage by the newspapers. One fateful Tuesday morning, September 18, 2001, all that was no more. The private newspapers vanished and several of their editors went to jail a few days later. Although they remain in prison, and some of them are reportedly dead, they have not been charged or brought before a court of law. The lack of a domestic climate conducive to the initiation and conduct of autonomous political, media, civic and cultural activity has led only to the proliferation of political, civic, and cultural opposition groups and media outlets in the diaspora. The concentration of power has induced corruption. The absence of a published budget and proper accounting of government revenues and expenditures raises legitimate questions regarding the government's management of Eritrea's public finances. In the absence of parliamentary oversight and mandatory budgetary constraints, the president uses his absolute powers over government and front institutions to dispense state resources at will. Direct control over the treasury, the central bank, the commercial bank and the fronts parastatals gives him unfettered access to the financial resources and foreign exchange reserves of the country, often causing their random dispersal and depletion. National economic decisions, issues of public finance, and inflows of overseas development assistance are conducted in secrecy. There is no public information on the amounts of foreign aid received, on the size of the country's domestic or foreign debt, on the front's investment ventures overseas, or on the government's allocations for an assortment of foreign non-state actors from and in the neighborhood. Such a state of affairs subverts the democratic imperative of accountability and transparency in managing the national economy, state assets and national resources, domestic and foreign policy, and economic and financial operations. The government's crackdown on the private press, coupled with its tight control over the official media, has denied the Eritrean people the right to independent information and news analysis. Furthermore, banning the Third Estate has precluded its constructive contribution to the democratic development of Eritrean society. Having regained monopoly, the state media serve mainly to embellish mundane happenings, obscure important local, regional and global events, and propagate generally skewed, often imprudent and highly partisan commentaries. The state media constantly con the people with fears of an impending threat to national security from an array of foreign enemies, most notably the US and its Wayana servants, reference to the Ethiopian government. They also serve as a forum for the periodic dissemination of tendentious, redundant, and self-contradictory monologues of the president, on an assortment of pre-selected national, regional, and international issues and events, principally targeted at captive audiences at home and true believers abroad. Most of the daily news and views in the government-owned media deal with what the president, the ministries, and managers of the front parastatals do, however mundane, exaggerated, or even concocted. 340. The EPLF had eschewed the cult of personality during the war in the field as well as during the first few years of independence. Upon monopolizing power, the president has used his personal control of, and heavily invested in, the government-owned media to reverse that tradition. He has egged on the state media to glorify and meticulously cultivate his personality cult, exalting him to the status of a demigod. At his behest, the state media not only flatter the president but also present a rosy image of an otherwise bleak and worsening political, economic, and social situation in the country to divert attention from the people's terrible predicament. It seems that the regime's Ministry of Information, with its Orwellian substitute of serving the truth for its mendacious propaganda, has no clue that the age of the information revolution and globalization has effectively deinstitutionalized news and reduced the government into just another newsmaker. Thanks to the widespread availability of satellite television, the internet, and the vast cyberspace outside the realm of state control, its views on a given subject or analyses of events are no longer the only ones on the offer. Despite its persistent but unsuccessful attempts to restrict access to these alternative sources of news, information, and comments, the government has virtually lost its monopoly and must compete for audience and attention with other newsmakers, including its opponents, in an increasingly unfavorable terrain. There thus exist no independent media, political pluralism, or autonomous civil society organizations on the ground that could stand up as a counterweight to injurious government policy and action on critical issues of national concern in present-day Eritrea. There is no tolerance of dissent or even divergent opinion. The government suppresses freedom of expression and association and bans all rival political activity inside the country, driving opposition underground or abroad. The inability of the government to avail a forum for democratic dialogue to express and mediate the competing viewpoints, interests, and equities poses a threat to the long-term stability of the country. Monopoly of power, absence of internal democracy in the front, the government, and the society at large, practices of exclusion and economic mismanagement have engendered an internal political crisis, widened the cracks in the Eritrean body politic and further fragmented Eritrea's political landscape. Eritrea has entered the third decade of its post-independence era. Nevertheless, the commitment to a democratic system of government proclaimed in the EPLF National Democratic Program, NDP, the National Charter of Eritrea, the macro policy framework and the Constitution of Eritrea has not materialized. The country ranked 46th out of 53 countries on the Mo-Ibrahim Index of African Governance for 2009. 341 based on indicative measures of delivery of public goods and services to citizens by government and non-state actors. The index assesses governance quality using the four general criteria of safety and rule of law, participation and human rights, sustainable economic opportunity, and human development. Eritrea scored well below the continental average in all the four categories of governance quality. 342. Far from being a democratic state, Eritrea today is an authoritarian state par excellence. Democratic principles, institutions, and practices are lacking and, in their place, lurk political tyranny and economic autarky. The complete absence of representative organs and rule of law in Eritrea today is alien to the traditional structures of public administration and management of the Eritrean society, whether in the Kabesa, Highlands, or in the Medit, Lowlands, regions. Reneging on the promises of freedom and democracy that sustained the armed struggle, the regime has unleashed an infernal mill of oppression, crushing the people with tyranny, grinding their humanity with repression, suffocating their spirit with intimidation, fear, and insecurity, and driving them into mass exodus without parallel in the annals of modern Eritrean history. 10.3 Instituting participatory politics. The territorial reorganization of the country in 1996 had, as one of its principal objectives, the creation of a decentralized and democratic political system to enable the people to constitute their government at all levels, to manage their political, economic, and social affairs, and to have an effective voice in the making of policies and decisions affecting their lives. This affirmed the Front's proclaimed commitment to the construction of a democratic state and the promotion of participatory politics at the national, regional, and local levels. An inclusive participatory process would reinforce the creation of an accountable and functional regime committed to democratic principles and governing in accordance with the law. The territorial reorganization has, however, not resulted in administrative autonomy. The absence of regular elections, the discretionary appointment of administrators by the head of the executive branch of the central government, and the dependence of the Beto S. or people's assemblies, on the regional administrators for financial resources, including their work expenses, undermine the envisioned deliberative role, legislative mandate, and oversight functions of the BETOS and divest them of real power. Thus, administrative decentralization without devolution of corresponding political authority and provision for autonomous financial resources to the representative regional and local bodies has ruled out participatory politics at the grassroots level. The discrepancy between stated policy and actual practice has undermined the process of nation building, state construction, and sustainable development. The regional BETOS thus lack the political, operational, and financial autonomy to fulfill their representative duties, expedite their legislative mandate, and exercise their oversight functions over the executive branches. To the extent that they assemble in session, they act as mere rubber stamps for the regional administrators. Instead of enabling real decentralization of state authority, as was originally intended, the territorial reorganization of the country has merely facilitated the institution of top-down political control from Izmira. The lack of real decentralization and the weak capacity of the regions have effectively precluded the participation of local communities in the policy and decision-making process. In reality, there exist parallel government, front, and security structures that extend from the center to the village level and dominate virtually all aspects of political, economic, social and cultural life. Such pervasive control stretches its tentacles to the celebration of national and religious holidays and the provision of family coupons that give access to rations of necessities. Besides, the restructuring of the country has created certain practical problems for the people. Under this arrangement, people in the far-flung corners of the new administrative zones and subzones must trek long distances to the now remote regional or sub-regional capitals to conduct official business or address routine concerns. For instance, residents of the outskirts of Izmira are required to travel to Misawa, Karen, Barantu or Menfera, the capitals of their respective new administrative regions. The state of inconvenience entailed is similar for people in other parts of the country similarly affected by the territorial reorganization. The absence of efficient and affordable transport and communication services aggravates the difficulties encountered. Further, lack of expeditious handling and resolution by the relevant state authorities leaves even petty cases pending for extended periods, often involving repeated adjournments and several trips to the regional or sub-regional capitals. This occasions the added hardship of recurrent costs and lost days of work in the context of an impoverished and labor-starved rural economy dependent on subsistence agriculture and pastoralism. The territorial reorganization of the country into 6 regions was imposed from the top down, without due consultation of the people or assessment of its impact on their livelihood. In fact, the dissolution of the historical provinces and districts and the haphazard reconfiguration of the constituent units and seats of local administration faced popular disfavor, protest, and outright opposition, especially in parts of the south and west of the country. The negative effects have only reinforced the original misgivings about the whole affair. The use of the regional structures to reinforce central control, rather than to facilitate grassroots participation, and the practical problems arising from the associated systemic weaknesses, functional limitations, and administrative deficiencies have negated the envisioned benefits of the territorial reorganization of the country. They have also provoked a backlash among the most affected sectors of the population that one cannot wish away or suppress into oblivion. There is thus a need for a future democratic Eritrean government to reconsider the issue in earnest. When the time comes, it would be in the interest of national cohesion to undertake democratic popular consultations either to confirm the new regions and sub-regions or restore the historical provinces and districts, intact or modified. Reconsideration would be imperative, especially in view of the failure of the territorial reorganization to promote participatory politics, a democratic system of local government or economic growth. The Eritrean people deserve a decisive say in the process either directly or through their duly constituted representative organs. 10.4 Ensuring gender equality. Women make up roughly half of Eritrean society and hold half of its skies. The significant participation of women in the armed struggle was one of the crucial factors for its victory, yet, independence has brought them neither liberation nor equality with men. Traditional norms of inequality continue to define the status of the vast majority of Eritrean women. The much anticipated transformation of gender relations and empowerment of women in society have yet to happen. A statement by a 14-year veteran of the armed struggle for liberation echoes the post-independence condition and feeling of many former EPLF fellow women fighters. After all we did in the struggle, we contributed more than the men. Now women fighters have many problems. After all we did, it is like being thrown away. 343. An event that transpired immediately after the liberation was quite illustrative of the disposition of the new government toward the gender issue and the vulnerability of women in independent Eritrea. The provisional government sponsored, through the agency of private contractors accountable to nobody, former women fighters to work as house cleaners in Lebanon, Kuwait, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, UAE, in the Middle East. There were no safeguards for their social rights or provisions for their protection against the inevitable abuses and horrible mistreatments that later afflicted many of them in the hands of unscrupulous employers. There is another case that is illustrative of the prospects for women in the new Eritrea. Demobilist women ex-fighters whose spouses were government or front officials were denied the opportunity to set up small business enterprises, while the same was not true for demobilist men ex-fighters. Likewise, the restriction did not apply to civilian spouses of government or front officials. Generally understood to have emanated from a verbal directive of the president, no rational explanation was given for this arbitrary and discriminatory practice. The denial of equal opportunity that targets women former fighters constitutes a flagrant violation of the basic right to gender equality. It also impedes their reintegration as productive members of civil society. In addition, banning demilitarized women from engaging in civilian private business activity hinders their efforts to achieve economic independence and improve their livelihoods and the lot of their families. Furthermore, there are persistent, credible reports of gross and flagrant abuses of women national service conscripts during training and deployment in active national service. Eritrean women did not fight and make great sacrifices in the War of National Liberation in order to face abuse, discrimination, or denial of the right to establish, own and operate businesses on their own right in their country, or to become migrant house cleaners or menial workers in the Middle East. Just like their men counterparts, Eritrean women fought to help liberate their country, reconstruct their society, build normal families, and make the new Eritrea a better and a more prosperous place to live in for its people, men, women, and children. There is a sense that the EPLF did not transform gender relations during the war but merely repressed the domestic and erased the feminine in women. It integrated women into the EPLF not simply as the equals of men, but as male equivalents. 344. After the end of the war, the domestic and the feminine have resurged, allowing male dominance to reassert its traditional position in Eritrean society. The National Union of Eritrean Women, NUEW, much like the National Union of Eritrean Workers, NUEW, and the National Union of Eritrean Youth and Students, NYES, lacks the leeway to develop as an autonomous civil society organization dedicated to the promotion of the welfare and special interests of women. It has retained its original role as the mass organization of the ruling PFDJ. The NUEW functions mainly to mobilize recruitment to union membership and ensure the compliance of its members with front and government policies and directives, no matter how abusive, oppressive, or discriminatory to women. Thus, despite yesteryear's narrative of the EPLF's commitment to the emancipation of women and the attainment of gender equality, the subordinate position of women to men, including that of former freedom fighters, in Eritrean society today remains deeply ensconced in its traditional enclave. Women who fought side by side with men as equals during the War of Independence find themselves marginalized in the society and the family. They lack the power and the capacity for initiative to change their unenviable position in a stagnant society. The problem is systemic. The NUEW lacks the organizational autonomy and the political clout to challenge the entrenched patriarchal social structure and fulfill its pledge to defend the rights and ensure the equality of women. The token appointment of a handful of women to ministerial and senior government posts, in the absence of effective gender mainstreaming, does not change the subordinate position of the vast majority of women. Surely, Eritrean women and men did not fight shoulder to shoulder during the war expecting to see the retention of the patriarchal order and the inferior status of women in the family and society after the liberation. As the issue of the equality and empowerment of women is part of the general question of democracy and development, the situation of Eritrean women cannot improve in isolation from the overall condition of the larger society. The removal of legal barriers to the inequality of women is an essential first step, but it is not sufficient to ensure gender equality without additional accompanying measures. In this context, the government's general disregard for the rule of law represents the primary impediment to the equality of women. Traditional gender relations and the inferior status of women in Eritrean society are thus bound to persist until the restitution of the rule of law and the realization of significant socio-economic progress. Even in the tiny modernized sector, Eritrean society in general, and the typical Eritrean household in particular, remain bastions of patriarchy, gender-based division of labor and male privileges. Overall, lack of access to meaningful tertiary education, economic growth, gainful employment opportunities and social progress continues to hinder the advancement of women and the enhancement of their status in Eritrean society. It has made the reinsertion of demobilized former women, and men, competence into gainful civilian life, the emancipation of women and the realization of gender equality particularly difficult. 10.5 Constructing a secular state. Despite the pledge to construct a secular state with constitutional guarantees of the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and belief 345 and the separation of state and religion, there exists state interference in religious affairs, close oversight of church and mosque activities, and coercive attempts to influence the religious choice of citizens. The government recognizes only the established Christian churches 346 and Sunni, Sufi, Islam, criminalizes the new sects and disenfranchises their followers. It requires the new sects to register but keeps filed requests to register on hold and cracks down on their ritual activities pending registration, with adherents often detained without charge or trial for extended periods of time. The state meddles in the management of the internal affairs of the church and the mosque and supervises their religious activities at home and abroad. Such unwarranted intervention contravenes one of the basic tenets of secularism, namely, the separation of state and religion, and fuels resentment and discord. Resistance to heavy-handed state interference has resulted, among other things, in the protest and subsequent dismissal and continuing house arrest of the duly ordained Patriarch of the Eritrean Orthodox Tewahedo Church as well as the detention of several priests in 2006. 347 State meddling in religious affairs has also been a divisive factor polarizing the Eritrean diaspora between supporters and opponents of government-imposed or sanctioned priests to minister in their established overseas community churches. The claims of a secular policy notwithstanding, therefore, the government routinely intervenes in the affairs of religion and religious institutions. It bans, disenfranchises or discriminates against certain religious groups and sects. It tries to influence the religious choice and activities of the people and implant the tentacles of its domination in the spiritual domain as well. In its obsession to control religious life, the regime is increasing the risk of religious polarization and playing with fire. Persistent state interference in religious affairs, relegation of certain religious sects, and discriminatory treatment of particular religious groups may provide ammunition, support, and recruits to militant political movements that use religion as a mobilizing principle to the detriment of long-term national cohesion. Despite its commendable tradition of pious tolerance, Eritrea is not completely devoid of religious extremism. Militant political Islamist groups with a radical agenda have sprung from the remnants of the former Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, in the Sudan in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Instigated by external jihadist forces, based outside the country, and active among sympathetic elements of Eritrea's Muslim diaspora, These small and constantly splintering militant Islamist groups operate openly in Ethiopia and clandestinely in the Sudan and in Eritrea. In May 2009, the Eritrean Islamic Jihad Movement, EIJM, the Eritrean Islamic Salvation Movement, Al-Islah, the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF National Council, and the Eritrean Federal Democratic Movement, EFDM, agreed to form the Eritrean Solidarity Front, ESF, under the Ethiopia-based opposition umbrella Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA. 348. Mainstream Islam in Eritrea, like mainstream Christianity, prescribes a moral code of conduct as a way of virtuous life for adherents, eschews overt political activity, and seeks harmonious coexistence of Muslims and Christians in equality in all aspects of national life. It sanctions the secular state, endorses the precedence of secular jurisdiction over Islamic law and advocates the flexible application of Sharia in certain civil and family matters with the mutual consent of the concerned parties. Militant political Islam, on the other hand, rejects the secular state, aims to establish an Islamic state under Sharia in its place, and operates to antagonize Muslim-Muslim as well as Muslim-Christian relations. The practice of state supervision of religion and heavy-handed interference in religious affairs, coupled with the repression of dissent and the absence of a medium for the peaceful expression of grievances, could alienate both the Christian and Muslim populations, politicize religion, and fuel religious extremism. Rising popular discontent could find expression in religious ferment. In this context, the worsening domestic repression, the lack of gainful employment opportunities, and the country's present regional and international isolation could strengthen the hands of militant political Islam and help it gain support and recruits. Upholding the integrity of the secular state in a democratic system of government thus offers the best option to ensure the separation of religion and politics and guarantee religious equality and freedom of worship for all. The injection of religion into politics and the codification of sectarian features in the construction of the state could be a recipe for future instability. It would operate to polarize Eritrean society, insert a malignant thorn in the flesh of its body politic, and turn Eritrea into a permanently dysfunctional state. It is thus highly imperative that Eritrea avoids falling victim to the mixture of sectarian politics, social fragmentation and external interferences that has fanned the flames of national discord and reproduced a debilitated state like Lebanon. 10.6 Constituting a developmental state. The end of the War of Liberation found Eritrea's economy shattered, its infrastructure ruined, its social fabric disrupted and its people impoverished. At the time of independence, the country had to start building virtually from scratch. There were no viable colonial administrative structures to inherit, functional institutions to provide sorely needed public services, or budgetary resources to finance government operations and run the affairs of state. The remarkable feat of winning the War of Liberation against all odds had given the new Eritrea the confidence and determination to set out to create a modern, advanced, and competitive economy within a span of 2 decades. Despite the devastation of the long war, Eritrea inaugurated statehood with several advantages that signified a potential to rapidly modernize the economy and uplift the human condition, primarily, a united, resourceful and enterprising people, with a shared culture that values hard work. Second, a reliable core of professional, technical, and skilled personnel with exemplary commitment and devotion to public service steeled in the crucible of a difficult struggle and steeped in the wartime tradition of asceticism, discipline and self-reliance. Third, a relatively large number of highly educated and well-trained professionals in a united and patriotic diaspora ready to serve and participate in the effort to reconstruct and jumpstart the economy. Fourth, Eritrea had the rare financial blessing of zero national debts. Fifth, it had considerable reserves of public goodwill and political capital at the national, regional, and global levels. Geographically, Eritrea occupies a strategic location amenable to transforming the country into a center of services, port, transport, communications, financial, tourist, etc., as well as a regional hub of industrial processing and commercial exchange. Eritrea's two major ports of Massawa and Asab adjoining the busy waterways of the Red Sea represent great assets capable of making a significant contribution to national development. They could also provide vital transit trade services to the region, especially to Ethiopia, South Sudan, and the Sudan. Even more lucratively, Eritrea's ports are ideally located to serve as transshipment ports for maritime traffic between Western Europe and the Mediterranean basin, on the one hand, and the Middle East, Southeast Asia and the Far East, on the other. Furthermore, Eritrea's relatively ample endowment of agricultural, mineral and marine resources avail it a potential to achieve rapid and sustainable development and ensure food security for its relatively small population. The potential to harness these advantages gave Eritrea a unique opportunity to combine self-reliance with proactive international cooperation and blaze a new trail of rapid economic growth and developmental state construction. However, despite the timely formulation of the necessary policy instruments embodied in the TRI documents, reinforced later by the National Economic Policy Framework, NEPF, the government failed to establish competent institutional structures, follow its own policy guidelines and pursue its stated goals. The promise of an advanced, competitive, and prosperous economy capable of delivering improved public well-being and a better quality of life for the majority of the people failed to materialize. Erratic policies and disruptive practices have deterred domestic capital formation and foreign direct investment. Subsistence agriculture and traditional animal husbandry, essentially in their age-old forms, persist as the mainstay of the national economy. Eritrea's two major ports remain underutilized or virtually idle, foregoing hundreds of millions of US dollars worth in lost annual revenues. The country continues to languish in the lowest rungs of the global development ladder while the great majority of its people live under extreme poverty. The state of abject poverty, mass unemployment, and indefinite active national service continue to drive tens of thousands of young Eritreans yearly into exile. Eritrea's actual record since independence displays neither the general contours nor the distinctive features of a developmental state. The vision of a free, democratic, and prosperous Eritrean state shimmering in the mind's eye of the TRI documents has turned into a mirage, getting more remote and elusive by the day. Using the frozen conflict with Ethiopia as a pretext, the government has abandoned the TRI documents and imposed a command economy under the pervasive domination of parastatals mostly owned by the ruling People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ. It has pursued an outmoded Maoist ideology 349 whose rigid doctrine has been modified, its political precepts substantially reformed and its economic tenets long discarded to pave the way for a rising China. The government's imprudent policies and mismanagement have caused productivity to decline, the economy to contract and the standard of living to deteriorate. Despite constant talks of strategic development plans, the regime oversees a stagnant command economy so severely mismanaged that opportunities for real growth have been lost. As a result, extreme poverty has engulfed all layers of Eritrean society but the handful of predators allied with the front's parastatals and the military high brass. The government arbitrarily expropriates prime cereal-producing fields, forces elements of collectivization on farmlands and often dictates to peasant farmers what crops they should grow. Besides, it takes away a good portion of their harvest at a government-set price, significantly lower than the market price, to be resold at higher prices in the front-owned rational shops. This operates to discourage farmers, diminish overall agricultural production and impoverish rural communities. Further, the front uses the Red Sea Trading Corporation to conduct rather bizarre commercial operations that are exceedingly predatory. Upon arrival in the port of Massawa, imported goods are shipped inland, intact in their containers, to Tessania in the extreme west of the country as if for export to the Sudan and sold to itinerant petty traders for resale in Asmara and the other Eritrean cities and towns. Under the weird trade regime, exorbitant transit and markup charges borne by end users push consumer prices sky high and feed spiraling inflation. The regime does not publish macroeconomic data and it is, in fact, allergic to the use of metrics because they expose its dismal record in terms of concrete economic growth or human welfare. IMF and World Bank statistics portray the economy between 1993 and 2010 in three distinctive profiles. 351st, an economy that grew at an average annual rate of 7% during 1993 to 1996, and 8% in 1997, in real terms. Second, an economy that suffered from a sharp drop in growth to 1.8% in 1998, zero growth in 1999 and a negative growth of -13.1% in 2000. Third, an economy set on a fluctuating decline that ranged from a short-lived recovery of 9.2% growth in 2001 to -9.8% in 2008 and to 2.2% in 2010. Further, the IMF and World Bank data show that the population grew within a range of 3.0 to 3.8% and GDP per capita registered a negative rate of growth during the same period. The sharp economic decline of 13.1% was a direct result of the war's sudden disruption of the development effort, severe damage to the country's economic and social infrastructure, and massive displacement affecting over one-third of the population. The rapid recovery to 9.2% growth in 2001 signified the economy's resilience and ability to quickly absorb the shocks of the war and move forward. However, the government's abandonment of the macroeconomic policy framework as of 2001 ended the relatively sound and prudent economic policies of the first decade of independence and operated to reverse the post-war economic recovery. This had disastrous repercussions on the economy and public welfare. Government diktat and the front's privileged domination of a command economy have squeezed out the private sector, marginalized the small entrepreneurial and professional class and dried up foreign direct investment, FDI, except in the mining and cement sectors. The result is low and falling productivity, high domestic and foreign indebtedness, acute shortages of necessities, disruption of electricity and water supplies, soaring inflation, mass unemployment, and widespread impoverishment. A declining economy in the face of a growing population has aggravated poverty, diminished the standard of living, and exacerbated the human condition. The mix of constant state propaganda and mendacious and incoherent sophistry, orchestrated in the form of periodic presidential interviews on the state-owned media, can hardly beautify the ugly reality of the present political, economic, and social malaise afflicting the people. There are indications that the development of the country's extractive industry would drive high levels of economic growth. The economy was, for instance, forecast to grow by 17% in 2011, riding on the back of the commercial production of gold. 351 it was also projected to grow by 6% in 2012 and by 7% in 2013. 352 The expected 17% growth rate in 2011 was later revised to 8.5% and the initial estimate of gold production at the Bisha mine for 2012 adjusted down by about 50% or 353 The planned start of copper production in 2013 could also provide an additional boost to economic growth. The expansion of gold and copper mining and extraction of the country's already established high-grade base metal deposits augur well for future growth. Per se, the predicted expansion of the economy, driven by a booming mining sector, is good news for the country, especially if the forecast materializes. The absence of accountable and transparent management of state assets and national resources, however, raises legitimate questions whether the mining boom would translate into greater prosperity for the country, providing for a higher standard of living and a better quality of life for the people, or turn out to be a resource curse. The government has squandered an excellent opportunity to develop and transform Eritrea into a regional hub of industry and services. A very high level of unemployment has pushed people to flock into the informal economy and induced the pauperization of the majority of the people. Presidential and front interferences deliberately subverted efforts to create a vibrant financial sector and establish an accountable, robust, and transparent system of financial management. Actually, the regime's reluctance and inability to utilize, indeed its abandonment of the instruments put at its disposal by the TRI documents have, in the main, shaped the contours and determined the general trajectory of the country's economic underdevelopment, authoritarian government, and extreme poverty. To date, the government has presided over the imposition of the coupon economy and a rise in extreme poverty in the country across all regions and virtually all strata of society. Rampant unemployment and a shrinking economy with large fiscal, domestic and external imbalances have overburdened the people with ever-widening and deepening poverty. This is the outcome of the government's failed economic policies and mismanagement, aggravated by an insatiable presidential urge to control everything, including the daily food intake of citizens and the free movement of people, goods, and services within the country. 10.7 Divergent Policy and Practice. An objective appraisal of the regime's record reveals that its performance does not measure up to its declared objectives. It shows significant divergence between stated policy and actual practice. Mindless and stingy suffocation of the economy under incompetent management has arrested its productive potential, squeezed the nascent middle class, generated mass unemployment and caused large-scale impoverishment. Harsh domestic repression, ruinous regional conflicts and wanton international isolation have worsened the situation. A state of pervasive political and economic repression has resulted in the unprecedented exodus of Eritrea's professional class, entrepreneurial elite, and youth in search of a freer life and better opportunities abroad. In sum, the present regime has been unable to overcome the dictatorial legacy of the colonial past, to establish a constitutional state and institute an inclusive and participatory system of democratic governance. Lack of tangible economic growth has resulted in mass unemployment, immersed the vast majority of the people in a morass of extreme poverty, and created daily scenes of long lines for a ration of necessities, including substandard loaves of bread and diluted powdered milk in the urban areas. Further, inability to avoid or settle disastrous conflicts or adhere to acceptable norms of diplomatic conduct has encumbered the country with debilitating regional and international isolation and the imposition of UN sanctions. The initial high hopes and promises that the long-coveted and hard-won independence of Eritrea would lead to the emergence of a democratic, developmental, and progressive state have not transpired. Lamentably, the historical record and the prevailing state of affairs reveal marked disconnect between the declared policy and real performance of the transitional government. There exists a clear dichotomy between the vision of a free, democratic, and prosperous Eritrea enunciated in the documents and the actual reality of an enchained, oppressed and impoverished Eritrea under the sway of an authoritarian, patrimonial, and predatory regime gone awry. The rise of dictatorship has thwarted the country's peaceful democratic development and frustrated the people's aspirations for emancipation, security, and prosperity. Some may argue that the period used to evaluate Eritrea's performance record is insufficient. After all, 22 years per se is not a long time in the life of a country. However, 20 years was the time frame that the government had set for itself in the macro policy paper to create a modern, technologically advanced and internationally competitive economy within the next 2 decades. In addition, if Singapore, which is relatively less endowed with natural resources and which was less well placed at independence in terms of national cohesion and social harmony than Eritrea, has done it within 20 years, it is appropriate to ask, why not Eritrea within 22 years? One might also argue that the border war with Ethiopia and its aftermath are the main cause of Eritrea's present problems. It is true that the period since 1998 has witnessed the border war with Ethiopia, 1998 to 2000, and the subsequent state of neither peace nor war that has prevailed. The war was a veritable disaster, indeed. It caused huge loss of life, enormous destruction of infrastructure and property, significant disruption of agricultural production in the country's granaries, and produced a massive humanitarian crisis. The war displaced over 1 million people in the border areas, created an estimated 100,000 refugees and produced about 75,000 expellees uprooted from Ethiopia. In sum, it consumed considerable resources, damaged infrastructure, disrupted the development agenda, and diverted national focus. The war and its aftermath warped Eritrea's peaceful development and contributed significantly to the present malaise in the country. Nevertheless, these are neither the sole nor the decisive factors that explain Eritrea's current predicament. Feigning total preoccupation with national security, the government used the resultant state of no war, no peace as a pretext to engineer a mindset of a state of siege and extend the transition to a democratic system of governance beyond the prescribed 4 years with dire consequences for the country and the people. It put the application of the ratified constitution on hold and paralysed the political process through brutal suppression of discordant discourse. This has undermined its legitimacy. Further, it subverted its ability to deliver through relegation of key state institutions and the closure of the economic space for the private sector in violation of the agreed precepts of prudent economic policy and the desertion of the goals of the liberation struggle. Further, the government has closed the space for internal debate within the leadership of the front and the government, incarcerated senior officials without due process indefinitely and clamped down on the nascent private press. In brief, the government has become openly authoritarian. It ruthlessly suppressed internal dissent and perpetrated gross abuses of human rights, including arbitrary arrests, torture, and the brutal treatment in solitary confinement of prominent political detainees, journalists and prisoners of conscience. It set up an extensive domestic spy network to inform on and sow distrust among the people, suppress independent thought and muzzle criticism. Besides, the government has imposed indefinite active national service, closed the only university in the country and trivialized education and tertiary education, in particular. Further, it has adopted a conflictual stance at home and projected a bellicose posture abroad. All this has consumed Eritrea's energy, blurred its national priorities and sapped its political, economic, and social development potential, producing a huge disparity between stated policy and actual practice. The imposition of a despotic and reclusive regime unable to build functional and effective structures of public administration has undermined the government's capacity to achieve the objectives of liberation, battered its domestic support base and eroded its legitimacy. The emergence of a dysfunctional state has damaged the image of the country, diminished its regional standing and engendered its international isolation. Otherwise, it is plausible to imagine a scenario in which the dynamic interaction of 3 timely undertakings could have enabled Eritrea to avoid the long-term negative impact of the war, forestall external isolation, and secure border demarcation through Ethiopia's compliance under concerted international persuasion. First, allowing internal debate among the senior front and government leaders, with popular participation, to build domestic consensus and bring about national political renewal. Second, conducting timely and appropriate bilateral consultations or accepting third-party mediation to settle disputes by peaceful means before they turn into violent conflicts. Third, engaging in constructive dialogue with partners to sustain normal diplomatic relations and promote cooperative political and economic relations in the national interest. Adhering to the National Charter, applying the macro-policy framework and implementing the ratified constitution could have effectively enabled Eritrea to avert or constructively address the internal political crisis, to prevent conflict or overcome the consequences of the war, and to meet the challenges of reconstruction and development. Deserting the ideals of the armed struggle in practice, however, the government has opted to abandon rather than to make use of these policy instruments, and to flout the legitimacy they confer. Lacking in strategic vision, it has failed to address the challenges of the moment, missed opportunities at critical stages, and invited eventual isolation. Indeed, the government has forfeited the establishment of a constitutional order, failed to build viable state institutions, and defied the rule of law at home. It is a sad commentary that nearly a quarter century of independence has not delivered a better Eritrea for its people. Worse still, it has ushered in an authoritarian government which has proved unwilling to safeguard the basic rights and fundamental liberties of the Eritrean people and unable to cater to their aspirations for freedom, democracy, and prosperity. The PFDJ regime has lost credibility and legitimacy. The failure to deliver on its declared agenda has undermined the nation-building, state construction, and development project. Consequently, the Eritrean state has been unable to build domestic consensus, promote unity of purpose and galvanize national effort toward democratic development, sustainable growth, and prosperity. Thus, to argue that the war and the frozen conflict with Ethiopia are solely responsible for Eritrea's dire present situation is to ignore the primacy of the dynamics of internal factors and seek to externalize the consequences of failure to devise and pursue a proactive policy that could have enabled the country to successfully rise up to the challenges. It is quite apparent therefore that the situation in Eritrea today is primarily the product of the policy decisions that the government has made and the policy choices that it has forfeited. There can thus be no denying that the conspicuous disparity between the stated policies and actual practices of the government, whose effects are so vividly manifest in the unfortunate political, economic, and social malaise afflicting Eritrea today, is self-made. The root cause is structural and lies squarely within Eritrea itself, and so does the solution. Disconnecting policy and practice has, as the next chapter explains, detracted Eritrea from avoiding the African crisis. Chapter 11. The African State in Crisis. The modern African state remains largely irrelevant to the needs, interests, and aspirations of the people. Egbasi Enki. This chapter presents a concise appraisal of some of the recent literature on, and the emergence and nature of, the post-colonial state in Africa to place the Eritrean experience in state construction and development in the African context. In concise terms, the bulk of the existing literature and most of the academic debate on the emergence and nature of the post-colonial state in Africa dwell on the European heritage of the state system, and on the interrogation of its suitability to the socio-economic conditions of African societies. In the main, the discourse on the African state has focused on its European legacy and absorbed in the effort to explain its record of failure to deliver a democratic system of government, sustainable development, and prosperity for the majority of its citizens. Moreover, it is characterized by the absence of a coherent theoretical and methodological core and acute division concerning their analysis, definition, and explanation of the African state. 354 As Reddy further observed. Basically, the debate on the post-colonial state revolves around the European origin of the state system inherited by Africa, and its appropriateness to the socio-cultural reality of African societies. Since the onset of the independence of African societies, two dominant paradigms have characterized the debate on the post-colonial state in Africa. These can be identified as the one, which rationalizes the relevance of the European state system, and another which attributes the cause for the crisis of the African state to its European origin. 355. The lack of coherence of theory, and the variance in analysis and description, of the state have in turn, engendered discord in the explanation of the causes of state fragility or state failure, and in the prescription for its remedy. 356 Affiliation with different approaches or schools of thought and the diversity of the continent and the complexity of events taking place there could be among the factors affecting the apparent disagreement in approach and discourse. 357 A perspective that considers the historical factors and the resultant interplay of the exogenous and indigenous forces that brought about the implantation of the state system and shaped the evolution of the post-colonial state in Africa may help provide a more consensual explanation of the crisis besetting the continent and point the way forward to its remedy. Africa is probably the oldest continent and the birthplace of mankind. 358 Confirmed as the original home of Homo sapiens and the cradle of civilization, it possesses a very rich history of old and diverse cultures. Endowed with abundance and variety of natural resources, Africa has a large, young, and fast-growing population. For about 5.5 centuries, however, the trajectory of its autonomous development was dented and warped by the intervention of nascent Europe, the slave trade followed by the colonial venture and the Cold War. 11.1 Snafus of Africa's development. Slavery deracinated, brutalized, dehumanized millions of Africans, and reduced them to exchangeable private property in the form of captive labor. An enduring reminder of man's appalling inhumanity to his fellow man, the slave trade was not only inhumane and morally repugnant, but it was also socially disruptive and economically injurious to Africa. The slave trade took 11,232,000 Africans via the transatlantic route to the New World and 50,000 to Europe and the Atlantic islands between 1450 and 1900. 359 The slave trade uprooted 18,320,000 Africans, 17,500,000 shipped and 820,000 dead awaiting shipment in African ports. 360. In terms of opportunity cost, slavery deprived Africa of the benefits of the productive labor and potential contribution to its indigenous development of the millions taken away from their homes in their prime years and exported overseas, and constituted a major cause of its stagnation. Besides, slavery ushered in modern Africa's dependence on the world system of trade and wealth transfer to the enduring detriment of the continent. 361 The surplus created by the slave trade and using slave labor in the New World represented Africa's loss and Europe's gain. Adding insult to injury, the descendants of African slaves were, despite their pioneering and considerable contribution to the development of Europe and the Americas, subjected to pervasive racial discrimination and harsh oppression for centuries in their new destinations. The catastrophe of slavery gave way to the calamity of colonialism that spelled the undoing of Africa. Sanctioned by the Berlin Conference of 1884–85, the colonial system gave the continent its present geopolitical configuration. Driven by ascending Europe's rising demand for African labor, raw materials, minerals, and markets, the Berlin Conference laid the groundwork for the European scramble, colonial conquest, and territorial partition of the Dark Continent. Europe invaded Africa, took possession of Africa, and divided Africa into colonies of Europe. 362. Existing at different levels of pre-capitalist development for the most part, pre-colonial African society lacked the necessary economic surplus to provide for the emergence of indigenous ruling classes capable of state formation and territorial defense. Although most Africans tried to fend off European encroachment, they lacked the organization, technology, and cohesion necessary to resist the colonial onslaught. In the aftermath of occupation, European conquest created the colonial state as an apparatus to pacify local resistance, subjugate the natives, and extract surplus primarily for the benefit of colonial settlers and the colonial metropolis. The partition and sharing out of the continent by 7 European colonial powers carved up, constituted, and forged the modern nation-states of Africa. 363 The new state frontiers, drawn without regard to the interests of the affected populations, often artificially split same communities into 2 or 3 different colonial systems. The creation of a modern economic sector and a centralist administrative system accompanied the brutal political subjugation, racial oppression, and economic exploitation of Africa by Europe during the colonial period. This facilitated colonial control of territory and extraction of wealth therefrom. Further, the patchwork of European colonial dominions laid the foundation of the fragmentation and disunity of Africa as the colonies eventually evolved into independent nation-states, shaping the present political landscape of the continent. European colonialism compounded the extensive negative impact of centuries of slavery. Upon taking possession of Africa, Europe imposed an alien superstructure, dominated the base, and interrupted and distorted Africa's indigenous development. It combined European technology, know-how, and organization with African labor and natural resources for on-site production of wealth and its direct transfer to Europe and elsewhere in the world through exportation. In so doing, the colonial system brought Africa into dependence on the European-dominated world of markets and market prices. The resultant transfer of wealth and profits from Africa to Europe was done to the disservice of African interests with far-reaching long-term consequences for the continent. A seminal work by Walter Rodney, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, articulates Europe's major contribution to Africa's prolonged stagnation and relative underdevelopment through 5 centuries of slavery and colonialism that embedded the political economy of the exploitation and transfer of African resources and wealth overseas. 364. Another work, Joseph Conrad's controversial short novel, Heart of Darkness, depicts the extreme cruelty and brutal atrocities that the pioneers of the European colonial project meted out to Africans in their own homeland. 365 A prominent African critic has castigated the work as a racist or colonialist parable that dehumanizes and depersonalizes Africans, denies them language and culture and portrays them as primitive, innately irrational and violent. 366 Despite the pervasive racism that features sharply throughout the narration of the story, however, the novella represents a graphic and powerful indictment of the evils of imperialism and the savage repression of colonialism. 367 Africa has yet to overcome the devastation that the evil duo of slavery and colonialism wrought on its physical, psychic, and human geography. Colonialism rubbed salt on the gaping wounds inflicted by slavery and perpetrated a crippling injury that shackled and warped the normal development of the continent. It carved out territories, divided up peoples, tore down communities, and created, inter alia, the colonial state as an artificial transplant of the European state system in Africa. In the process, it cast in stone the present geopolitical map of the continent with its lasting legacy of political fragmentation, ethnic splintering, irredentist movements and boundary disputes. The indelible impact of European colonialism, thus imprinted, continues to reverberate throughout the continent today. 11.2 The African nation-state as a European graft. Inspired by a deep, keen feeling of nationalism and driven by the growth of national consciousness, the emergence of the nation-state, in diverse forms and with various types of government, has been a constant factor of political life in Europe ever since the breakup of the Roman Empire. 368 The modern nation-state has evolved from its beginnings in the Westphalian political order of the sovereign territorial nation-state. 369 That claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. 370 To enforce rule of law and protect security of citizens. This Weberian conception of the state delegitimizes the acquisition and use of force by non-state entities without authorization or sanction from the state. In addition to the capacity to ensure the rule of law and security of citizens, the monopoly of ownership and use of legitimate force bequeaths the national state with a potent instrument of coercion to impose its authority, its will, and its ways on society, for good or ill. Over several centuries, the progressive accumulation of capital and the concentration of the instruments of coercion catalyzed state formation and reinforced the politics of nationalism in Europe, especially towards the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th centuries. 371 The Industrial Revolution in England and the Political Revolution in France in the 19th century operated to accelerate the interactive processes of state formation and nationalism that reconfigured Europe. The economic revolution produced the capitalist mode of production, the political revolution greatly strengthened the system of centralism, and the two revolutions combined to give nationalism a new and mighty force. 372. However, nationalism as the force of the future proved a two-edged sword. Paradoxically, it carried within its kernel the seeds of both liberation and destruction. It was a powerful force of emancipation from the stultifying backwardness and serfdom of the feudal system. At the same time, it evolved into a mighty force of destruction, immersing nation-states in terrible wars of reciprocal annihilation, as tragically played out in the essentially intra-European two world wars of the last century. The establishment of the European Union, EU, and the drive towards European supranationalism during the last half-century have, through the gradual building up of political cooperation, an integrated internal market, and shared pan-European sovereignty, tamed the aggressive propensity of nationalism and secured the peace among the major European powers since the end of the World War II. Essentially implanted from Europe, the colonial state system that divided Africa also gave birth to Pan-Africanism. The Pan-African movement originated in the desire to liberate the continent from the yoke of European colonial rule and build unity among the evolving and newly independent states. The idea first emerged in the black communities of African descent in the Caribbean and the United States of America, USA, as the path to unravel the deracination wrought by slavery and attain emancipation from the enduring scourge of racism through a return to the roots in Africa. 373 The Pan-Africanist project was joined in, embraced, and eventually taken over by African nationalist leaders, most notably Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Modibo Keita, Ahmed Sékou Touré, and Gamal Abdel Nasser, who championed the cause of African liberation from European colonial rule and advocated the unity of African states upon accession to independence. The twin objectives of the decolonization and unity of the continent stirred the Pan-African movement to coalesce and create an organization of an All-African Union, the Organization of African Unity, OAU, in 1963. The OAU aimed, among other things, to promote the unity and solidarity of the African states, to coordinate and intensify their cooperation and efforts to achieve a better life for the African peoples, and to eradicate all forms of colonialism from Africa. 374 The anti-colonial struggle of the African peoples, spearheaded by the nationalist movements, was thus waged to liberate and unify Africa, and the Pan-African movement and the establishment of the OAU were an essential element of that struggle. Evolving into little more than a sort of fraternity of heads of state, however, the OAU lacked the political will and institutional capacity to tackle Africa's most pressing problems, such as conflicts, insecurity, underdevelopment, and poverty. 375 It fell short of much of its remit during 3.5 decades of lackluster existence. With the entire continent virtually decolonized and apartheid approaching an end in South Africa by the onset of the 1990s, there were internal and external pressures for change in policy, strategy, and structure to enable and better advance the economic integration and political unity of Africa. The African Economic Community, AEC, was established in June 1991 to, inter alia, promote economic, social, and cultural development and the integration of African economies and coordinate and harmonize policies among existing and future economic communities in order to foster the gradual establishment of the community. 376 The adoption of the Surrey Declaration in September 1999, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in Lomé in July 2377 and the Durban Declaration in July 2002 marked the transition of the OAU into the O. African states thus launched the O to rearrange interstate relations and reset the continent on the path to economic integration and political union based on democratic principles and institutions, good governance, and respect for human rights. The strengthening of unity, cohesion, and solidarity among the states and peoples of Africa, coupled with the promotion of peace, security, and stability in the continent, would serve as the foundation for Africa's rapid development and integration. African unity, as the embodiment of the Pan-Africanist ideal, offers Africa the possibility to undo the fragmentation, disunity, and interstate disputes inherited from the colonial era and strive for continental unity, solidarity, and common policies. Political union and economic integration would help Africa surmount its marginalization, enhance its role in the international system, and tackle its pressing political, economic, and security challenges. In the era of globalization, regionalization has emerged as an enduring feature of the international system. The formation of various regional groupings, with their complex interrelations, has come to dominate the prevailing global geopolitical regime. In this context, the O strives to adopt the European model of regionalization and to reproduce the achievements of Europe in Africa, while the EU seeks to promote, sell, or even impose its model of regionalism as the ideal type for peaceful development, regional integration and political convergence in Africa. Much as the EU seeks, in a drive to position itself as a significant player in world politics and as a global model for regional integration, to shape the O in accordance with its values, interests, and identity, 378 The O strives to replicate the EU model in the pursuit of the economic integration and political union of Africa. In other words, the EU serves both as a positive external cogency and as an extra-regional echoing for the O in the domains of peace and security, regional economic integration, and supranationalism. 379 The structure, internal functioning, and development of the O have therefore been heavily influenced by its relationship with the EU and reinforced by their partnership under the Joint Africa-EU Strategy, JAES, aimed to pursue enhanced political and policy dialogue and effective technical cooperation in 8 thematic areas. 380. Upon decolonization, the newly independent African states were, modeled essentially after the colonial metropolitan state, mere duplications of the historically evolved structure of the nation-state as a European construct. 381 Emergent Africa inherited the European state system as a central institution characterized by the exclusive possession and exercise of legitimate force within society. Further, it inherited the oppressive, exploitative, and authoritarian features of the colonial state. The African elites who championed the cause of liberation acceded to the colonial state apparatus, retained it intact, and presided over and benefited from its European-dominated modern economic sector. The African elites, who themselves were products of the colonial system of education, made no discernible attempts to restructure the colonial economy, modify the repressive features of the colonial state or integrate the post-colonial state to the indigenous socio-cultural settings of African society. They lacked the will, the autonomy, and the capacity to renegotiate its dysfunctional aspects and exogenous character to suit the needs and cater to the aspirations of the African peoples. Most of the elites merely replaced the colonial rulers at the top of the hierarchy, limiting the benefits of independence to a small minority and, consequently, generating contestation to their monopoly of the possession and use of legitimate force. The East-West rivalry during the Cold War aggravated the situation of the new African states and dented the effort to build democratic, accountable, and effective governance structures, to develop the national economies, and to deliver prosperity. The East-West confrontation, the contest for global hegemony between the Soviet-led Eastern Bloc and the US-led Western Bloc, turned Africa into a battleground of ideological contention and proxy warfare. It used African regimes and liberation and opposition movements as pawns in the geopolitical game and fueled interstate conflicts and civil wars. This denied much of Africa a modicum of peace, security, and stability essential to construct democratic governance and achieve sustainable development. The ideological split between the Soviet Union and China and the consequent Sino-Soviet rivalry for protégés in Africa compounded the negative impact of the East-West rivalry. Ironically, the end of the Cold War made matters even worse for certain states which were propped up by one or the other superpower on account of their erstwhile importance in the calculus of Soviet-US competition in Africa. The fall of the Berlin Wall accelerated the weakening and eventual collapse of the states that lost their coveted roles and external support in the context of the fading strategy of East-West hostility. Notable examples of such states include Colonel Mengistu Haile Mariam's Ethiopia, General Mohammed Syed Barre's Somalia, and Mobutu Sese Seko's Zaire. In a nutshell, slavery looted Africa of millions of its productive population uprooted in their prime years, drained the continent's creative energy and sapped its internal capacity to develop. Colonialism disrupted Africa's indigenous progression, plundered its natural and human resources, and retarded its development. The ideological battles of the Cold War fought on African soil disoriented Africa's priorities, destabilized its polities, and undermined its development. These, however, were only the exogenous historical factors that contributed to the underdevelopment of Africa. 11.3 A dysfunctional predatory state. The disposition of post-colonial regimes to serve as pawns in the East-West conflict, domestic challenges to their undemocratic rule, and the attendant destabilization plagued the continent and contributed to the weakness of the African state. Burdened by these historical factors, internal features diminished the capacity of the post-colonial state, often described as neocolonial, to build functional governance structures and institutions. As a result, the typical state failed to establish enduring stability, achieve sustainable development, and deliver public well-being for the majority of its citizens over the course of half a century of independence. The great struggle against European colonial domination in Africa was as much a struggle for national independence as it was one for social liberation. Attainment of self-determination would signify capture of state power and empowerment of the people. Certainly, there was much initial anticipation that the movements that spearheaded the struggle to end European colonial rule would, once triumphant, be both democratic and developmental. The institution of a democratic state would have made the exercise of real self-determination possible for the African peoples emerging out of the darkness of colonial subjugation. Further, it would have empowered them to form governments of their choice, to actively participate in national policy and decision-making processes, and to manage their own affairs. Indeed, a developmental state would have been able to establish the economic and political relationships that can support sustained economic development 382 and steer investment in a way that promotes a certain solidaristic vision of national economy. 383. Upon accession to independence and seizure of state power, however, the early promise of the nationalist project to establish a democratic and developmental state foundered. The post-colonial African state merely replicated the European colonial state. Paradoxically, the duplicate state manifests both underdeveloped and overdeveloped features. 384. In an effort to perpetuate their hold on power, the new national ruling elites increasingly entrenched the predatory, patrimonial, neo-patrimonial, and authoritarian features of the colonial state. Such a state of affairs has given rise to the general characterization of the post-colonial African state as highly centralist, authoritarian and self-serving. 385. This characterization is, in the main, consistent with its essentially predatory, patrimonial, and authoritarian features. These features underlie the dismal record of failure that has made the post-colonial African state the object of considerable debate and critical commentary. Stepping into the shoes of their colonial predecessors upon independence, the new rulers set out to provide public goods, such as protection, but only managed to extort taxes for their own ends and delivered reduced levels of both output and popular welfare. 386. In some states, entire sectors have been built up to feast upon public systems built originally for public purposes. 387. The predatory state sanctioned kleptocracy and diverted public resources away from public goods to the pet projects of bureaucrats and politicians rather than maximizing revenue by investing money well and taxing free traders. 388. The prototype predatory state extorts at different levels of the supply chain to fill its coffers without regard to the harm that such extortion at multiple junctions does to the country, the people, and the fabric of society. In general, predation has spanned the state system in post-colonial Africa. By definition, a predatory state is not able to, or willing to, or even interested in, protecting the interests of its citizens, as its primary interest is self-preservation and self-aggrandizement. 389. Frequently shared as a common characteristic of states in a rudimentary state of development, the ruler of a predatory state is often a dictator or a charismatic leader, or autocratic life president who provides public goods, law and order and basic economic infrastructure, such as roads to facilitate production. 390. In addition to being predatory, the typical post-colonial African state possesses strong patrimonial or neo-patrimonial attributes. In a patrimonial state, political power resides in and flows from the leader, and the leader considers himself as the ruler of the country and behaves as its proprietor, dispensing with the land, people, and funds at his or her discretion. 391. Public and private affairs are blended and public assets and resources are widely used by officials who manage them. 392. Under such circumstances, nepotism provides the only access to opportunity, and corruption sets in as the default mode of survival and pervades the entire state system and the whole gamut of parastatal economic enterprises. In a patrimonial, neo-patrimonial, state, the ruler exercises absolute dominion over the political and economic life of the country and the people. The ruler's power derives literally from the barrel of the gun rather than the consent of the people and is sustained by forcible repression. Based on the control of the military, intelligence, and security apparatuses and the diffuse fear instilled among the masses by the security forces, the ruler's hegemony extends to every level of government where formal institutions or chains of command do not reflect the real location, distribution, or exercise of power. 393. For all practical purposes, government is personal, and government administration is an extension of the ruler. 394. The patrimonial, neo-patrimonial, state is invariably autocratic and centrally controlled from top down. Further, the absence of neutral administrative institutions and rational decision-making procedures, in the form of effective, ideal-type Weberian bureaucracies, provides for an instrumentally profitable lack of distinction between the civic/public and private/personal spheres. 395 There are no enforceable constitutional limitations, mitigating legislative procedures or operational bureaucratic norms to impede the arbitrary exercise of authority, constrain the impulsive decisions or delimit the discretionary powers of the ruler. The predatory and patrimonial, neo-patrimonial, state is also generally authoritarian. Political power is concentrated in the hands of a leader or small elite that is not constitutionally responsible to the body of the people. The leader often exercises power arbitrarily and without regard to existing bodies of law, and cannot be replaced by citizens choosing freely among various competitors in elections. 396 In extreme cases, the authoritarian leader blends with the state, Allah moi, say l'État, or I am the state. Necessarily autocratic, the authoritarian state often usurps national symbols, monopolizes total power, controls the media, strives to restrict public access to independent sources of information, and criminalizes political dissent. As a rule, it relies on the armed security forces and the unmitigated use of violence and coercion to stay in power, frequently resorting to brutal repression in the event that intimidation proves insufficient. An authoritarian leader is usually neither freely and fairly elected by, nor accountable to, the people and, in most cases, rules according to his whims enforced by the power of the gun. This state of affairs has become a constant scourge on the African political landscape, including Eritrea's. 11.4 Challenges of the post-colonial state. The European colonial project launched in Berlin in 1885 bequeathed Africa with a legacy of fragmentation that has fueled conflict and insecurity throughout much of the continent. Beyond the colonial legacy, however, contemporary Africa faces several problems with multiple causes. The focus here is on the principal challenges caused or made worse by patent failures of the post-colonial state, plagued by a crippling mix of predatory, patrimonial, and authoritarian attributes, to win legitimacy, deliver democratic governance, and attain sustainable development. Willy-nilly, heads of weak governments in fragile states violate the social contract with impunity and flout legitimacy. They pursue the politics of self-aggrandizement, division, exclusion, and marginalization of segments in society. The destabilizing consequences exasperate insecurity, worsen poverty, and degrade the human condition. The concentration of power, resources, and opportunities in the hands of a privileged few, small elite, or a minority group in the capital fuels alienation among the neglected majority in the center or marginalized communities in the periphery. Alienation sows disaffection, fans the flames of discontent, and tends to incite resistance. The often predictable automatic resort of authoritarian regimes to heavy-handed repression of legitimate protest or clampdown of dissent frequently backfires and provokes violent popular uprising, for repression often breeds rebellion. Armed non-state entities emerge to challenge the state's monopoly of power and the legitimacy of its use of force with a countervailing force of their own legitimized in terms of the pursuit of justice. Wars and conflicts compound the continent's challenges. The center-periphery dichotomy often operates to amplify existing social, ethnic, national, regional, or religious divides, inflame associated tensions and antagonist conflict as marginalized segments of society whose interests autocratic regimes neglect take up arms to redress grievances. The resort to armed rebellion and the resultant civil wars and violent conflicts tend to destabilize the state and stoke human insecurity. They perpetrate underdevelopment, aggravate poverty, and hamper the campaign to eradicate common diseases. Furthermore, the devastating consequences of climate change exacerbate an already precarious human condition. Wanting in commitment, short in resources, and lacking in institutional capacity, the typical post-colonial African state is unwilling and/or unable to tackle these challenges. Interstate wars and civil conflicts of varying intensities of violence continue to destabilize much of Africa, from the Maghreb to Zimbabwe, and Somalia to Mali, and from Darfur to the Kivus, and the Ogaden to the Niger Delta. These deadly conflicts decimate lives, destroy livelihoods, disrupt communities, and squander opportunities for development. According to a report by the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, Sub-Saharan Africa lost over 1.5 million people between 1990 and 1999 due to armed conflict. 397. Violent conflicts have a dreadful impact on the most vulnerable segments of society, especially women and children, with children making up half of all civilian war casualties. 398. The UNDP report estimates the astounding human toll for the decade: about 2 million children killed, 6 million permanently disabled or seriously injured, 1 million orphaned or separated from their families, 20 million forced to flee their homes to live as internally displaced persons, IDPs, or as refugees, and 10,000 killed or maimed by landmines every year. 399. Underdevelopment breeds poverty and diseases. The prevailing state of poverty perpetuates a situation in which approximately half of the people in sub-Saharan Africa live on less than $1 a day, while 33% of the continent's people suffer from malnutrition. 400. An estimated 20,000 Africans die every day due to extreme poverty manifested in chronic food shortages, malnutrition, hunger, and affliction by common diseases. 401. The World Bank estimates that HIV/AIDS, malaria, respiratory infections, tuberculosis, measles, etc., killed about 10.8 million people in sub-Saharan Africa in 2000. 402. Too many Africans continue to perish from easily preventable diseases for lack of rudimentary health care or access to ordinary drugs. When not instantly fatal, common diseases, abetted by widespread hunger and chronic malnutrition, emaciate bodies, waste lives, destroy livelihoods, devastate families, and wreck communities. The great majority of people in large parts of Africa, locked in a daily struggle for survival, compete for increasingly scarce resources to eke out the food, water, and energy they need to sustain life at the very margins of death. Millions of Africans subsist in an extremely precarious state of permanent agony, as an Eritrean proverb puts it, just below the living and above the dead. 403. Meanwhile, climate change, a serious global problem that affects all humanity, is aggravating the continent's predicament and hampering progress in its development agenda. Presently, 22 of Africa's 54 countries are severely threatened by the direct and indirect impacts of global warming. 404. Climate change is provoking variations in rainfall patterns, causing the expansion of the Sahara Desert, destroying biodiversity, upsetting ecosystems, and damaging the natural environment. In the continent's semi-arid regions and the Sahel Belt in particular, massive deforestation, land degradation, deepening waterbed, and increasing aridity are threatening to disrupt traditional subsistence farming and pastoral grazing. Undoubtedly, climate change is wreaking havoc to much of Africa's natural habitat and diminishing its carrying capacity. It is disrupting the ecological equilibrium and the indigenous flora and fauna that sustain sedentary agriculture, agropastoralism and nomadic pastoralism, the mainstays of most national economies. In effect, the degradation of the environment worsens the vulnerability of Africa's largely rural communities subsisting precariously on what they raise, supplemented by what they gather from their immediate environs. Compared to both the developed industrial countries of the global north and the emerging economies of the global south, Africa has the least to do with the causes but the most to endure from the effects of climate change. Accounting for 2-3% of the world's carbon dioxide emissions from energy and industrial sources, and 7% if emissions from land use, forests, are taken into account, 405. Africa contributes very little to greenhouse gas, GHG, emissions associated with global warming. 406. Both in absolute and relative terms, Africa as a region generates the lowest level of greenhouse gases, benefits the least from the lucrative processes that cause their emissions, and suffers the most from their repercussions. Meanwhile, weak national governments and impoverished communities lack the capacity to mitigate or cope up with the consequences of climate change. This has been the case to date at the level of individual countries, the regional economic communities, RECs, and the continent at large. Divergent national economic interests among key member states have hampered the African Union from adopting and pursuing a coherent joint policy. The apparent lack of internal unity at the 2009 Copenhagen climate change negotiations, for instance, undercut the African Common Position, ACP, which took 3 years to evolve, and undermined the continent's bargaining position. 407 Because of the inability to sustain the common position, the African group failed to advance its principal demands in the negotiations with the major actors. The Conference of the African Heads of State on Climate Change, CAHC, articulated 5 key demands as the common position of the African group. These demands can be summarized as follows: 1. Financial compensation, 2. Adherence to the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, 3. Pursuit of two-track negotiations keeping the distinction between the Kyoto Protocol and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, 4. Implementation of the Bali Action Plan, and 5. Substantial reductions of greenhouse gas emissions by developed countries in 2 stages, specifically, by 40% or below the 1990 levels by 2020 and by 80% to 95% or below the 1990 levels by 2050. 408. The challenge is too difficult to tackle and too big to surmount by the lone efforts of individual African countries. Beyond the formal adoption of a common position to leverage the emergence of multilateral consensus for more effective global action to combat climate change and overcome its dire effects, therefore, Africa needs to develop, sustain, and implement a coherent internal strategy of its own that is national in design, continental in scope and regional in content. Success in the endeavor would depend primarily on African will, commitment, solidarity, and leadership. However, it would also require generous support from Africa's development partners in the form of financial assistance, capacity building, and transfer of technology. 11.5 A State in Crisis. In the beginning, the end of colonial rule in Africa raised great expectations and high hopes for a better life. Unfortunately, decolonization did not bring about the anticipated benefits for most Africans. Half a century after independence, Africa watchers, scholars, and commentators agree that the typical post-colonial African state faces a profound crisis. Founded on the remnants of, and maligned by, the indelible imprints of the colonial state, the post-colonial African state has been unable to cast away its inherent oppressive and exploitative features inherited virtually intact from its predecessor. The colonial state aimed to serve the interests of the colonizers at the expense of the colonist peoples. It is not surprising therefore that the unreformed prototype post-colonial state in Africa, functioning under the aegis of an oppressive neo-colonial elite, has failed to provide for the needs, promote the well-being, cater to the aspirations and safeguard the security of the African peoples. Bereft of democratic legitimacy, pursuing the irresponsible politics of exclusion and presiding over dysfunctional institutions, it is quite apparent that several states are failing or have already failed. Dismal performance and proven inability to deliver have alienated and rendered the typical African state irrelevant. Oblivious of the imperatives of social compact, certain states are at war with their own people. Unable to govern with the consent of the governed and scornful of their will, some states perpetrate their despotic rule and seek to enforce submission through repression and intimidation, creating a climate of fear and insecurity. As Giorgis and Key noted, the typical African state is noted more as a repressive, brutal, corrupt, and inefficient entity than a mechanism for the promotion of the collective well-being of its citizens. Consequently, the modern African state remains largely irrelevant to the needs, interests, and aspirations of the people. 409. There is a growing recognition that the typical post-colonial African state, grossly inept and hell-bent on self-preservation at all cost, has proved incapable of performing the basic functions of a modern state. Further, it has been unable to overcome its crisis of legitimacy, delivery, and relevance and engender its revival. Unmindful of the needs, contemptuous of the concerns, and alienated from the daily life of the people, the prototype post-colonial African state today lacks a firm social foundation and a modicum of popular support, as illustrated by recent events in North Africa that have swept away long-lasting dictatorial regimes. The typical contemporary African state tends to be authoritarian, repressive, and dysfunctional. Often characterized by gross incompetence and rampant corruption, it lacks legitimacy, accountability, and transparency in setting public policy, making decisions, and managing national resources. Unwilling and unable to govern in accordance with the rule of law and based on popular consensus, it imposes the rule of caprice and resorts to repression. Consequently, it is weak, unstable, and insecure. Such a state of affairs has rendered nation building, state construction, and socio-economic development in Africa essentially a perpetual work in progress in some countries and a project for the future in others. The post-colonial African state has, on balance, produced leaders far too few of the likes of Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, Nelson Mandela of South Africa, and Leopold Sedar Senghor of Senegal, who willingly yielded power and allowed its peaceful transfer to new leadership. Conversely, it has produced too many of the likes of Jean Bedel Bokassa of the Central African Republic, Mobutu Sese Seko of Zaire, Idi Amin Dada of Uganda, Mohamed Sayed Barre of Somalia, Mengistu Haile Mariam of Ethiopia, Zine El Abidine Ben Ali of Tunisia, Hosni Mubarak of Egypt, and Muammar Gaddafi of Libya. These dictators overplayed their hands and, once chased out of power, headed into exile, jail, or execution. They harmed their societies, disgraced themselves, and most ended up rendering their immediate families stateless. There are others, like Robert Mugabe in Zimbabwe, Yoweri Museveni in Uganda, Paul Kagame in Rwanda, the late Meles Zenawi in Ethiopia, and Isaias Afwerki in Eritrea. These rulers have shown a desire to continue at the helm without the bother of definite term limits, or even to stay there for life. As revolutionary leaders of triumphant armed liberation movements that overthrew colonial or autocratic regimes, they have disappointed initial expectations that they would set the pace for democratic development, constitutional limits on the tenure of office, and the peaceful democratic transition of power. Reluctance to yield power operates to undermine peaceful succession, invites the turbulence of unconstitutional change of government, and risks destabilization. In terms of harshness of authoritarian rule, brutality of repression, and unwillingness to relinquish power, the great majority of post-colonial African leaders have become autocrats determined to die on the throne or invite ouster by force. The adverse fallout of trying to stick it out has been a significant factor of instability retarding the evolution of constitutional order in the continent and the failure to achieve economic development and advance the well-being of the people, especially in the countries run by the most autocratic regimes. As stated at the beginning of this chapter, Africa is rich in natural resources. It possesses vast equatorial forests, immense tropical savannas, huge agricultural prospects, and considerable livestock potential as well as extensive reserves of proven oil, natural gas, minerals, and marine wealth. It holds a substantial share of the world's reserves of platinum, 89%, diamond, 60%, cobalt, 53%, zirconium, 38%, gold, 28%, vanadium, 23%, uranium, 15%, manganese, 14%, and titanium, 10%. 410 In addition, Africa has a great human resource in its mainly young and rapidly growing population that stands at nearly 1 billion strong. Further, the O and the 54 African states represent a large voice pregnant with the potential to play a powerful role in the resolution of crucial global issues in international and multilateral forums. Yet, the continent's considerable endowment of natural and human resources has not translated into a decent standard of living for the majority of its people. Despite its great potential, Africa continues to barely subsist at the periphery of the global economy and cling on to the very margins of general world affairs and international politics. Lately, however, Africa has attracted renewed world attention that has resulted in the conclusion of a series of strategic partnership agreements with the EU and Asia's old and rising powers of Japan, China, and India. This renewed global interest in the continent may merely herald a new scramble for Africa's resources and markets, unless African leaders get their act together and turn the opportunity to generate a new impetus for Africa's development and improved role in the world. The monopoly of political power and access to economic resources and social services in the hands of small ruling elites or minority groups, combined with brutal state repression and lack of balanced development, have driven the majority of the African peoples into the quagmire of constant insecurity, widespread misery, and deepening despair. Mere survival has become a daily struggle for the great majority of Africans in the continent, facing extreme poverty, suffering from preventable diseases, and succumbing to premature death. The object of the exclusive focus of this chapter on the situation in Africa is to provide a general context for the present state of affairs in Eritrea, and not to single out or malign the continent per se, as Africa does not have a monopoly on contemporary state fragility or failure. Perhaps, varying in extent but certainly with comparable intensity, Europe, Asia, and Latin America have also produced their shares of fragile or failed states, with similar horrific repercussions on the human condition. The former Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, Yemen, and Haiti stand out as extreme instances of the intercontinental reality of the phenomenon of state fragility or failure. In the specific African setting, however, there can be no denying that the pervasive malaise troubling the continent today is deeply rooted in its colonial past. The ghost of colonial legacy continues to haunt the contemporary African state. Nonetheless, one can explain the unmitigated persistence of the malaise to date primarily as a function of the chronic dearth of democratic governance, general economic mismanagement, and rampant corruption that malign the prototype post-colonial African state. Such flaws, in turn, operate to undermine nation building, undercut state construction, hinder national development, and induce state fragility. To be fair, there are positive steps towards the gradual introduction of democratic rule and the peaceful transfer of power in accordance with constitutional provisions and term limits taking place in some African countries, notably Botswana, Ghana, Tanzania, Cape Verde, Mauritius, Seychelles, South Africa, etc. Despite such encouraging developments, however, the overall image of Africa remains negative. There prevails a tendency to cast much of the continent as if it rotates in an axis of undemocratic governance and revolves around a vicious cycle of wars, conflicts, and insecurity breeding underdevelopment, environmental degradation, poverty, and diseases. Clearly, Africa is changing and making forward strides. This chapter provides the backdrop for the analysis and commentary in the chapters that follow, starting with the next one, Eritrea, the future of Africa that works. After the experience of 3 decades of so many false starts and deep disappointments with the performance of the prototype state in post-independence Africa, there was much anticipation that Eritrea would be different. This optimistic expectation emanated from the progressive program of the liberation movement, the resilience of the armed struggle, and the total commitment of Eritrea's freedom fighters, discussed in subsequent chapters. Chapter 12. Eritrea, the future of Africa that works. I have seen the future of Africa in Eritrea, and it works. Abdul Rahman Babu. Prior to the advent of colonialism, African society sustained indigenous structures of governance and cultural values of equity and justice in public administration and communal life that, in spite of colonial attempts to suppress them, have survived. This holds true also for Eritrea, which possesses codified customary laws and a rich anthology of proverbs and oral traditions that celebrate justice and equity. Although Eritrea as a state is a modern creation, the land and the people have a long history, an ancient civilization, and a benevolent culture. Sharing strong bonds of kinship and blood, and united in diversity, the people possess a culture that values the rule of law, respects justice, and upholds fair representation. Moreover, Eritrean culture fosters affiliation and solidarity in common resistance to alien intrusion and/or domination. Having conquered the territory, the Italians initially retained traditional Eritrean governance structures, customary laws, and cultural values virtually intact, and relied on the institutional authority of the local chief and the village assembly, or Beto, to administer the colony. 411 As incidences of revolt against land expropriation and sporadic attacks on immigrant settlers in the countryside multiplied, however, the colonial authorities became increasingly suspicious of the loyalty of the traditional chiefs. They established new provincial administrative structures to shore up the system of indirect rule and tighten central control. In an effort to perpetuate the people's submission to alien domination, the Italians, followed by the British and the Ethiopians, attempted to distort, displace, or consign Eritrean history and culture into oblivion. 12.1 The colonialist narrative. Consistent with general colonial practice elsewhere in Africa, successive Italian, British and Ethiopian colonial regimes, aided and abetted by a host of associated authors, misrepresented Eritrean history and exacerbated the cleavages of Eritrean society in order to justify and perpetuate their imperial domination of the country. The colonial system denied the integral character of Eritreanness and, in substitution, invented a narrative of fragmented subnational identities based on ethnic, regional, or religious affiliation. Further, the colonialists schemed to operationalize the colonial narrative to nurture sectarian divisions and foster factional rivalry verging on open hostility. Essentially, the colonialist narrative denies the existence of an autonomous Eritrean history, the feasibility of a discernible indigenous Eritrean culture worthy of identification and accurate analysis, or a distinct psychological makeup of Eritrea as a shared homeland of the Eritrean people. 412 It had a real motive for doing so. The fragmentation of territory and the antagonizing of secondary differences aimed to weaken the struggle for self-determination, while the distortion of history and the denial of culture used to justify continued colonial domination and negate the legitimacy of the demand for Eritrean independence. 413. Armed with the colonialist narrative, Imperial Britain and Ethiopia resorted, often in collusion, to intrigues and manipulations in pursuit of their respective territorial ambitions over Eritrea. In addition, Ethiopia utilized a small band of Eritrean collaborators to undermine the preponderant wish of the Eritrean people for independence and impose its domination on the country. Deploying a mixture of treachery, bribery, and coercion, the tacit alliance of British imperialism and Ethiopian expansionism nearly succeeded in inflaming the secondary divides in Eritrean society, splitting the country along religious and regional lines, and dismantling the very polity of Eritrea. Although pushed to the precipice of division and disaster, the people effectively resisted the pressure to descend into the abyss of dismemberment and anarchy. In concise summary, the Ethiopian expansionist narrative maintains that Eritrea, except for the brief interlude of 61 years of Italian and British occupation, had been an integral part of Ethiopia for millennia. This narrative was used as the official line propagated by successive regimes in Addis Ababa until the advent of the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, EPRDF, government in 1991 and widely disseminated by several Ethiopian and non-Ethiopian writers. 414 It continues to resonate to this day among advocates of Greater Ethiopia or proponents of a unified Transmirab Greater Tigray based on shared primordial identity. Several Ethiopian opposition groups have yet to come to terms with the reality of an independent Eritrea. The Ethiopian colonial narrative holds that Eritrea's federation with Ethiopia in 1952 represented the return of the lost territory to the mother country. According to this perspective, annexation in 1962 completed the process of national unification, restored the territorial integrity of Ethiopia, and secured its rulers' perennial dream of direct control of the Eritrean Red Sea coast. The scheme to operationalize the expansionist narrative through annexation, however, proved to be the bane of the peoples of Eritrea and Ethiopia, causing them both 3 decades of war, ruin, suffering, and lost opportunity for development. In order to justify the expansionist war, The Ethiopian colonial narrative castigated the Eritrean liberation struggle as a secessionist movement aimed to divide the country. It portrayed it as an anti-Ethiopian undertaking contrived by a handful of bandits instigated and supported by Ethiopia's traditional Arab enemies in a design to dismember the country and deprive it of access to the Red Sea. Even today, it insists that the independence of Eritrea constituted a violation of Ethiopia's territorial integrity and bemoans the EPRDF government's firm endorsement of Eritrean self-determination and formal recognition of Eritrean sovereignty as a betrayal of Ethiopian national unity. Worse still, and signaling a possible menace to peaceful future relations between the two sisterly states and fraternal peoples, certain proponents of the Ethiopian expansionist narrative hanker for a reincorporation of the unduly severed territory, or parts thereof, by force. The Eritrean government's current support of some of these essentially hostile groups illustrates the adage that politics makes strange bedfellows. 12.2 The Eritrean narrative. Locking horns in earnest, the Eritrean nationalist narrative mounted a vigorous challenge to the Ethiopian colonialist narrative and firmly contested its expansionist literary hegemony. The resultant confrontation between the contending Ethiopian and Eritrean narratives has been embittered by the emotive dynamics of a difficult historical relationship and the weight of destruction and suffering inflicted on the Eritrean people by a protracted colonial war. Although articulated mainly by the Eritrean nationalist movement, a number of Eritrean and non-Eritrean writers support and publicize the Eritrean perspective. 415. In very concise terms, the Eritrean narrative affirms the existence of an autonomous Eritrean history and a feasible Eritrean culture that has generated a distinctive Eritrean national identity. It dismisses the Ethiopian assertion of 3,000 years of independent statehood as legend. It rejects the claim that Eritrea constituted an integral part, nay the core, of that historical independent Ethiopian state existing in continuous succession of the Kingdom of Aksum until its forcible severance by the Italian occupation in 1890 as half-truth. Invoking the evidence of concrete historical development, the Eritrean narrative contends that both Ethiopia and Eritrea, like virtually all contemporary African states, owe their respective present geopolitical formations as distinctive nation-states to the European colonial partition of the continent. Furthermore, the Eritrean narrative holds that the federation of Eritrea with Ethiopia represented a denial of the Eritrean people's legitimate right of self-determination and served as a smokescreen for the subsequent Ethiopian annexation. It upholds the independence struggle as the embodiment of the Eritrean people's genuine aspirations for liberation. In the same vein, the Eritrean narrative celebrates independence and accession to sovereign statehood as the rectification of the historical injustice perpetrated by the UN Federal Act, the affirmation of the principle of the inalienable right of the Eritrean people to self-determination, the triumph of the will of the Eritrean people, and the fulfillment of their manifest destiny. The general Eritrean narrative that emerged in direct confrontation with the Ethiopian narrative successfully championed, with minor exceptions, the cause of national liberation in unison and won a great many international subscribers. Indeed, the narrative of heroic resistance, taken up and expanded by many foreign supporters and sympathizers, and eternalized by countless local anecdotes, stories, and songs, has become part of the collective living memory of Eritrean folklore. The anthology of the historically evolved Eritrean nationalist narrative is the crowning accomplishment of the Eritrean nationalist movement and the common heritage of the Eritrean people. Nevertheless, the Eritrean nationalist narrative is being used today by the ruling front and the government, and propagated by regime supporters in the Eritrean diaspora, to lay exclusive claim to the remarkable achievements of the hard struggle of the Eritrean people and to glorify the prevailing dismal situation in the country. The official narrative put forward, mostly in self-praise, by the current government poses as the direct heir and sole purveyor of the nationalist narrative. Further, it portrays present-day Eritrea as a unique example of successful nation-building, state construction, and economic development in post-colonial Africa. The catchphrases of one people, one heart, independence of decision, state sovereignty and self-reliant development describe the central message of the narrative. unhampered in its audacity by a modicum of respect for the truth and the presence of countervailing alternative domestic voices, the official portrayal of Eritrea stands in stark contrast to the reality or actual evolution of events on the ground. Most of the daily stories and accounts of events, activities, and developments purportedly taking place in Eritrea seem to describe happenings in another place on a faraway planet. The principal proponents of the official narrative are the government and the state-owned media at home. Moreover, a relatively small and dwindling number of hardcore government or front-affiliated media outlets, groups, and individuals in the diaspora continue to echo it. These overzealous advocates of the official narrative in the diaspora are well aware of the oppressive character of the regime and its blatant transgressions against the people. It is quite ironic then that they condone or acquiesce in the denial, to their compatriots at home, of the very freedoms and opportunities they themselves and their families enjoy in their host countries. These government supporters consist mostly of people with dual citizenship whose lives are unaffected by the government's tyranny and repressive policies and practices. Their nuclear families do not suffer from the afflictions of the coupon economy, the deprivations of extreme poverty and the inadequacies of the existing system of social services inside the country. Unlike their compatriots at home, they have no obligation to bear arms and serve as Kabyle night guards. Their children are not subject to the scourge of indefinite active national service. Moreover, in contrast to Eritreans their age in the home country, the children of the diaspora supporters of the regime are not denied access to proper tertiary education. In fact, they have a chance to attend some of the finest universities in the host countries and anywhere else in the world. In pushing the official narrative, the government mainly targets Eritreans at home and abroad as a captive audience of its well-oiled propaganda machine, painting Eritrea as a country on the move, enjoying a state of relative bliss and admirable success in a continent marred by glaring failures. The state media drum up a constant barrage of news and commentaries to paint and buttress an image of Eritrea as a unique model of successful development and good governance in Africa. They exude with claims of effective implementation of self-reliant development projects, the pursuit of independence in public policy decisions, the exemplary domestic stability and security, and the solid unity of the people. In reality, the government's policies and actions operate to undermine the meaningful pursuit of the objects of these claims. 12.3 The Eritrean Counter-Narrative. Reinforced by the ethos and triumph of the armed struggle, a unified Eritrean narrative that aspired for a democratic, developmental, and progressive Eritrean state held sway until the border war with Ethiopia. Following the end of the war, however, the narrative split, as a dissenting or counter-narrative emerged to challenge the official narrative. Emanating from the same historical roots, the two versions clash in their stories about the character of the Eritrean regime, appraisals of its performance since accession to statehood, and portrayals of Eritrea's image following the first decade of sovereign independence. As described above, two narratives, the colonial and nationalist, present contrasting and mutually exclusive versions of the history of Eritrea. Just as in the depiction of its history, so in the analysis and appraisal of its present situation and the nature of the regime in power, there are two narratives, the official and the insurgent. The official narrative makes pompous, self-flattering, and embellished claims to beautify an ugly reality. The insurgent narrative, in the main, sifts fact from fiction and portrays an undemocratic, stagnant, and regressive state which, in its brand of an extreme version of authoritarianism and negation of a democratic and peaceful state, has deplorably failed to make independence beneficial for the Eritrean people. 416. Many sympathetic Eritrea observers find it difficult to embrace the damning counter-narrative without equivocation. For instance, one such writer notes that Eritrea has achieved a degree of non-coercive social discipline and efficiency and a surprisingly functional social order unique in Africa. In the same piece, he admits to a political culture of an almost Maoist degree of mobilization and an almost Albanian degree of xenophobia under a regime of harsh political repression and the worst press repression in Africa. 417 The assertion that an extent of non-coercive social discipline and efficiency exists under conditions of severe political and press repression in Eritrea today is plainly self-contradictory. Even if one were to ignore the dysfunctional character of the regime for argument's sake, the commentary ignores the causative relationship between a uniquely functional social order and a system of political repression pervading the country. It reproduces and refutes the make-believe image of a peaceful, stable, and disciplined Eritrea propagated by the regime and its apologists. Its inherent self-contradiction simultaneously masks and reveals the reality of pervasive fear, deep resentment, and simmering tension that permeate Eritrean society today. After all, Maoist regimentation and Hoxheist xenophobia are alien to its unbound, tolerant culture and incompatible with its humanist values. Otherwise, the facade of social discipline and efficiency that meets the eye and impresses the casual foreign observer on first sight is built on fear, sustained by harsh repression, and enforced under an omnipresent but inconspicuous secret security apparatus spying on and brutalizing the people. The regime's harsh political repression has caused a shared feeling of profound hurt among the great majority of the Eritrean people who have sacrificed so much in the struggle for liberty. One only needs to scratch just below the surface, get a glimpse at the political developments of the last decade, and scrutinize the horrible reality of a prototype police state that is Eritrea today. The complete absence of the rule of law and due process and the prevalence of arbitrary arrests feed the climate of fear and insecurity that haunts the country. This is the outcome of arbitrary arrests, indefinite detentions, solitary confinement, routine and unaccounted disappearances, imposition of roadblocks, restriction of normal movement, including of members of the diplomatic corps and aid agencies, and goods within the country, etc. The very same nationalist narrative has thus generated from within its organic core a burgeoning counter-narrative that contests the official narrative. The discrepancy between the government's stated policies and actual practices, accentuated by the internal rift in the historically cohesive EPLF leadership and the harsh suppression of political dissent, has reinforced the insurgent narrative. With its central message that the Eritrean people have not gotten what they fought for, this perspective epitomizes the prevalent feeling of aching betrayal and profound disappointment among many former freedom fighters, the author included, that we didn't do it for this. 418. The growing number of Eritrean dissenters at home and in the diaspora as well as many international supporters of the Eritrean nationalist narrative turned critics of the post-colonial state has spearheaded the insurgent narrative. 419 The rival narratives dominate the present cyber debate on Eritrea. Briefly, the rival narrative, in its several variants and internal divisions, depicts the present Eritrean state as highly authoritarian, severely repressive, hell-bent on rent-seeking, and primarily interested in self-preservation and self-aggrandizement. It contends that the dismal record of its performance during the last 21 years of independence makes the present Eritrean state an example of, rather than an exception to, the prototype post-colonial African state facing a crisis of legitimacy, delivery, and relevance. 12.4 Eritrea, the future of Africa that works. The late Abdul Rahman Mohammed Babu, 1924–1996, a renowned Tanzanian scholar, politician, and revolutionary from Zanzibar and an ardent Pan-Africanist, who visited wartime Eritrea in the summer of 1985, was positively impressed and greatly heartened by what he saw on the ground. On returning to London, Abdul Rahman Babu stated, "I have just spent 2 weeks in the liberated areas, including the recently captured and recaptured town of Barentu. And I am not ashamed to admit that I have been overwhelmed by what I saw. Living, working, and eating with these staunch revolutionaries, I am tempted to echo the famous quote, 'I have seen the future of Africa, and it works.'" 420. As an African student in London during the early 1950s, Abdul Rahman Babu had played a key role in the movement for colonial freedom. Upon his return home to Zanzibar in 1957, he became Secretary General of the island state's first political party, the Zanzibar Nationalist Party, ZNP, and steered mass resistance to British colonial rule. As an aspiring Pan-Africanist, Baba participated in the historic All-African Peoples Conference in Accra, Ghana in 1958 along with Nkrumah, Frantz Fanon, and Patrice Lumumba. 421. The British colonial administration had jailed him for 2 years prior to the independence of Zanzibar in 1963 for his anti-colonialist activities and strong anti-imperialist stance. Upon the formation of Tanzania by the Union of Tanganyika and Zanzibar in 1964, Baba headed various ministries until 1972. But his quarrels with President Nyerere over policies of African socialism versus scientific socialism led to his dismissal as Minister of Planning and landed him in prison for 6 years until 1978 when he was released under international pressure and forced into exile first in the US and later in the UK until his death in 1996. Having felt the deep frustration and witnessed the general disappointment generated by the inability of the post-colonial African state to deliver emancipation and well-being for the African peoples, Baba envisioned Eritrea leading the way to the future of Africa. He was quite aware that his expression of enthusiasm was, in his own words, not an easy statement to make after so many political, social, and economic shocks that we went through in post-independence Africa. Yet, he was not alone at the time in his optimism and high expectations of a triumphant Eritrea blazing the path to the successful future of Africa. Suffice it to mention 2 contemporary observers, a European and an American, for a sample of 3 from 3 continents, who expressed similar optimism about the future of independent Eritrea. The preeminent British Africa historian Basil Davidson, who visited Eritrea 3 years after Abdul Rahman Babu immediately following the brilliant Eritrean military victory at Afabet in March 1988, shared Babu's perspective on Eritrea. Tempering his optimism with an admission of his human fallibility, Davidson later stated that the Eritreans and the Eritrean National Liberation Movement as empowered by the EPLF, Eritrean People's Liberation Front, have achieved a wide and deepening consciousness of their own capacities, of their own place in the world, of their own responsibility for a stable peace in community with their neighbors. And this deepening consciousness, so manifest in the style and modesty of their posture and political language, has demonstrated the capacity of the EPLF to find common ground and promote common action, to create the basis for a real self-determination. 422. A longtime American friend and supporter of the Eritrean struggle for self-determination who has been a frequent visitor to the liberated areas under the EPLF and to independent Eritrea from 1983 until 2007, Richard Leonard, provided a similarly optimistic perspective with regard to the then active participation of the Eritrean people in the movement. THEPLF is a progressive national liberation front engaged in a revolutionary people's war of liberation and a revolutionary program of national construction in which the Eritrean people actively participate. 423. These 3 international friends of the Eritrean struggle, who may be taken as a sample of the many who subscribed to and strongly supported the Eritrean nationalist narrative, made, each in his own way and from his special vantage point, positive assessments of the character of the Eritrean liberation movement. They staked optimistic predictions or expectations on the prospects of the future independent Eritrea. The trio anticipated independent Eritrea to become the first African success story able to deliver freedom, self-determination, political participation and sustainable development in a continent where all other post-colonial states have failed to do so. Many of their contemporaries shared their enthusiastic assessments and hopeful expectations of independent Eritrea. 12.5 Golden opportunity to blaze a new trail. The liberation of Eritrea in May 1991 ended one of the longest and bloodiest wars of national liberation in modern African history. The EPLF immediately established a provisional government. Subsequent to an unmonitored referendum that allowed Eritrea as a nation the exercise of the right of self-determination, Eritrea became formally independent in May 1993, and proclaimed a transitional government intended to last for an interim period of a maximum of 4 years. At independence, Eritrea, Africa's then latest decolonized state, inherited, just as the other African countries that threw off the yoke of colonialism before it, the remnants of an oppressive, exploitative, and dysfunctional colonial state. Unlike elsewhere in much of post-colonial Africa, however, neither the complex legacy nor the neo-colonial ambitions of the former colonial state were in a position to encumber or obstruct the agenda of the new state. In addition, despite the horrendous human and material cost entailed, late accession to independence offered Eritrea a unique opportunity to learn from the African experience. It could avoid the mistakes and build on the experience of independent African states in nation building, state construction, and socio-economic development. At the critical juncture of Eritrea's accession to independence, the new transitional government that succeeded the provisional government was in full political control of the situation. Starting from scratch, with complete command and overflowing popular support, availed it a clean slate to design, put in place, and forge a new statecraft that would be legitimate, democratic, and able to deliver. Late arrival or newness offered it a chance to draw lessons from the acquis and mistakes of other African countries and create viable state organs and institutions with a statutory mandate and functional authority to efficiently run the affairs of state, manage public administration, rebuild the economy, and institutionalize democratic governance. After all, the establishment and building of an independent Eritrea with a free, democratic, just and prosperous future was the overriding objective of the protracted armed struggle for national liberation. The goals of the armed struggle, as embedded in the National Democratic Program, NDP, of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, adopted in its first Congress in Fayh, Sahel, January 1977, and honed and translated by the author then, were to 1. Establish a people's democratic state. 2. Build an independent, self-reliant, and planned national economy. 3. Develop culture, education, technology, and public health. 4. Safeguard social rights, emphasizing workers' and women's rights. 5. Ensure the equality and consolidate the unity of nationalities. 6. Build a strong people's army. 7. Respect freedom of religion and faith. 8. Provide humane treatment to prisoners of war, POWs. 9. Protect the rights of Eritreans residing abroad. 10. Respect the rights of foreigners residing in Eritrea, and 11. Pursue a foreign policy of peace and non-alignment. 424. The ideals of democracy, independence, freedom, respect for human rights, and gender equality enunciated in the EPLF's founding Congress and enshrined in its 11-point program were among the noble aims and immortal aspirations in whose pursuit generations of Eritrean youth, men and women, fought and made untold sacrifices. Combining the pursuit of political independence with the aspirations for social liberation based on self-reliance, both in principle and in practice, the Eritrean armed struggle symbolized an inspiring story of courage, dedication, achievement, and hope, with important lessons to teach. 425. Daily life in the field was tough, ascetic, and austere. Commitment to the cause of liberation was total, loyalty to the group selfless, discipline internalist, and faith in the justice of the struggle absolute. Eritrea's warriors of liberty were true believers in their overwhelming majority. Flanked by the deep blue sea in the rear and facing deadly enemy fire in front, the watchword of the armed struggle was victory or death. 426. There were to be no surrender, only triumph, or a fight to the finish. The odds were great, the sacrifices staggering, and the aura of international acquiescence and conspiracy of silence near total, prompting an important regional leader to comment cynically that the Eritreans had a just cause that was doomed to fail. 427. Convinced of the legitimacy and inevitability of final victory of their uphill struggle, however, Eritrea's freedom fighters persevered and won against all calculations. The powers that be could not stop or derail the relentless forward march of a well-organized, highly disciplined, and politically committed liberation army whose combatants were willing to die for a cause they truly believed to be just and invincible. In the end, the Eritreans, in close collaboration with their then Tigrayan allies, delivered a fait accompli, and the world and the big powers had no choice but to accommodate them willy-nilly. In challenging imperial Ethiopian hegemony, territorial aggrandizement, and military occupation over the span of half a century, Eritrean political and armed resistance gained political maturity, overcame bitter internal divisions, and successfully confronted the hostility and active opposition of the then two superpowers and their respective allies in periodically shifting alignments. It was an epic political and military struggle that gradually involved virtually the entire population of Eritrea at home and in the diaspora. The near-universal commitment of the Eritrean people to the cause of liberation and their active participation in the armed struggle has very few parallels in the annals of modern history. 12.6 False hopes and thwarted expectations. The armed struggle aimed to free Eritrea from Ethiopian colonial occupation and, in a stunning modern-day replay of the classical David versus Goliath contest, prevailed against all odds and expectations. Its ultimate success dismantled sub-Saharan Africa's largest army, in defiance of regional conspiracies and international betrayals, to redress the historical injustice of the denial of the Eritrean people's legitimate right of self-determination. The feat enabled Eritrea to reclaim its history and secure its rightful place in the world. Overcoming the challenge won the Eritrean struggle the admiration of friends and supporters the world over. Beyond mere national self-determination and sovereign independence, however, its programmatic objectives embodied profound aspirations for self-determination as a people in the form of a government constituted by their free choice, economic emancipation, and social progress. The revolutionary transformation of Eritrean society and the rapid development of the national economy were at the heart, indeed, the core objectives of the liberation movement. In due course, victory secured liberation, paved the way for self-determination, and affirmed the possibility to fulfill these aspirations. In the ethos of the struggle, liberation represented the necessary condition for the realization of the age-old yearnings of an oppressed people for freedom, democracy, justice, and prosperity in a seamless nexus. In other words, liberation would be the path to independence, ushering in a sovereign state, and sovereign independence would provide the basis for the establishment of an inclusive, democratic, and prosperous state. The political vision, the economic policy framework, and the statutory principles enunciated in the National Charter, the macro-policy document, and the ratified constitution drawn up soon after independence provided the compass for navigation to the Eritrea of the future. In spite of the great opportunity and initial optimism, however, the regime, oblivious of the fact that the Eritrean people waged the armed struggle for freedom, democracy, and prosperity, has abandoned the prescribed policy instruments and refused to implement the ratified constitution. Having seized state power in the name of the revolution and exercising it in the name of the people, it has proved unwilling and unable to establish the rule of law and institute a political system that enables the people to have a voice in their government, determine their future, and manage their affairs. In reality, subjected to dictate, command, and compulsion from the top down, the Eritrean people today have no say in making or influencing the policies and decisions that govern, shape, and affect their lives at the global, national, regional, or local levels. Despite giving lip service to the ideals of participatory politics and the empowerment of the people, the government has suspended or paralysed their representative institutions at the national, regional, and local levels and denied them a voice in the governance process. Eritrea remains the only country in Africa without a functioning parliament and a working constitution. The government has disallowed the devolution of power to the regions, the emergence of an independent media or the establishment of autonomous civil society organizations. A scrutiny of independent Eritrea's experience in nation building, state construction, and development reveals a dismal record of failure. It discloses a marked divergence between policy and practice, a clear dichotomy between the promises of the government and its actual performance. The high expectation and enthusiastic optimism that national reconstruction and socio-economic development would build on the feet of the armed struggle for liberation have unfortunately, not materialized. In an ironic twist, the story of independent Eritrea has turned into one of broken promises, vacuous claims and abysmal failure to deliver. This is the inevitable outcome of the betrayal of the progressive program of the liberation movement and the commitment of the freedom fighters to the cause of liberty and justice. Independent Eritrea has forfeited exceptional opportunities to set an example of success in Africa. Contrary to all hopes and expectations, the current regime has cast Eritrea down, impoverished the people, and isolated the country. 428. The regime has been unable to deliver public goods and services as well as freedom, democracy, and prosperity. Such inability has impaired its legitimacy and rendered it irrelevant to the well-being of the people. The great expectations and initial surge of optimism of the people and the high hopes of Eritrea's friends that a future independent Eritrea would prosper and flourish have so far proven premature. In spite of hopes, expectations, and claims, and in stark contrast to the path it charted for itself, and measured against the criteria set by its own standards, the Eritrean state has veered off course, gone astray, and ill-performed. Its praxis has failed to adhere to democratic principles, advance the nation-building project, construct viable state institutions, and kickstart the economy. Like its prototype post-colonial African counterpart, the Eritrean state has proved unwilling and unable to promote the paramount national interest, deliver socio-economic development, and improve the well-being of the Eritrean people. Regrettably, the reality of post-independence Eritrea, measured against the criteria of tangible delivery of a better quality of life in terms of emancipation, empowerment, and prosperity of the people, does not represent Abdurrahman Babu's vision of the future of Africa that works. His enthusiastic prediction that Eritrea would blaze the trail towards real liberation, democracy, and prosperity in Africa has not come about, at least so far. Similarly, the political, economic, and social conditions prevailing in the country do not confirm Basil Davidson's optimistic assessment of the EPLF's demonstrated capacity to find common ground and promote common action to create the basis for a real self-determination. Further, Richard Leonard's appreciation of the EPLF's commitment to pursue a revolutionary program of participatory national construction has not materialized. 12.7 A prototype authoritarian state. The singular monopolization of state power and the closure of the political space for internal debate within the front and the government and domestic social dialogue have resulted in the imposition of authoritarian rule. In a fundamental sense, authoritarian rule signifies the weakness, not the strength, of the Eritrean state. The democratic deficit operated to hinder the interlinked processes of nation building, state construction, and sustainable development. An anemic state, unable to govern in accordance with the rule of law, the consent of the people, and in the interest of the country, has resorted to repression, exclusion, and marginalization to impose its authority. These generally counterproductive measures have bred widespread disaffection and further undermine the legitimacy of a weak government presiding over a fragile state. Simmering popular discontent and latent political instability under the sway of a police state bide their time beneath a veneer of normalcy reproduced by the resort to arbitrary detentions, random disappearances, and extrajudicial killings. After all, fear and intimidation have a limited lifespan. Eventually, extreme repression is bound to delegitimize the state's monopoly of the use of violence, provoke resistance, and aggravate social conflict, the mother of all reform. Modeled essentially after the European metropolitan state system and founded on the remnants of the old colonial state, the Eritrean state today, like the prototype post-colonial African state, is thus neither democratic nor developmental. It has abandoned the progressive objectives of the liberation movement and the transformative values of self-reliance, solidarity, and unity espoused by the EPLF during the war, which served the armed struggle for liberation so well. It merely memorializes the decisive events of that era to promote its own legitimacy and prolong its rule. Effectively, the regime has waylaid the legitimate aspirations articulated by the nationalist narrative and the optimistic predictions made by many of its international subscribers, and become a strange melange of a prototype predatory, patrimonial, and authoritarian state. These features are manifest in the practice of the government and the reality it has created in Eritrea today. There exists great divergence between the ideals of the armed struggle and the commitments made during the first few years of independence, on the one hand, and the actual achievements delivered during the last 22 years of independence, on the other. The regime has failed to implement its own stated policies and win the mandate, gain the consent, meet the needs, and cater to the aspirations of the people. Its authoritarian character stands out in stark contrast to its originally declared policies and objectives. Authoritarian rule and mismanagement have perpetrated backwardness, hampered economic development and aggravated poverty. High levels of domestic and foreign debt, spiraling inflation, and acute shortages of foreign exchange have fanned macroeconomic instability. The regime presides over a declining national economy characterized by general penury. Despite the rhetoric of economic growth it spouts and opportunities for investment it touts, it has pursued policies that decimated the private sector, inhibited autonomous private investment, and denied people any real scope for free enterprise. Starved of revenues, it extracts an assortment of taxes, levies, fees, and fines from pliant or vulnerable citizens at home and in the diaspora. A macroeconomic climate conducive to domestic and foreign investment would have allowed the establishment of profitable enterprises and stimulated economic activity. Greater economic activity would, in turn, have created gainful employment and generated wealth to enable the government to garner income taxes from the resultant lucrative base and maximize public revenues. Instead, it minimizes its predatory extraction of revenues through the constriction of private trade, industry, and agriculture. Further, it flouts public accountability for its actions and squanders the meager public resources on unsound pet projects. The executive branch, with its internal cohesion torn asunder by dissent and its most senior ranks depleted by detention, freezing, and exile, is weak, incompetent and dysfunctional. Long suspended, the national legislature is non-existent. In usurping the principal functions of the High Court, the Special Court, most of whose members lack basic education, rudimentary knowledge of the law, and proper legal training, has marginalized the judiciary. It is clear that today's Eritrea does not represent the future of Africa that works. The trajectory of its anticipated development has atrophied. Its dismal record has not vindicated the optimistic predictions of Babu or the positive assessments of Davidson and Leonard. That Babu passed away in 1996 without the disappointment of having to witness another African story of failure where he had predicted success is no consolation to his enthusiastic vision. Davidson, however, passed away in 2010 deeply disappointed that Eritrea was treading the failed political path he had witnessed in post-independence Africa. Leonard remains similarly disappointed that the then progressive movement rooted in the participation of the Eritrean people, that made military victory possible, has veered off course and forced to abandon its original purpose. 429. Three main factors have combined to allow a few unscrupulous individuals to take control of the movement and subvert its goals for personal power and aggrandizement to the detriment of Eritrea and its people. First, the top-heavy and authoritarian political structures upon which the EPLF was built. Second, the loss of so many good and capable fighters to martyrdom during the war and to relegation after independence. Third, the historical context of a society lacking in social and political structures able to defend the original progressive ideals of the movement. Independent Eritrea has duplicated the basic features of the prototype post-colonial African state. It has evolved into an authoritarian state afflicted by a profound crisis of legitimacy, delivery, and relevance. Far from being an exception, as propagated by the government and echoed by a dwindling number of apologists, therefore, today's Eritrea, Africa's second newest state, fits the prototype African mold, par excellence. Chapter 13. Engaging the Eritrean diaspora. In all things that are purely social we can be as separate as the fingers, yet one as the hand in all things essential to mutual progress. Booker T. Washington. The Eritrean diaspora, originating in the flight of Eritreans from their ancestral homeland and resettlement abroad, is essentially a product of the long war with Ethiopia. Interstate conflict, domestic repression, and the lack of opportunities at home have, however, augmented its ranks, especially since the start of the border war with Ethiopia in 1998. Its emergence and growth have thus been driven by the search for refuge from the atrocities of war and opportunities for a better life. Meanwhile, The relative size, wealth, educational attainment, and close attachment to the homeland have made the Eritrean diaspora a significant player in the political, economic, and social life of the country throughout its comparatively short history of existence. 13.1 The evolution of the Eritrean diaspora. During the late 1960s and early 1970s, an increasing number of Eritrean students in the Middle East, Europe, and North America opted to join the independence struggle or stay in the host countries rather than returning home or going to Ethiopia. They joined hands with Eritrean emigrant workers to organize associations and mobilize support for the liberation movement. Their numbers began to grow with the escalation of the war in the increasingly contested countryside and the intensification of repression by the Ethiopian military regime in the occupied urban and semi-urban areas in the mid-1970s. The Imperial Ethiopian Army launched a scorched earth campaign in western Eritrea during the late 1960s in reprisal to the increasing military operations of the ELF, then the lone Eritrean Independence Organization, by burning villages and massacring villagers. The massive atrocities committed by the Ethiopian military against the civilian population displaced and drove large numbers of Eritreans into eastern Sudan in 1967, creating the first wave of refugees. The escalation of the war in scale and intensity during the second half of the 1970s generated another wave of Eritrean refugees from both the rural and urban areas into the Sudan to escape death, torture, repression, and a state of general insecurity. Many of the refugees eventually made their way into and settled in the Middle East, Europe, North America, and Australia. Eritrean students, migrant workers, and refugees in Africa, the Middle East, Europe, and North America organized associations of students, workers, and women in support of the armed struggle for independence at home. The organizations abroad affiliated with either one of the then two fronts, the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, or the Eritrean People's Liberation Forces, EPLF. The General Union of Eritrean Students, GUS, and the General Union of Eritrean Workers, GUEW, had two factions each, one based in Baghdad and the other in Cairo. The GUS and GUEW factions based in Baghdad affiliated with the ELF. On the other hand, the GUS and GUEW factions based in Cairo, Eritreans for Liberation in North America, EFLNA, Eritreans for Liberation in Europe, EFLE, and, later, the National Union of Eritrean Workers, NUEW, the National Union of Eritrean Women, NUEW, and the National Union of Eritrean Students and Youth, NUESI, affiliated with the EPLF. An attempt to unify the Eritrean student movement and bring EFLNA, EFLE, GUS Baghdad, and GUS Cairo under one umbrella in support of the Eritrean liberation movement in the summer of 1973 failed to bear fruit. 430. A significant historical trend affected the social, religious, and ethnic makeup of these early Eritrean diaspora organizations. Generally, Eritreans from the lowlands moved mostly to the Arab countries of the Middle East while Eritreans from the highlands moved mostly to Europe and North America, adding another feature to the complexity of Eritrean diaspora politics. The factors and patterns of fragmentation among the diaspora organizations at the time mirrored the divisions within the armed struggle in the field. The social and political divides notwithstanding, however, the Eritrean diaspora groups played an active and significant part by providing substantial material resources, including considerable financial support and hundreds of recruits, among them many cadres and several members of the leaderships of the ELF and the EPLF. Right from inception, EFLE and EFLNA worked in close coordination to mobilize vital political, material and financial support for the Eritrean struggle. During its crucial early years, in particular, they provided the EPLF with significant funds, communications equipment, walkie-talkies, and military fatigues. The increasing ferocity of Ethiopia's Scorched Earth campaign and the general intensification of the War of National Liberation following the fall of the Haile Selassie regime and the rise of the military junta in 1974 triggered the flight of tens of thousands of new Eritrean refugees into the Sudan. In addition, The Ethiopian regime's brutal repression, arbitrary incarceration, and constant harassment created a state of endemic insecurity and forced many Eritreans in Asmara, Addis Ababa, and other Eritrean and Ethiopian cities and towns to flee and seek refuge in the Sudan, Kenya, Djibouti, or Yemen in transit to the wider Middle East, Europe or North America. The end of the Eritrean civil war in the field in 1981, between the two fronts, and the consequent displacement of the ELF into the Sudan generated another wave of new refugees that triggered further movement into countries outside the region. Once settled in their final destinations, people brought their families and created small refugee and migrant communities, eventually giving rise to the present configuration of the Eritrean diaspora. The 1998-2000 border war with Ethiopia pushed more refugees into the Sudan and caused many previously repatriated and resettled Eritreans to flee again and return to their former host countries. More recently, the mixture of a general state of pervasive repression, closure of economic space for the private sector, lack of access to meaningful higher education and gainful employment opportunities for the youth, widespread impoverishment and imposition of indefinite active national service has caused an increasing outflow of new refugees. Eritrea's youth, national service conscripts, entrepreneurs, and professionals continue to flow into neighboring countries as potential transit points en route to other countries in Africa and the global north as many refugees work their way out of the region. The exodus continues to swell the size of the overseas Eritrean diaspora. There thus exists a relatively large Eritrean diaspora scattered throughout the developed and much of the developing world today. Estimated at about a quarter of the country's total population, the Eritrean diaspora, which maintains close political, economic, and social links with the home country, constitutes a great reserve asset for Eritrea. In the heat of national excitement and patriotic fervor, Eritreans from the diaspora flock to their liberated homeland to participate in the National Economic Conference, teach at the newly reinstated university, offer advisory services to the government, work in government ministries, and serve in various commissions and agencies, set up private businesses, and resettle in their country of origin. They demonstrated a general state of readiness to return to Eritrea and contribute their share in the reconstruction and development effort in any capacity or role. 13.2 The diaspora as a global player. Beyond Eritrea, the age of globalization has witnessed the emergence of the diaspora as a global phenomenon. The global diaspora has come on the world stage as a product of protracted human mobility, as a source of significant financial flows, and as an agency of rapid transfer of knowledge, skills, and technical know-how across countries and continents. The advent of the knowledge economy has both accelerated and reinforced the growth of the global diaspora, its transnational mobility, its contribution to world political, economic, and social development, and the process of multicultural interaction and exchange worldwide. Whether in the developed industrial countries of the global north or the emerging and developing nations of the global south, the diaspora has emerged as an important factor and a key player in the political, economic, social, and cultural development of both the host and home countries. The diaspora possesses and has demonstrated, in many developed, emerging, and developing countries, the capacity to make a significant contribution to national political, economic, social, and cultural development. It advances political development through democratic participation in policy formulation and decision-making. It participates in human capital formation through the transfer of knowledge, skills, and expertise. It contributes to economic development through the flow of financial capital, investment, remittances, and enterprise. It helps to promote social development and welfare through engagement in the provision of education and health services as well as social safety nets. Furthermore, the diaspora has the potential to play a vital role in promoting international relations, development cooperation, and cultural diplomacy between host and home countries. According to the World Bank, about 3% of the entire population of the world, or more than 215 million people, live outside their countries of birth. The aggregate value of worldwide remittance flows in 2010 reached more than $440 billion. Remittances to developing countries, worth $325 billion in 2010, made up 3 times the total amount of official development aid to countries receiving assistance. Remittances originating in the world's top 5 donor countries, namely, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and Japan, exceed the official development assistance of each of these countries. 431. The regional concentration and relative proportion of national diaspora populations and the comparative contributions of their remittance flows to GDP may vary from country to country. However, they invariably deliver a crucial injection of hard currency to the recipient countries and help build up their foreign exchange reserves. Overall, remittances from national diasporas flowing without conditionality or strings attached, make a significant contribution to the alleviation of poverty and the enhancement of social well-being, particularly in the low-income and middle-income developing countries in the global south. Remittances benefit the economies of many developed, emerging, and developing countries. Latest World Bank estimates put recorded worldwide remittance flows to both high-income and low-income countries in 2011 at about $483 billion, with Europe, Central Asia, and Sub-Saharan Africa leading the way. According to the same estimates, despite the continuing global financial crisis and its negative impact on the employment prospects of migrants, officially recorded remittance flows to the developing world in 2011 rose by 8% over 2010, reaching approximately $352 billion. These remittance flows are projected to grow at an estimated annual rate of 7 to 8% to reach about $441 billion by 2014, while worldwide remittance flows are expected to surpass $590 billion by 2014. 432 The resolution of the ongoing global financial crisis is bound to boost the growth of remittance flows to the developing world as well as aggregate remittances worldwide. 13.3 The Eritrean diaspora as a national actor. Immediately after the liberation of Eritrea from Ethiopian occupation, the Provisional Government of Eritrea sought to engage and facilitate the diaspora's active political participation, professional expertise, intellectual input, and financial resources in the processes of nation building, state construction, and development. In July 1991, many Eritreans from the diaspora in Europe, North America, and the Middle East participated in an economic conference on Eritrea that gathered policymakers, practitioners, and scholars to discuss options for development strategy for an emerging independent Eritrea. The conference was originally planned to take place in the EPLF base area in Sahel, but the auspicious liberation of the country made its convening at the then displaced University of Izmir possible. The economic conference, conceived to be the first in a series to be organized in the future, signified the initiation of a democratic process in the formulation of economic policy and development strategy in the new Eritrea, as well as the active involvement of Eritreans from the diaspora in that process. The idea of the conference was the brainchild of the then Secretary of the EPLF Department of Economic Planning and Coordination, Haile Weldency, Drew, 433, while Eritreans for Peace and Democracy, EPD, in North America played an active part in its preparations and execution. The proceedings and recommendations of the conference were published in Emergent Eritrea, Challenges of Economic Development, in 1993. 434 Some of the policy recommendations proffered by a number of the conference papers later informed the drawing up of the government's macroeconomic policy framework. A year after the economic conference, many of the scholars returned to the same venue, along with several newcomers, to participate in an international symposium on the revitalization of the University of Izmir, UOA. The international symposium was convened in August 1992 to revitalize the newly re-established university, help chart its future, restructure its colleges and faculties, revise its syllabus, upgrade the size and quality of its faculty, and modernize its assets. As the then president of the university, I conceived and organized the symposium to help rebuild and transform the previously relegated institution into a center of academic excellence, higher learning, and development-oriented research. The overarching objective was to enable the University of Izmir to make a positive contribution to Eritrea's human resources development as the key to the success of the national effort for reconstruction and development. Having reinstated the University of Izmir in September 1991, I immediately arranged for the return of the Eritrean members of its staff from Agarfa in southern Ethiopia. Scores of Eritrean professionals in the academia who abandoned their secure positions in Ethiopian and Sudanese universities and volunteered to return home to teach and help rebuild the newly restored university soon joined them. Together, they formed the nucleus of the faculty and played an active role in organizing the international symposium to revitalize the university, convened with the enthusiastic support and participation of Eritrean academics and scholars from the diaspora and international friends of Eritrea. The symposium provided the first democratic forum to debate and chart out the structure, policy options, and strategy of tertiary education in independent Eritrea among policymakers, educators, and academics at home and in the diaspora. The original plan was to organize follow-up forums at regular intervals in the future to appraise and guide the progress of the University of Izmir as a national center of excellence. Professor Abraham Kedain stayed on to help synthesis and operationalize the recommendations of the symposium and initiate the process of revitalizing the university and review its proposed draft Charter 435 or returned later to help and teach under various short or long-term arrangements, such as the U.S. Fulbright Scholar Program. Moreover, Dr. Welde Isaac replaced Dr. Arayat Tsagai, in quick succession, as my successor after my precipitous departure from the university. 436. Further, Eritreans from the diaspora played prominent roles in the organization of the referendum and the drafting of the constitution. Several longtime activists from the diaspora worked alongside prominent members of the EPLF and former leaders of the ELF in the referendum and constitution commissions, lining their executive and functional bodies. 437. The two national processes, which stimulated active participation of Eritreans at home and abroad, represented initial forums of democratic exercise. Besides, several Eritreans from the diaspora became members of the Central Committee/Council of the EPLF/PFDJ, while others assumed senior positions as cabinet ministers, ambassadors, directors general, or government advisors. 438. The Eritrean diaspora can build on its significant engagement with the struggle for national liberation and utilize its assets to advance the political, economic, and social development of the country. This capacity was evident in its significant contribution to the success of the Economic Conference, the revitalization of the university, the conduct of the referendum, the making of the Constitution, and the work of government ministries and diplomatic missions. A political and economic space more conducive to effective engagement could unleash the diaspora's tremendous creative energy and accelerate the transfer of skills, technology, know-how, and capital from the host countries to Eritrea. Its multiple linkages could serve as a bridge to promote investment, cultural contacts, people-to-people diplomacy, understanding, and cooperation between the home and host countries. Its sizable remittances could avail the country substantial foreign exchange reserves, provide a lifeline of financial support and social safety net for many households, and help alleviate poverty in the country. In recognition of this enormous potential, there were attempts to enable, mobilize, and deploy the diaspora's considerable intellectual, financial, technical, and entrepreneurial resources in the service of national reconstruction and development. One such attempt envisaged the recruitment of about a dozen academics and professionals from the diaspora, to serve as heads of the bank's core departments or members of a board of senior government advisors, to help capacitate the bank, revitalize the financial sector, and kickstart the economy. At the time, the former fighters turned senior government officials and public servants were working without pay, most of them housed in the barracks of the former U.S. military communications bases at Cagnew Station and Radio Marina with their families and feeding on rations in common cafeterias, until the formal start of salaries in 1996. There were expectations for similar sacrifices from Eritreans in the diaspora for the sake of national reconstruction. However, the respective circumstances were different. The former fighters and their families were hardened volunteers long used to serving without pay and had, during the course of the armed struggle, developed a very high tolerance for living under extremely austere conditions. On the other hand, Eritrean professionals and their families in the diaspora were accustomed to relatively higher standards of living and more prosperous lifestyles with access to state-of-the-art amenities and social services in their host countries. They would thus be hard-pressed to serve without adequate compensation, forego their relatively privileged lifestyles and give up opportunities for better education for their children and access to more advanced public health services for their families. In my capacity as governor of the Bank of Eritrea, I proposed to the President a scheme that would enable Eritrean professionals abroad to return home and participate in rebuilding the country, without giving up their lifestyles or affecting the situation of their families. The scheme provided for the provisional recruitment of the prospective professionals at their current salaries, adjusted by a cost of living index for Eritrea. A concessionary loan from the World Bank's International Development Agency, IDA, would secure the necessary funding for the scheme. As we had anticipated, with a high degree of confidence, the country to achieve rapid economic growth, the adjusted international level salaries would be, after a short transitional period, integrated into a comparatively upgraded national salary scale that was under consideration at the time. Under the auspices of the President, the Governor of the Central Bank would oversee the implementation of the plan. 439. Recognizing the crucial role of reliable macroeconomic data in following up the state of health of the national economy, informing and driving public policy as well as evaluating economic performance, the central bank advocated the building of basic national microeconomic and macroeconomic data. Beyond advocacy, the bank took the initiative and, in cooperation with the relevant government ministries and agencies, started compiling national economic data, such as trade and balance of payments statistics, foreign exchange reserve holdings, national income accounts, labor market figures, etc. The idea was to publish the national statistical data and make them available to policymakers, researchers, and the public. Unfortunately, this, like many other good projects, was also not allowed to run its course. As part of the effort to compile and build basic economic data and trade statistics, I set up an ad hoc committee under the auspices of the Bank of Eritrea. 440 chaired by a prominent Eritrean academic who had returned home from the diaspora, it comprised representatives of the relevant economic ministries and authorities. The committee's immediate task was to identify a basket of goods and services and their respective prices for use as a basis to compute an estimation of the Consumer Price Index, CPI, for Asmira as a pilot project. Pending estimation for the country as a whole, which was also planned as the next step, the CPI for Asmira would serve as a rough approximation of the Cost of Living Index, CLI, for purposes of adjusting the international salaries of the professionals who were to be recruited from the diaspora. However, I was fired as governor of the central bank prior to the final placement of the professionals from the diaspora, who arrived and took station at the central bank after my first departure for Brussels as Eritrea's ambassador to the European Union, EU. The combination of inadequate appreciation of the planned objectives, insufficient preparations, lack of proper advance planning, and ineffective managerial guidance failed to avail an enabling environment for the professionals to fully utilize their expertise and effectively serve the intended purpose. Although some stayed as ministers or advisors to the government, most of them eventually returned to their former occupations in the host countries, quite disappointed in the knowledge that they were unable to perform the tasks as originally conceived in the service of the central bank, the financial sector, and the government at large. Further, scores of Eritreans had returned home from the diaspora to serve in various capacities in the public and private sectors. Engineers, architects, professors, mechanics, entrepreneurs, and businesspersons from the diaspora returned to Eritrea to settle, build a new life, and contribute their share to the reconstruction and development of the country. They came with business plans, specific projects, seed capital, and skills to invest in the various sectors of the economy. an investment code with relatively favorable provisions was proclaimed, and a one-stop shop set up to arrange for the expeditious issuance of the needed licenses to facilitate the speedy establishment of new enterprises and business ventures. However, like many things in Eritrea, this too was shelved aside following the announcement of its introduction. Making matters worse, the virtual monopoly position and conspicuous financial, foreign exchange, and tax privileges enjoyed by the front's numerous parastatals squeezed small entrepreneurs, including returnees from the diaspora, out of business. The front's routine insistence, including to potential investors from the diaspora, on the creation of joint ventures with itself as a major partner without proportionate contribution in capital and competent management personnel has driven many potential foreign investors away. The government's periodic arbitrary withdrawals of operating licenses, seizures of imported equipment and merchandise on arrival at the ports of entry and customs offices, closures of shops, and shutdowns of premises have narrowed or closed the space for doing business and forced many to close shop or to interrupt investments midway. The World Bank's business environment profiles ranked Eritrea 180th out of 183 countries in the Doing Business 2010 and 2011 surveys, respectively. The 2009 enterprise surveys list licenses and permits, political instability, and access to land as the top 3 constraints to investment in Eritrea. The 2011 Index of Economic Freedom shows Eritrea scoring 36.7 out of 100, making its economy one of the least free in the index. 441 The surveys indicate that weak economic management and structural problems that include poor public finance management, underdeveloped legal and regulatory frameworks, and poor governance hamper the economic freedom of Eritreans. The present political situation and overall macroeconomic climate in the country makes it difficult for potential investors, including those from the Eritrean diaspora, to start up businesses, access credit facilities to finance new ventures, or sustain profitable operations. For instance, it is reported that it takes at least 84 days and involves 13 separate procedures to register a business, ranking Eritrea among the 10 worst countries in the world in which to start up and do business. 442 The government's economic mismanagement and rabid hostility to private enterprise entail forfeiture of substantial potential foreign direct investment, FDI, and growth in productivity and development for the country. In 1993, the central bank issued a directive designed to encourage the inflow of remittances and foreign exchange, promote domestic and foreign investment, reinforce the involvement of the diaspora in national political, economic, and social development, and help build the country's foreign exchange reserves. The new directive authorized the establishment of unrestricted foreign currency accounts for Eritreans at home and in the diaspora, including unrestricted non-resident foreign currency denominated accounts, FCDA, for foreigners resident in Eritrea or companies doing business in the country, in the Commercial Bank of Eritrea. Under the bank's new directive, account holders, whether local or international and Eritrean or foreign, would be completely free to make deposits, transfers, or withdrawals to and from anywhere at their own discretion. There were to be no restrictions of any kind. The account balances would receive an annual compound interest computed at the rate of the Frankfurt Interbank Overnight Rate, FIBOR, or the London Interbank Overnight Rate, LIBOR, whichever is higher, plus 1%. Within a year, the opening of thousands of foreign currency accounts resulted in a significant increase in the country's foreign exchange reserves. Further, Eritreans in the diaspora, as their compatriots at home, are periodically urged to donate to funds to various causes, such as national defense, martyrs' families, orphans of martyrs, etc. In addition to such recurrent contributions, they are required to pay an annual recovery tax of 2% of their net income by government proclamation. 443 Apart from the U.S., Eritrea is the only country that requires its diaspora to pay taxes on incomes earned abroad. This, in effect, constitutes double taxation, as diaspora Eritreans are also required to pay income taxes to their host countries. While imposing dual fiscal obligations, however, The Eritrean government, unlike most other governments, does not provide political and consular protection to its nationals in cases of jeopardy. It even colludes with their victimizers under the pretext that the victims left the country illegally. Further, there are legitimate concerns of accountability and transparency concerning the end use of such funds by a government that does not operate in accordance with a transparent published budget. Even though some front and government officials have wrongly claimed on several occasions that it is a voluntary contribution, the 2% income tax on the diaspora, often assessed based on personal income tax returns, is a legal obligation and enforced by resorting to punitive measures. Failure to pay or provide formal evidence of regular and up-to-date payment entails consequences. These include the denial of consular services and access to official documents, passports, exit visas, birth certificates, marriage certificates, school transcripts, etc., the infringement on citizenship, inheritance, land and property rights, the denial to arrange powers of attorney, and the discriminatory treatment of family members in the home country. Such punitive measures apply to former government officials, and family members, who resign from public service in protest of, or criticize, government policy, and opt to stay abroad for fear of freezing or detention upon return home. The various schemes to boost the country's foreign exchange reserves worked fairly well during the first decade of independence, and remittances probably continued to grow in size until the advent of the new millennium. Total annual remittances from the Eritrean diaspora amounted to about $300 million in 1994 and, according to reliable estimates, around $400 million for subsequent years. The contribution of remittances to GNP amounted to 3 times that of agricultural production in the best of times up to 2003. 444 relative to the size of the population and the scale of national economic activity, the Eritrean diaspora is one of the largest national diasporas, and its remittance flows to Eritrea are proportionally the highest in the world. 445. Estimated at 40% of GDP, 446 remittances constitute the single greatest and most enduring contribution of the Eritrean diaspora to the country's foreign exchange reserves and the wherewithal of its economy. They help provide for the sustenance of a large number of households and the general welfare of an important segment of Eritrean society. Money and supplies sent home from kith and kin in the host countries represent a crucial, and in most cases, an indispensable factor relieving many thousands of families from extreme poverty. The heavy reliance of the Eritrean state and society on remittances makes the country's foreign exchange reserve position and social safety net vulnerable to fluctuations in remittance inflows. Otherwise, the crucial importance of remittances to the development finance and foreign exchange position of Eritrea is generally in line with global trends. The Eritrean diaspora has thus been and will continue to be a major source of political support, professional expertise, foreign investment, and financial flows to the country. A more open political system, a predictable macroeconomic environment, and a climate conducive to investment would have encouraged Eritreans in the diaspora and foreign entrepreneurs to set up businesses, promote foreign direct investment, establish non-resident foreign currency accounts, and attract greater amounts of foreign exchange inflows to the country. 13.4 A diaspora in search of constructive engagement. The aftermath of the 1998-2000 border war with Ethiopia had a profound negative impact on the Eritrean state, whose reverberations began to damage its relations with a significant segment of the Eritrean diaspora. In the beginning, the overwhelming majority of Eritreans in the diaspora, like their compatriots at home, rallied to the support of the government and the defense of Adebo, fatherland, in a wave of patriotic fervor. They lobbied host governments, civil society organizations, and media outlets for support and raised large sums of money through direct donations and the purchase of government-issued bonds to help finance the war. After the end of the war, however, the open rupture in the top EPLF/PFDJ leadership in 2001 and the antagonistic manner of its handling caused widespread consternation and considerable disillusionment among many patriotic Eritreans in the diaspora. The ruinous events of September 2001 in particular, set a new dynamic in motion that began to corrode the hitherto symbiotic relationship between the Eritrean state and most of the Eritrean diaspora as a significant source of political, media, and financial support, and ended up bitterly dividing the diaspora itself. The extra-legal and brutal incarceration of the former senior front, government, and military officials and journalists and the concomitant closure of the private press sent shockwaves across the Eritrean public at home and in the diaspora. The immediate and enduring response among most Eritreans in the diaspora has been a mixture of silent lamentation of the Eritrean predicament, discreet or vocal opposition to the detentions and crackdown, or slavish support for the government. Despite a hardcore of vocal supporters, the regime's flagrant violation of due process and continuous transgressions against the Eritrean people with impunity have compounded growing discontent and bitter alienation among many Eritreans in the diaspora and, to a significant extent, irreversibly corroded its legitimacy in the eyes of a great many of its erstwhile veteran supporters. While the vast majority of the Eritrean diaspora has maintained stunned silence for a variety of reasons, the divisions within the activist minority have deepened and widened during the last decade, fueling the bitter polarization and constant fragmentation of its political, civic, and media organizations. In the absence of access to accurate and reliable data at the national and bilateral corridor level, it is difficult to ascertain the extent to which these developments have affected the flow of remittances from the diaspora into the country. It is probable that the amount of direct flows to the regime's coffers and the scope of its centralized control of the channels and networks of money transfer might have diminished somewhat. Nevertheless, such probable decline would likely be more than offset by an increase in private remittances that provide a critical lifeline for a large number of households. Most diaspora Eritreans would not contemplate abandoning their families in these hardest of times imposed by a callous regime and a shrinking economy. It is quite apparent that the government has alienated, antagonized, and lost the hearts and minds and, therefore, the long-standing and vital political and financial support of a great many veteran patriots and activists in Eritrea's overseas communities. The rise of a brutal dictatorship has thwarted their expectations of a free, democratic, and prosperous Eritrea. A state of general discontent with the regime has thus driven many former active supporters into quiet disengagement or discreet withdrawal. Despite the uneasy silence of the majority, however, a growing number of Eritreans in the diaspora have taken up the struggle for democratic renewal as part of a broader struggle for freedom to reclaim their homeland and recover the opportunity for the Eritrean people to build a free, viable, and prosperous future. The mobilization of a new generation of Eritreans who are increasingly disaffected and reluctant to continue being squeezed between supporting a ruthless oppressive regime at home and an ineffective divided opposition in exile is likely to catalyze the drive to change the regime and reconstruct the state. They are keenly aware of the imperative for unity in order for the diaspora to play a vital catalytic role in the effort to bring about change and renewal in Eritrea. To be able to do so, however, the Eritrean diaspora needs to set its priorities and reset the internal discourse by engaging in constructive dialogue within. One way to do this would be to initiate a platform of national conversation aimed at constructing an inclusive democratic frame through the establishment of concerted local and national chapters to help bridge the divisions, mitigate the polarization and build consensus in support of the imperative for change at home. This would require a paradigm shift in the mentality and disposition of political, civic, and media activists in the Eritrean diaspora to give primacy to the national interest and the welfare of the people. There is an overriding need for serious soul-searching and civil discourse in the interest of critical resistance to the dictatorial regime. A stance of slavish support or blind opposition, befitting die-hard football fans, would get Eritreans nowhere. There is need to beware not to be used as pawns in the geopolitics of the region under the often twisted logic of the enemy of an enemy is a friend to retain credibility, legitimacy, and solidarity with the wider Eritrean public at home and abroad. Further, patriotic Eritreans have, in these extremely difficult and trying times for Eritrea and its people, a moral imperative and a historic responsibility to transcend the old LFE-PLF divides, to rise above the petty fray and overcome the futility of fragmented and polarized politics and direct all effort to catalyzing and preparing for change. In the same vein, they have a duty to fiercely defend Eritrea's hard-won sovereign independence and territorial integrity. They should resist the divisive ploys of the regime and external forces, guard their unity, and resolutely support change from within. Perforce, changing the regime and building functional, accountable, and democratic governance in Eritrea is the task of Eritreans. As my active engagement in the politics of Eritrean liberation started in the diaspora, where my political journey has also eventually landed me, the following chapter touches on the formative years of my life as a backdrop to discussing my role in the service of Eritrea. The purpose of the chapter is not so much to feature my service to Eritrea as to present an anecdote of personal experience that illustrates the difficulty or problem faced in the effort to render effective and conscionable public service in Eritrea under the present regime. Chapter 14. In the service of Eritrea. The reasonable man adapts himself to the world, the unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. George B. Shaw. For the fortunate few who escape the premature death or vicious trap of poverty that is the common lot of so many people in places like my homeland, life is a journey with many twists and turns, ups and downs, and crossroads where opportunities and choices interact to shape one's destiny. Inspired by the quest for freedom and justice, I gave up the privileged path to a life of comfort and dedicated my prime years to serving the cause of liberation, progress, and prosperity of the Eritrean people. Permanent station eluded me since early childhood. I have led the life of a global nomad, changing locales within the same country, moving from one country to another, and traveling to various corners of the world. This happened initially in pursuit of education and, later on, in the service of Eritrea and the Eritrean people. This chapter sketches my formative years, the influences on my political orientation, and my commitment to participate in the armed struggle for the liberation of Eritrea and the progress, prosperity, and welfare of the Eritrean people. It highlights my efforts to revitalize the University of Asmara as a center of academic excellence and build the Bank of Eritrea as a functional central bank to oversee the development of a viable financial sector and stimulate economic growth. Further, it recounts my constant efforts to build and capacitate institutions in the face of incessant presidential interference and arbitrary decisions to terminate my mandate at critical stages. This general phenomenon has subverted progress in institution building, undermined the development of functional bodies and entailed enormous waste in lost public services. 14.1 The formative years. I would like to recount 3 anecdotes to indicate the difficulty of access to education during my early schooling. First, on turning 7, which was the minimum age for school enrollment, I asked my father to let me start school. He granted my request. I went to the school and queued in one of 2 rows waiting to register. When my turn came, the director told me that I was too small to enroll and should come back in a year. Even though I had turned 7 2 months earlier, I looked beneath my age. I feigned to go away, turned behind the director, queued in the 2nd row, and managed to register with the other teacher. Second, at the start of the following year, the director ordered me to redo the 1st grade because I was too small to be in the 2nd grade. On hearing the story, my class teacher intervened to restore me to the 2nd grade. Third, on the 3rd year, the director turned back my younger brother because the only elementary school in the district would not enroll 2 children from the same family at the same time. I thus had the luck, sealed by persistent will, to register and get the opportunity of timely access to education. I received my elementary schooling in Draco, located about midway west of the Mendeferati-Kuala Road, and attended St. George Middle School in Menfera. Upon finishing middle school, I started high school at the then Prince Mikonan Secondary School in Asmara, one of only 2 secondary schools in Eritrea and the one run by the government of Eritrea during the Federation period. After completing the 9th grade, I proceeded to the then Teachers Training Institute, TTI, in Harar, eastern Ethiopia. The olden and walled city of Harar seemed the edge of the world then. My parents were reluctant to let me go, but my maternal grandfather interceded on my behalf. I remember tears of love and anxiety trickling down from the corners of my mother's eyes while bidding me farewell as I boarded the bus for the 3-day journey from Asmara to Addis Ababa. Leaving Eritrea at the tender age of 16, I lived my most formative years outside my ancestral home. Visiting Addis Ababa for the first time in September 1962 on my way to Harar, I was struck by the relative raggedness and haphazard semi-urban facade of the Ethiopian capital, which looked like a provincial backwater compared to the tidy and superb architectural landscape of Asmara, the Eritrean capital. The two capitals have experienced marked reversal of fortunes, as Addis Ababa has flourished and Asmara decayed, particularly since 1991. After studying for 2 years in Harar, I left for the U.S. in the summer of 1964 to complete my last year of high school as an exchange student under the American Field Service, AFS, program. On my first visit to the U.S., I was greatly impressed by the towering skyscrapers of New York, the vast expanse of the U.S. heartland, and the warm reception and generous hospitality of host communities in suburban America during our 24-hour stopovers on the way as we traversed the country by bus from New York to San Francisco. That was the longest bus trip I have ever taken to date. I felt at home in the congenial weather and cosmopolitan milieu of the Bay Area and relished the fresh, invigorating air during occasional weekend strolls in the Berkeley Hills. Politically, my arrival in the U.S. happened in the heat of an election campaign. I witnessed an electoral process unfold for the first time and was fascinated by the fanfare and openness of U.S. politics. I could not help but reflect on the great contrast between the systems of government in Ethiopia and the U.S. In Ethiopia's backward semi-feudal political landscape, the emperor claimed and retained power by divine right as the elect of God. In the developed liberal democratic state of the U.S., the president had to compete in an election and gain power by popular mandate. In this connection, visiting the White House with a group of fellow AFSers in July 1965 was one of the highlights of my first leg to the U.S. President Johnson received us in the company of his young daughters Linda and Lucy. I supported President Johnson's stance on civil rights but strongly opposed his war policy in Vietnam. I remember participating in a panel discussion in my school, Myra Monte High School in Orinda, California, in the fall of 1964, on the presidential election campaign. I was the only one to speak in favor of Democratic candidate Lyndon B. Johnson while my fellow panelists spoke in favor of his Republican challenger, Senator Barry M. Goldwater. My host family, the Robert Blairs, who were very kind and generous, were ardent supporters of candidate Goldwater, and Orinda was firmly Goldwater country. 447 in supporting President Johnson's candidacy, I commended his declaration of war on poverty, his project of the Great Society, and his strong support for civil rights legislation while firmly criticizing his policy of war in Vietnam. I also recall another memorable event. On a tour of the Berkeley campus of the University of California, I came face to face with a fellow Eritrean, Habtob Zerit, who was a graduate student in public health at the university. We soon became good friends and met frequently. Habtob treated me like a younger brother, showed me around and, one day, took me along to a student sit-in demonstration on campus in protest against the U.S. war in Vietnam, and heard student leader Mario Savio speak to an assembly of students and Joan Baez sing Pete Seeger's "Where Have All the Flowers Gone?" What I saw and heard then moved me very much. At a time when the decolonization of Africa got underway in earnest, Ethiopia had annexed Eritrea in 1962 and Eritreans were already in the throes of armed resistance. My homeland was a very poor and oppressed corner of the world. The turbulent 1960s, with the war in Vietnam and the student upheavals in Europe, Paris 1968, the anti-war demonstrations on university campuses and civil rights marches in the U.S. Deep South against racial discrimination and segregation, and the struggles of the African peoples for independence from colonial domination played an important role in shaping my political perspective. I recall 2 incidents that cost me my dinner and have stuck in the firmament of my memory. The first incident happened in March 1965. The evening news flashed live images of peaceful demonstrators, led by Martin Luther King, Jr., marching from Selma to Montgomery, Alabama, mistreated and clubbed by police. 448 The discussion that ensued over dinner pitted me against the rest. What I saw as a blind attempt to condone racist abuse and police violence offended my sense of justice. I left the dinner table in protest and went to my room in the basement. Following graduation from high school, I returned home to Eritrea and, from there, proceeded to Ethiopia to continue my studies at the then Haile Selassie I University in Addis Ababa. At the end of my first year, I returned to the U.S. to study on a scholarship at the University of Colorado in Boulder, where I received Bachelor of Science and Master's degrees within 3 years. I had a great time while studying in Boulder at the eastern foothills of the Rockies, where the rugged mountainous terrain reminded me of my home country. I very much enjoyed driving up the winding roads to the top of the nearby peaks with my friend in her MG sports car for long hikes on Sunday afternoons and skiing in Aspen on long weekends. The second incident occurred in April 1967 in the home of a family that hosted me for dinner. The stark images of the first aerial bombing of Hanoi and Haiphong in Vietnam provoked an animated debate with my hosts that continued at the dinner table. The discussion turned into a dialogue of the deaf. There was no ambience for rational debate. I got up, thanked my hosts, said good night and left. In brief, support for the Afro-American civil rights movement, opposition to the war in Vietnam, and solidarity with the anti-colonial struggles in the Third World stirred my deepest emotions and helped raise my awareness as an international citizen with an Eritrean identity. I was driven by a profound sense of resentment of injustice and solidarity with those who sought liberty. The decade of the 1960s was also a time of cultural tumult in America, with rock and roll, drugs, and flower power in vogue. I hated substance. I loved jazz and was particularly fond of watching the beautiful rhythm of Afro-American dancing. I also enjoyed classical and soul music. Listening to music relaxed, energized, and helped me concentrate while reading, studying or doing my homework. I would usually stack my gramophone with a pack of records playing, depending on my mood, Mozart, Beethoven, Bach, Mondel, Tchaikovsky, Aretha Franklin, Duke Ellington, Miles Davis, Barbra Streisand, Dave Brubeck, etc. One of my best friends during my years at the University of Colorado in Boulder was a fellow Thai student of Chinese extraction. Nivet had a passion for cooking Chinese food, listening to Tchaikovsky, collecting tobacco pipes, and talking about Chairman Mao. I enjoyed his cuisine, shared his love of classical music, and kidded him for his adulation of Mao because I admired Ho Chi Minh more and preferred his poetry. My other best friends included a Norwegian, Hans, a German, Hans, and a Persian, Farouk, fellow students. We all worked hard, socialized together, and often enjoyed our respective home cooking. At the time, I shared an apartment with a fellow student from Greece, Mania Sefri. Mania was beautiful, generous, and kind. She became a professor at Harvard University and was later killed in a tragic car accident. Keen on a healthy lifestyle and with a knack for the good life, Mania liked to cook and introduced me to Greek and Mediterranean cuisine and a taste for vintage French wine. Our few indulgences included sipping a shot of deluxe Napoleon cognac and puffing aluminium-cased Havana cigars after dinner during occasional weekend parties at home. We were deeply in love and would most probably have gotten married were it not for my hankering to join the Eritrean armed struggle for liberation and stubborn refusal to entertain the idea of going together to fight in the field. I strongly believed, but found it hard to convince her, that it would be extremely difficult, if not very impossible, to cope up with a life of struggle in the bush. From Boulder, I went back to Ethiopia and lectured at Haile Selassie I University for 3 years prior to returning to the U.S. for the third time to pursue doctoral studies on a scholarship at Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Boulder had its special charms for me. However, I also cherished the warm openness and cosmopolitan ambience of Cambridge and the Boston area, which I found very much similar to those of San Francisco and the Bay Area. Had I continued to live in the United States of America, I would probably have found it difficult to choose between the three distinctive, beautiful, and hospitable locales. In any case, I was, as a young man, driven by a profound sense of resentment of injustice and inspired by the promise of liberty for all, including the Eritrean people. Leaving the velvety comfort of Harvard University, giving up its promise of great opportunities, and going to the rugged mountains and deep ravines of Sahel to join the struggle for freedom was the right thing to do. It has been my distinct privilege to fight for the deliverance of Eritrea and the Eritrean people from foreign domination and for the birth of the Eritrean state. To the glory of the Eritrean people, the success of the armed struggle for self-determination has brought about national independence and enabled Eritrea to take its rightful place among the community of free nations. Equally as significant, it has been my distinct privilege to participate in the post-liberation effort to rebuild Eritrea and advance the aspirations for freedom, progress, and well-being of the Eritrean people. 14.2 Dedication to the Eritrean cause. While studying at Harvard, I linked up with some of my old friends, like Haile Mankrios, and we were all committed to serve the Eritrean struggle for self-determination and national independence. In this context, Haile, and I, in particular, worked to overhaul the structure of Eritreans for Liberation in North America, IFLNA, an association of Eritrean students, workers, and women, established in 1970, that operated in close coordination with Eritreans in Europe and the Middle East to mobilize vital political, material, and financial support for the then Eritrean People's Liberation Forces, EPLF. I became the chairman of a revamped IFLNA in 1972 and eventually gave up my studies and part-time teaching at Harvard University to devote full time to the cause of the liberation of the Eritrean people. We were hungry for information concerning developments in the field. We received a copy of Enhan Ilamanan, We and Our Goals, a declaratory statement by the PLF2 leadership, and translated it from Tigrinya into English. We circulated the pamphlet in Tigrinya among members and published the English version in IFLNA's organ of liberation. 449 As chairman, I traveled, always using and sharing my personal resources, often accompanied by fellow members of executive committee but mostly alone, to cities and towns in the U.S. wherever there was a group of Eritreans to mobilize and organize, establish new IFLNA chapters, and raise funds and material support for the EPLF. During the first few years of the association's existence, virtually all Eritreans in North America were affiliated with IFLNA and sympathized with or supported the EPLF. For the first time, in 1975, new arrivals from Eritrea expressed familiarity with and sympathy for the ELF and advocated that IFLNA support both fronts. Even though they managed to spark lively internal debate in the association, however, they remained a tiny minority, unable to change IFLNA's political stance and close affiliation with the EPLF. I left Eritreans for Liberation in North America, Cambridge, and the U.S. definitively in the fall of 1976 for the field. I served as a member of the Secretariat of the First Congress of the Eritrean People's Liberation Forces, EPLF, held in Fayha, then the force's impregnable rear base deep in the mountains of northeastern Sahel, in January 1977, and was elected member of the Front's Central Committee. Immediately after the Congress, I edited and translated into English the National Democratic Program of the EPLF as well as the resolutions and political report of the Congress. I was re-elected to the Central Committee in the Second and Unity Congress of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, and the Eritrean Liberation Front Central Command, ELFCC, or SAGEM, held in Arab, the main rear base, in March 1987, and the third and last Congress of the EPLF held in the EPLF's historic stronghold of Nakfa in February 1994. During the 10 years between the first and second Congresses of the EPLF, I served as Deputy Secretary of the EPLF Department of Information, 1977 to 1980, and Head of Foreign Information, 1980 to 1986, in the EPLF Central Bureau of Foreign Relations. 450 I also worked as a member of the Preparatory Committee and Secretariat of the Second and Unity Congress of the EPLF. Apart from the constant mobility of life in the bush, the recurrent changes in the location of our department from Fak to Andebrhan to Arag and to Arab, in response to the changing conditions of the war, accentuated the nomadic streak of life in the field. Following the Second Congress, I served as the deputy head of the Department of Education, 1987 to 1989, and, along with Ibrahim Idris Todil, 451 as co-editor-in-chief of SAGEM, the front's official organ from 1989 until the liberation in 1991. In addition, Ibrahim served as the secretary of the Department of Information while I served as the political commissar of the main EPLF rear base in Arab. On the basis of the strategy charted by the Congress, the Central Committee oversaw the conduct and developments of the War of National Liberation as well as the internal dynamics and external relations of the armed and political struggle. Within the front's overall strategy, my specific remit dealt mainly with the articulation and implementation of the EPLF's information, foreign, and education policies. My chief tasks included lettering and publishing the EPLF organs of Vanguard, 1977, Events, 1979-80, Liberation, 1980-82, Atoles, 1983-1986, and SAGEM, 1989-1991. I worked preparing and/or translating EPLF position papers and petitions and heading or deputizing EPLF delegations to UN General Assembly sessions, OAU summits, and African and Middle Eastern capitals to plead the just case of the Eritrean people for self-determination and solicit international support for their legitimate aspirations. After Eritrea's liberation from Ethiopia in 1991, I participated in the effort to reconstruct and develop Eritrea and promote the progress and well-being of the Eritrean people. Driven by a deep desire to help advance the paramount interests of Eritrea and enhance the human condition of the Eritrean people, I endeavored to institutionalize a rules-based modus operandi, or method of work. Further, I strove to promote prudent bilateral and multilateral economic, financial, and technical cooperation and advocated a policy of proactive and constructive engagement with the international community and Eritrea's development partners, in particular. 14.3 Revitalizing the University of Izmir. At the time of liberation, Eritrea lacked a critical mass of skilled and qualified workforce needed to kickstart rapid reconstruction and sustainable development. During the war, most of the country's tiny educated elite had joined the ranks of the Liberation Army or fled into exile. Eritrean professionals, technicians, mechanics, and workers left home and Ethiopia in droves to escape repression, join the armed struggle or seek refuge in the Middle East, Europe, North America, and Australia. Many graduates and students from the University of Izmir and Ethiopian, European, and U.S. universities flocked to the field to fight for liberation. In the field, certain senior members of the EPLF Political Bureau viewed successful university graduates with deep apprehension and disparaged independent thought. They felt more at ease and self-confident in the camaraderie of the dropouts, the less schooled, and the half-baked. In spite of the top leadership's self-serving anti-intellectual strand and general deprecation of the more learned, there is no denying that Eritrea's intellectuals, professionals, and technocrats, many of whom joined the armed struggle from outside the country, played an indispensable role in the operations, achievements, and victory of the armed struggle for liberation. Having committed class suicide in order to integrate themselves into a predominantly peasant liberation army and overcome subjection to constant suspicion, surveillance, and subordinate positions in the leading organs of the front and the army, Eritrea's revolutionary intellectuals were instrumental in helping build the internal capacity of the EPLF, articulate the legitimacy of the Eritrean struggle for self-determination, and project a progressive image of the front to the outside world. By the end of the war, however, the attrition of martyrdom in the field, abetted by migration and aging in the overall society, had significantly reduced the number of Eritrean intellectuals, professionals, and would-be technocrats at the disposal of the new state. I thus welcomed my assignment as president of the University of Izmir in July 1991 as an opportunity to help fill in this gap by catalyzing the creation of the necessary conditions to equip a new generation of Eritreans with the knowledge, skills, and expertise required to build and shape the Eritrea of the future. I set out to assess the situation on the ground and drew up an action plan to immediately reopen the university and gradually rebuild its capacity. The proposal was endorsed by the then Secretary General of the Provisional Government of Eritrea, PGE, and current President of the Transitional Government of Eritrea, the. Accordingly, I reinstated the university in September 1991 literally from scratch and opened its doors to several hundred students for the 1991 to 1992 school year with the few members of its former faculty and personnel, comprising those who were already in Izmir and those who came back from Agarfa. During the first year of its reinstatement, I actively encouraged and recruited many leading Eritrean academics, mostly from Addis Ababa University in Ethiopia, to return to teach and help rebuild the university without salaries. Most of those who joined the faculty during the first 2 years served without salaries, just in return for free accommodation in the university's limited housing facilities endowed under the Ethiopian regime. The University of Izmir was originally founded in 1958 by the P.E. Madras Nigrishi'i, or the Comboni Sisters, as the Catholic College of Santa Famiglia. It had, despite years of subjection to containment and the disruption of final displacement under Ethiopian rule, retained the imprint of its ecclesiastical beginnings, especially in the parochial patronage of the remnants of most of its former staff. As a newly reinstituted national university, it had the potential to develop into a viable and fully fledged all-Eritrea institution of higher learning and academic as well as applied research worth its name and worthy of international accreditation. Deeply convinced that Eritrea's rapid and sustainable development depended primarily on the proper education and training of its human resources, especially its youth, I had a vision to transform the university into a citadel of quality tertiary education, equipped with modern assets and state-of-the-art facilities. It would focus on higher learning and development-oriented research, complemented by a satellite of technical and vocational schools to train and avail the opportunity for continuing education to secondary school graduates who do not make it to the university the first time around. As symbolized by its new emblem, rebuilding and revitalizing the university would enable it to develop Eritrea's human resources and make a positive contribution to the national effort for reconstruction and development in an increasingly knowledge-based and high-technology-driven globalist world. With the active support and participation of the university faculty and Eritrean academics from the diaspora and international partners, I organized a symposium on the revitalization of the University of Izmir in August 1992. The principal objective of the symposium was to create a forum for democratic debate on the strategy, structure, and policy options of tertiary education in the new Eritrea among policymakers, practitioners, and scholars and help chart the future of the university. The symposium came up with recommendations to restructure the colleges and faculties, revise the syllabus, upgrade the size and competence of the faculty, and modernize the assets and facilities of the emerging university. In addition, I instituted, bringing in international expertise and pooling local competence, special training programs and evening courses in public administration to help build managerial capacity and upgrade skills of former fighters turned government officials and civil servants. I also opened the gates of the university to eligible former fighters and government and private employees to resume their higher education. People who had no opportunity to go through or to complete the normal secondary school stream were encouraged to seat for the Eritrean School Leaving Certificate Examination, ESOLS, or matriculation. For high school graduates and those who scored passing marks were granted admission to the university. Further, I drew up a draft charter of the University of Izmir to establish its legal personality, to govern its internal affairs, and to define its relations with the outside community. The draft charter was designed to establish the legal status of the university as an autonomous institution of higher learning. It envisaged the emergence and growth of a national center of excellence that promoted higher education in the pursuit of knowledge and applied research in the service of the country's development agenda, free from overt political interference. The draft charter aimed to enshrine academic freedom as an essential ingredient of unfettered intellectual development and sanction the inviolability of the premises of the university as a bastion of scientific research, critical discourse, and free exchange of ideas among the faculty, staff, students, and the larger community. In defense of this perspective, I opposed attempts to put the university under the aegis of the Ministry of Education and suggestions to incorporate its students into the National Union of Eritrean Students and Youth, NUESI. The draft charter also designated the head of state of Eritrea as the Chancellor of the university. I submitted the draft charter to the then Secretary General of the PGE and current President of the and requested him to review and present it to the Provisional Eritrean National Assembly for promulgation. I also asserted that I would, in the meantime, use the structure, principles, and objectives embedded in the draft charter as a framework to guide the effort to rebuild and revitalize the university. As president, I considered laying a solid foundation for the transformation of the university into an autonomous national center of excellence, the core of my mission. Increasing the number and raising the quality of the academic staff represented a vital element of that strategy. As part of the preparation, I set up a select committee of senior faculty members to review the academic credentials of the faculty, to propose ways and means to upgrade their professional competence, and to establish the criteria for future recruitment. The move was misconstrued and maligned, via the grapevine, by a few members of the old faculty who feared that professional scrutiny would adversely affect their tenure and undermine the university's clerical legacy. I later learned from a high official of the Ministry of Internal Affairs that they had followed the case and that the grapevine on campus was joined by a smear campaign in town allegedly spearheaded by a senior official in the hierarchy of the Catholic Church in Izmira at the time. He also told me that certain senior officials in the front and the government had joined in and added fuel to the underhanded campaign. On the road to transformation, I set out to establish technical cooperation with international agencies, such as the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, NORAD, the Swedish International Development Agency, SIDA, and UNESCO, and initiate programs of academic cooperation, faculty and student exchange, and twining projects with universities in Africa, Europe, and the USA. These arrangements aim to help upgrade the academic qualification and professional competence of the faculty and graduate assistants by opening up opportunities for the pursuit of graduate studies leading to master's and doctoral degrees in sister universities abroad and catalyze the revitalization of the university and its constituent colleges. Besides, technical cooperation aimed to catalyze the transformation of the university, enhance its academic standing, and accelerate its international accreditation. At a time when the process of revitalization had started revving on high gear and began to gather momentum, I was relieved of my duty as president of the university. The Secretary General's impromptu decision was made amid drinking in celebration of the vote for independence in the referendum on self-determination at the Embaswara Hotel in Izmira in the early hours of April 28, 1993. I gathered from the uninhibited side conversation that my drive to institutionalize the autonomy of the university and transform it into a national center of excellence and academic freedom free of political interference in the conduct of its internal affairs had pricked sensitive nerves. 452. Despite his initial nod of agreement, the Secretary General of the PGE did not present the draft charter of the university to the Provisional Eritrean National Assembly for enactment. Its formal adoption remained pending at the time I handed over the presidency of the university. My successor was unable to secure the adoption and implementation of the draft charter as a guarantee for the independence of the university, academic freedom for its faculty and students, and a bulwark against political interference in its internal affairs. In the fleeting moment of national ferment that enveloped the Eritrea of 2001, the government became particularly apprehensive of potential student support for the demand for change, and the university was targeted for shadowing and student activities closely monitored for any signs of link with the senior officials or organized protest. The government moved quickly to quash their dissent when university students refused to sign up for the mandatory summer work program and protested the arrest of the leader of the student union in July 2001. the president of the Student Union of the University of Izmir was arrested for making critical remarks, in a speech delivered on behalf of the graduating class of 2001 during the commencement exercises at the university, concerning the summer work program, the interference of the government in the internal affairs of the university, and the inadequacy of the university's facilities. The government's apprehension of the potential political activism of university students and fear of their propensity to organize, mobilize, and spearhead nationwide student demonstrations in support of the demand for reform led to a decision to dismantle the only university in the country in the name of decentralization. The University of Izmir was finally closed in 2006. Under conditions of general resource scarcity, upgrading the university, modernizing its existent assets, and gradually establishing additional colleges or institutes in other parts of the country to expand opportunities for and access to higher education would have made more economic and academic sense than closing it. After all, establishing a new institute or college worth its name takes many years and requires considerable resources, a purpose-built physical infrastructure, a critical mass of qualified academic and administrative personnel as well as modern library, laboratory, ICT, and sports facilities. The arbitrary closure of the University of Izmir and the displacement of its colleges and faculties to makeshift and substandard militarist institutes or colleges, located mostly in rural areas isolated from the country's main population centers, was thus a political, not an academic, decision. The decision was primarily motivated by the desire to undermine the transformative role of higher education and, as stated above, forestall potential student protest at the cost of downgrading and trivializing the substance of higher education. The closure of the university campus in the capital and the dispersal of students in several disparate locations splinter the mass of the student body while the military-style regimentation of their daily life facilitates close surveillance, monitoring, and control of their activities. By any standards, the current hodgepodge of ill-planned, poorly constructed, understaffed and inadequately equipped institutes, faculties or colleges represent inferior substitutes for what was an established university in the making. But the idea serves its purpose to fragment the student body, thwart development of quality higher education, and negate its contribution to critical thinking, political consciousness, and constructive action towards the empowerment of the people. 4. In a normal academic setting, the transformative function of higher education would operate to cultivate an awareness of freedom, develop an ability to discern authoritarian propensities, and internalize a desire to connect learning and knowledge to the broader struggle for agency, justice, and democracy. 453 Besides negating such benefits, the demotion of higher education would lower Eritrean academic standards and research capability, deprive Eritrean intellect and talent of proper cultivation and optimal development, postpone the modernization of Eritrea and undermine the progress and well-being of the Eritrean people. In any case, after a brief period of idle suspension following my dismissal from the presidency of the University of Izmir, I was assigned as governor of the Bank of Eritrea. 14.4 Building a functional central bank. Reflecting on my task as governor, I became keenly aware of the difficult challenge of building a functional central bank in a newly independent state virtually from scratch. I was equally aware of the sensitive nature of the work of the bank and its potentially crucial role in stimulating the growth and development of the national economy. Drawing a lesson from my experience at the university and keen to operate free of political interference, I had, in a one-on-one discussion with the president at the time he informed me of my assignment to the new post, proposed that the Bank of Eritrea be constituted as an independent central bank. He gave his consent to my proposal and I proceeded to constitute an independent central bank. Accordingly, the central bank would have statutory authority over the formulation and execution of monetary policy, the management of foreign exchange reserves, and the regulation and supervision of the financial sector in line with national development objectives and priorities. It would also have responsibility for the negotiation, with the central banks of trading partners, of clearing arrangements for outstanding current account balances in the country's international trade position. Further, in view of its principal mandate to ensure macroeconomic stability and stimulate economic growth, the central bank would have a voice in fiscal decisions concerning the size of the government's budget deficit, domestic borrowing, and external debt. To my surprise, the president, quite uncharacteristically, offered his apologies for my removal from the university and told me how much he appreciated my dedication and professionalism. At the same time, he characteristically blamed others for misleading him into making a precipitous decision. I knew better not to be taken in by his apology or praise. For, with all due respect to the dignity of his office, he is utterly trapped in a personality that is devoid of integrity of mind, loyalty in personal relations, and prudence in the judgment of others that find expression in a penchant for hasty conclusions and rash decisions without adequate evidence, verification of the facts or concern for the consequences. Managing a sardonic smile, I replied that the question was not just about me, that the problem was his propensity to rush to decisions on the basis of one-sided information or hearsay without reflection, without giving a fair hearing to the maligned party, without questioning the motives of eager informants or verifying the accuracy of their often mendacious intimations. I reiterated that he needed to correct this tendency so as to avoid collateral damage. His grimace and body language told me that my advice was more of an irritant than a corrective. Immediately after the liberation, Eritrea continued to use the Ethiopian Birr, ETB, as its legal tender. What remained of the former Asmara branch of the National Bank of Ethiopia was renamed the National Bank of Eritrea. 454 On assuming my position as governor, I renamed it the Bank of Eritrea. Beyond the routine replenishment of the Birr supply in the vaults to ensure adequate currency circulation in the Eritrean economy, there was no role for the central bank or agreed mechanism to synchronize the foreign exchange, monetary, and trade finance policies and practices of the two states. An independent Eritrea needed a functional central bank to formulate its own monetary and fiscal policies in the service of its development agenda. In close consultation and cooperation with the senior personnel, I set out to constitute an autonomous central bank and build up a critical mass of competence needed to perform its principal functions. I drew up a new emblem symbolizing the bank's motto, as I had done before for the university. I planned to recruit, as explained in the preceding chapter, academics and professionals from the Eritrean diaspora in Ethiopia, Europe, and the USA to help build the capacity of the central bank and revitalize the financial sector. Further, I drew up a draft Bank of Eritrea law and a draft Financial Institutions Act. The primary aim in drafting the two documents was to establish the legal personality of, and lay the foundations for, an independent central bank and the prudent regulation of the nascent financial sector in line with the vision to turn Eritrea into a regional hub of financial services. The draft Bank of Eritrea law and the draft Financial Institutions Act were reviewed and materially enhanced by comments and suggestions from Professor Abraham Kedane, as already mentioned in the preceding chapter, and Mr. Hans Leschaft, my advisor from the Bundesbank. 455. To help lay the groundwork for the plan to turn Eritrea into a center of financial services, I had invited, with the approval of the President, a prominent German architect, Eng. Hans Fischer, to design and build a new Bank of Eritrea building and the physical infrastructure for the future financial center in Asmara. The blueprint incorporated modern office space, living quarters, shopping malls, and green areas as well as subterranean vaults and parking floors. In addition, the subterranean structures included aqueducts to harness the abundant underground water detected during the drilling for the soil tests and cisterns to collect rainwater harvested from the buildings to be connected, upon purification, to the city's water supply system. The state-of-the-art design was readily embraced by the President, the then Mayor of Asmara, Sebat Ephraim, and the Minister of Public Works, Abraha Asfaha. The buildings would be constructed in style to smoothly integrate with central Asmara's Italianate architecture. Accordingly, soil tests for the construction site were undertaken in 1994 and building projected to begin immediately thereafter and finish within a maximum of 3 years. The planned introduction of Eritrea's currency, the Nakfa, was the main factor in determining the timing. The value of the old buildings and properties in the area designated for the construction of the financial center was assessed with the help of engineers from the city's urban housing unit, the rightful owners identified from municipal cadastral records, and the money set aside to pay for the compensation ahead of the planned ceremony for laying the foundation. The Bank of Eritrea had accumulated a sizable stock of gold through purchases from inside Eritrea and Ethiopia. Until 1993, gold extracted through artisanal mining in southwestern Eritrea used to be sold for bare 50 per gram in Kassala, eastern Sudan, and Shire Endoselasi, northwestern Ethiopia, while its price on the world market was around bare 100 per gram. By arranging to buy gold at bare 65 per gram on the spot within Eritrea, the bank managed to stop the informal export of Eritrean gold to the Sudan and Ethiopia, reverse the trend, and attract a continuous and a constantly increasing inflow of gold into Eritrea. To facilitate the informal import of the precious metal in the interest of building the country's gold reserves, the bank established a revolving fund for the RSTC, amounting to several millions of bare, for the purchase of the gold which, upon acquisition, was recast into standard gold bars or bullions of 99.99% purity. After clearing the idea with the president, the Bank of Eritrea had planned to sell part of the gold reserves to secure the funds to finance the construction of the new Bank of Eritrea building and the envisaged financial center. To that end, I had, with the help of the good offices of the architect, initiated discussions with a senior member of the management of a German corporation, Degussa, who expressed a keen interest in making the necessary funds available through direct purchase or in exchange for custody of the gold holdings as collateral at an agreed rate of annual interest. Meanwhile, the Draft Bank of Eritrea Law and the Draft Financial Institutions Act were submitted to the President for review, presentation to the Transitional National Assembly, and formal adoption to establish the legal personality and supervisory mandate of the central bank. Upon my insistence, it was agreed that, pending their enactment, the draft documents would serve as the legal framework for the operations of the central bank and the supervision of the financial sector. I set out to constitute a functional central bank and develop a viable financial sector, prioritizing the building of physical infrastructure, institutional capacity, and operational competence. In the end, however, my work was subverted and the draft law and the draft act were, like the draft charter of the University of Izmir before them, never presented to the National Assembly for adoption or enacted as proclamations. Reneging on his endorsement of the two documents in private, the President shelved the Draft Bank of Eritrea Law and the Draft Financial Institutions Act and impeded their statutory adoption. This was part of an emerging pattern of contradictory and detrimental presidential behavior, making declarations and paying lip service to the need to build institutions in formal meetings and public utterances while obstructing concrete efforts to develop and capacitate institutions or operationalize regulations and rules of procedure. Over 2 decades of actual government practice demonstrates that President Isaias abhors the notion of the rule of law, detests institution building, and obstructs the institutionalization of policy and decision-making. He sees them as nuisances that would constrain his authority. In a way, institutions and the rule of law, if allowed to develop and become operational, would rein in his prerogative to issue instant directives and on-the-spot decisions without the inconvenience of due reflection and appropriate consideration of their adverse effects. My short tenure as governor of the Bank of Eritrea offered me a chance to apply directly my academic training in economics but proved a very difficult assignment full of challenging episodes. It was a period of transition, which required the leadership of the EPLF to adapt the default command mode developed and applied in running the War of National Liberation to the imperative of dialogue and consensus building in managing the affairs of state. Unlike during our time in the field, a confidential conversation or an oral message was no longer an adequate medium or a sufficient instrument to transmit an order or implement a directive, especially when the issue involved substantial financial transactions or transfers. There were difficulties arising from inexperience in statecraft, reluctance to separate the role of the front and the functions of the state, and readiness to subordinate the economic and financial interests of the state to those of the front. I will recount 3 incidents to illustrate the practical problems encountered in developing the work of the nascent central bank. 1. A technical issue involving a bank loan to the Ministry of Finance. 2. An interstate issue involving Eritrea's then current account surplus in its trade balance with Ethiopia. And 3. A policy issue involving the privileged access of the front to state resources. First, the issue involving the government borrowing. The government needed money to pay for the first round of demobilization of former fighters. This legitimate public obligation required proper fulfillment. At the close of a meeting of the Front's Central Committee one evening, the President invited the then Minister of Finance, Haile Welde, Drew, and I to his office and, explaining the purpose, instructed me to make money available to the minister. I agreed and, after the meeting, we drove across the street to the former colonial governor's mansion, now State House, where we shared dinner, drinks, and chit-chat before retiring to our homes. A few days later, the minister called me and asked for the transfer of the money to the Treasury's account. I replied that I would readily do so but that we needed to agree on the amount and terms of the loan before I can transfer it to the Treasury's account. He retorted that I had agreed to the directive to give the money and should do so forthwith. I confirmed what he said, affirmed my readiness to do so, and explained the need to fulfill certain formalities in order to transfer it, but the argument continued and ended our conversation on a sour note without agreeing. To help resolve the issue and move forward, I prepared a raft contract between the bank and the ministry specifying the amount, duration, and terms of the loan and asked one of my deputies to hand-deliver it to the minister for comments or signature. The minister refused to comment on or sign the contract and called me to confirm his refusal. I politely but firmly stated that I needed his agreement confirmed by his signature in order to transfer the money in accordance with the contract. The next day, I received a fuming phone call from the president accusing me of arrogance and insubordination. I was in the midst of a meeting with a visiting IMF delegation. Restraining my indignation with difficulty, I responded that he did not have all the facts and that he should summon both of us to a meeting together at his earliest convenience. I took 3 copies each of the draft Bank of Eritrea law, the proposed contract, and a prepared discount table to the meeting with the president and the minister. I was the last one to arrive and the atmosphere was palpably tense. After the normal exchange of greetings with a customary handshake, I handed them the extra copies and, trying to stay collected, explained that the central bank was an agency, and the banker, of the government. Further, I stated that the money in the vaults did not belong to the bank, the government, or the ministry, it belonged to the people of Eritrea held in trust in the central and commercial banks. Asserting that the bank was the lender of last resort, I explained the terms of the loan. The long grace period, the nominal interest or discount rate applied to the loan intended to maintain the present value of the money at the time of repayment, a time frame for repayment, the bank's prerogative to unilateral reimbursement from the Treasury account in the event of default, etc. After verifying that the minister had received the proposed loan contract, the president told him to sign the contract and get the money. Second, the issue involving Eritrea's trade surplus with Ethiopia, almost 4 decades of living within the bounds of a single sovereign state under the Federation and subsequent occupation, 1952 to 1991, had integrated the economies of Eritrea and Ethiopia and made them interdependent with a unified financial system under a single currency, the Ethiopian Birr, ETB. Prior to Eritrea's accession to independence, Eritrea-Ethiopia trade was essentially intrastate trade subject to Ethiopian domestic commercial jurisdiction. Under the then prevailing domestic trade regime, Eritrea, as an administrative region of Ethiopia, had its prescribed quota of imports for 2 categories of goods from the rest of Ethiopia, namely, foreign exchange earners, such as coffee and leather, and goods in short supply, such as cement and timber. The quota system under the old trade regime continued when Eritrea became de facto as well as de jure independent in the early 1990s, while there was no reciprocal restriction on Eritrean exports to Ethiopia. At the same time, the government of Eritrea had agreed, following the formal declaration of independence, to receive payments for Eritrea's exports of goods and services to Ethiopia, including transit and port services fees, except in the case of cargo services paid for in hard currency by the shipper or consignee, in Ethiopian birr. Eritrea also paid for its imports from Ethiopia in ETB. In short, the ETB served as the medium of commercial exchange and trade finance between Eritrea and Ethiopia. The Eritrean ports of Asab and Massawa served as the principal ports of transit for Ethiopia, handling the bulk of its foreign trade. Meanwhile, the historical integration of the two economies had created the lopsided dependence of Eritrea on the Ethiopian market for the export of about 80% of its industrial produce and 67% of its total exports. At the same time, Eritrea re-exported a sizable fraction of imports from third countries, paid for in hard currency, to Ethiopia. Eritrea received the proceeds for all of its exports of goods and services to Ethiopia in birr, the bulk of which Eritrea could neither spend in the free purchase of goods and services in the Ethiopian market nor exchange for hard currency. Such an arrangement of bilateral trade led to the accumulation of a relatively large current account surplus in Eritrea's balance of trade with Ethiopia. The current account surplus is a measure of a country's value of exports minus the value of its imports. By early 1994, Eritrea's current account surplus with Ethiopia amounted to about ETB 1.4 b, detailed in a memo. 456. Upon the independence of Eritrea, the governments of Ethiopia and Eritrea had agreed that Eritrea would use the Ethiopian birr pending issuance of its own currency, and to harmonize exchange rate policies and interest rate structures, devise a mechanism to coordinate increases in money supply, and set up a scheme to synchronize foreign exchange policies in the transitional birr zone. 457. The two states had also agreed that Ethiopia would reissue the new birr with the insignia of the Federal Democratic Republic and Eritrea introduce its currency at the same time. However, there was no provision for the Bank of Eritrea to play a role in the formulation of the monetary policy of the birr zone and partake of the signage arising from issuing new birr notes that accrued exclusively to the National Bank of Ethiopia. By mid-1994, preparations for the issuance of Eritrea's currency were complete. The Transitional Eritrean National Assembly had, after an unusually lively debate, adopted NACFA as the name of the legal tender of the country and unanimously endorsed the proposed design and denomination of the notes and designations of the coins. The design of the notes, for issue in denominations of 100, 50, 10, 5, and 1 NACFA bills, would be of identical size and color. The 150 NACFA notes would have very strong built-in security features to discourage potential counterfeit printing. The coins would be in designations of 100 cents, 50, 25, 10, 5 and 1 cent. The suggestion of NACFA for the new Eritrean currency came from Peter Majovic, a visiting World Bank official over an informal dinner in Asmara to symbolize steadfastness and resilience in economic reconstruction and development as in the War of National Liberation. The identical size and uniform color of the notes of all 5 denominations, distinguishable one from the other only by a figure denoting the relative value, signified the determination of the new state to create a fully literate society within a very short time. The images of Eritrea's nationalities on one side of the notes and the scenes from various regions of the country on the other aimed to represent the diversity and unity of the Eritrean nation-state. At a time when preparations for the issuance of the Eritrean NACFA, ERN, had advanced to the final stage, settling the issue of Eritrea's current account surplus assumed a new urgency as a crucial factor affecting its PAR value. 458. Time was running out to conclude an amicable settlement of the issue. There was an Economic Policy Board, chaired by the President and constituted of Haile Weldensi, Drew, Minister of Finance, Gebreselassie Yosef, Intito, Director General of the Department of Finance in the Ministry, Yemina Tesfaye, General Manager of the Commercial Bank, and the author as Governor of the Central Bank. When the President dithered on the issue, I raised it to force a decision in one of the board's meetings. There was, however, no decision, and the issue remained a recurring non-agenda item cropping up just prior to the adjournment of the board's meetings, with the discussion caught between the reluctance of the president to tackle the issue and my insistence to seek a resolution through formal consultation with the relevant authorities of the Ethiopian government. The president's justification for his disinclination to press the issue was that Eritrea had not only economic but also other interests, such as political and security interests, with Ethiopia. Of course, I completely agreed with the president, and continue to appreciate deeply that Eritrea has strategic political, security, and economic interests with Ethiopia. Eritrea and Ethiopia, closely linked by geography, history, and culture and bound together by a common future, share overriding reciprocal strategic interests. Therefore, what I argued for was for balance and reciprocity in safeguarding the accrual of mutual short-term benefits and sustaining the shared long-term and strategic interests of the two countries. In brief, I insisted that Eritrea's strategic interests with Ethiopia would be better served, and cooperative bilateral relations between Eritrea and Ethiopia sustained, only if based on mutual engagement under agreed and binding commitments. I emphasized that Eritrea and Ethiopia did not have a common currency, that Eritrea was using the Ethiopian currency with Ethiopia's consent and regular replenishment of bear to ensure an adequate level of money supply in the Eritrean economy pending the issuance of an Eritrean legal tender. I underscored that Eritrea had, otherwise, no say in the monetary and fiscal policies governing the bear zone and had to adopt its own interest and exchange rate policies to manage its economy effectively. Further, I contended that Eritrea's post-independence agreement to receive payments in bear, an inconvertible currency, for its exports to Ethiopia was, in the first place, imprudent and its consequences were detrimental to Eritrea's economic and financial interests. I asserted that receipts in bear, instead of in a convertible currency, for Eritrea's exports to Ethiopia effectively represented a balance of payments subsidy and Eritrea could not afford to continue subsidizing the Ethiopian economy. I stressed that, unless settled expeditiously, the huge and growing trade surplus would depress the value of the Nakfa at birth and fan macroeconomic instability. To remedy the situation and to settle the large current account surplus, I proposed to the President that Eritrea initiate immediate consultations with Ethiopia. I suggested that Eritrea should seek and secure Ethiopia's assent to settle the trade surplus through one or a combination of two options, redeeming the bear surplus in hard currency or opening up the Ethiopian market for foreign exchange earners and goods in short supply to allow Eritrea to spend its bear holdings and recoup its foreign exchange earnings. The President often betrayed irritation at my insistence and, when I finished talking, broke up the last meeting of the board in mid-session in a fit of uncontrolled anger. Apparently relenting after a few days, he delegated the then Minister of Finance and the Governor of the Central Bank to raise the issue with his Ethiopian counterpart in our delegation, Haile Weldensi, Haile Mankrios, then our ambassador to Ethiopia, and the author, met with the then President Meles Zenawi and his economic advisors, Newe Gabrib and Kasu Ilala, in his office at Emperor Menelik's Old Palace in Addis Ababa. At the beginning of the discussion, President Meles said that he saw no problem with the issue. Stating that since the bear was Ethiopia's legal tender and the two countries had already agreed to issue the new bear and introduce the Nakfa at the same time, he proposed that Eritrea collects all the bear in its possession and hands it over to Ethiopia on the day of introduction of the two currencies for incineration. That would be the end of the story as far as Ethiopia was concerned. I replied that the bear in Eritrea's possession was not Ethiopia's property but its liability, that the amount represented the IOU of the people of Eritrea on the economy of Ethiopia arising from the surplus of Eritrea's exports of goods and services to Ethiopia over its imports of goods and services from Ethiopia received in bear. Alternately, it was Ethiopia's merchandise and services trade deficit with Eritrea. After further discussion of the issue, including options for its resolution, we were able to reach agreement in principle. The President summed up the conclusion: Ethiopia would be willing to settle Eritrea's surplus with the proviso that reconciliation of the trade statistics of the two countries shows that Eritrea's trade surplus with Ethiopia is equivalent to Ethiopia's trade deficit with Eritrea. In other words, verify whether Eritrea's figures of its exports to and imports from Ethiopia match Ethiopia's figures of its imports from and exports to Eritrea. The President of Ethiopia had agreed to a resolution of the issue at the political level. What remained was for the President of Eritrea to endorse the proposed solution and agree to a joint technical follow-up to reconcile the indicated surplus/deficit values in the relevant data of the two countries and present the findings to the two presidents for expeditious settlement. Upon our return to Asmara, I briefed the President and submitted detailed minutes of our meeting with President Meles and his economic advisors. The President made disparaging remarks, as he always does in speaking of third persons, about Meles's ability to grasp the issue. I disagreed and stated my impression that, if he had other ideas before, Ethiopia's president was on top of the issue now. The President then stated that we will go together to see Meles to conclude the matter. One early morning after a few weeks, the President called me to the airport, without advance notice, and we flew to Addis Ababa aboard his Challenger. We were warmly welcomed in Addis and generously hosted at Emperor Haile Selassie's former Jubilee Palace. President Meles would leave for his office after breakfast and rejoin us in the evening while Andebrhan, 459 kept us company and treated us to helicopter-borne sightseeing. The two presidents engaged in spontaneous discussions on various regional and global topics as the rest of us mostly listened and joined in the friendly chit-chat on random issues over and after meals. As the days went by, I kept on reminding the President to seal the deal with his counterpart. He never did, at least not in my presence. On the third or fourth day, after breakfast, he told me that they were going with Meles to Kampala to see Museveni, the President of Uganda, while I was to wait for him in Addis. However, I pleaded with the President to let me return to Asmara to attend to some urgent business. The issue of Eritrea's trade surplus remained unresolved at the time of introduction of the NACFA in May 1997. In addition, there arose disagreements over the adoption of a payments mechanism for bilateral trade between the two countries with the introduction of the NACFA. Eritrea favored the establishment of a payments system that would let the NACFA and the bear to float and be freely convertible, and to allow bilateral trade transaction with or without opening a letter of credit, LC, with a bank. On the other hand, Ethiopia preferred the use of the US dollar as the official medium of exchange between the bear and the NACFA with an LC system, except in the case of cross-border petty trade not exceeding ETB 2000 in value. Given political will, the question of a trade settlements mechanism was a technical issue that could have been resolved by the central banks of the two countries, if given the mandate. A foreign exchange-based payments system, commonly used the world over, which was one of three options initially proposed by Eritrea, could have served as a basis for discussion to work out a mutually acceptable settlements mechanism. However, there seemed to have been no appetite for earnest negotiations at the top as the two governments atypically went public and resorted to using their own media to air their disagreements, defend their respective positions, and level veiled criticism at the other's proposals. There was, right from the outset, an obvious and profound need to address the implications of Eritrea's independence on the vital economic and trade relations between the two countries. The new reality had turned the nature of Eritrea-Ethiopia trade from intrastate into interstate and would therefore, require resetting the new bilateral economic and trade relationship. Agreement on a new paradigm was the more necessary as the two states pursued divergent development policies. Eritrea's attempts to secure agreement on the free flow of goods and services with Ethiopia met resistance from the TPLF and faced obstruction at the border with Tigray/Ethiopia. When Mahmoud Sharifo, in his capacity as the head of the Eritrean Higher Commissions, raised the issue with his Ethiopian counterpart, then Prime Minister Tamrat Lane retorted casually, "Why don't you try to resolve it with your cousins, meaning the Tigrayans?" 460. There were, indeed, persistent indications of a simmering undercurrent, with its epic entree in the Tigray regional state, flowing to transform the historical complementarity of the Ethiopian and Eritrean economies into a competitive relationship in favor of the development of Tigray. With the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, dominated government in Addis Ababa, Tigray had a chance to overcome the consequences of the region's historical neglect, marginalization, and underdevelopment. Industrial plants, such as textile, cement, and beverage factories, whose products would substitute or directly compete against Eritrea's similar exports in the Ethiopian market, were being set up in Tigray just south of the border with Eritrea. Further, the Eritrean government's bluff to turn Eritrea into an African Singapore, perceived in Addis Ababa as a project to develop Eritrea on the back of Ethiopia's market and resources, provoked a backlash and fanned an incipient economic rivalry. To date, the matter of Eritrea's trade surplus, the terms of Eritrea-Ethiopia trade relations, and the issue of a payments system for bilateral trade, like many other questions between the two countries, remain unresolved. These outstanding issues became part of the matrix of deteriorating relations between the two governments during the crucial period 1997 to 1998 preceding the border war. Third, the issue involving the front's access to state resources, the Red Sea Trading Corporation, RSTC, and the front's foreign currency branch, still based in Rome, Italy, at the time, wanted to keep and use their foreign currency holdings outside the supervision of the central bank. At the same time, they sought to have free access to the country's foreign exchange reserves through the agency of the bank. However, I insisted on two things. First, the RSTC and the front's foreign currency branch submit regular reports of their respective foreign exchange holdings, as part of the pool of the country's foreign exchange reserves, to the Bank of Eritrea as per the bank's regulations. Second, the requests of the RSTC for foreign exchange be treated on par with those of other public and private sector demanders. As a matter of prudent practice, I issued the central bank's policy decisions with the prior knowledge and express endorsement of the President. At the time, there was no consideration or mechanism to include the front in the internal consultations, as it did not have the necessary statutory authority, professional competence, or technical expertise. Yet, the front's Department of Economic Affairs sought to interfere in the work of the Bank of Eritrea. At times, it went to the extent of trying to reverse certain monetary and foreign exchange policy directives ex post facto with the connivance of the President, who played a double game. In one instance, the President called me to his office and, to my surprise, asked me to rescind a certain policy directive a few days after its issuance. When I asked him why, he told me that the people in the front's Department of Economic Affairs did not like it. I retorted that the people mentioned had neither the mandate nor the competence to demand the withdrawal of the directive duly issued with his prior approval and, as part of normal procedure, copied to and already in the hands of the IMF. I insisted that the policy directive should stand and managed to convince him that it would be inappropriate to withdraw it at that stage. As in other domains of government business, the President persisted in giving the front license to interfere in monetary and foreign exchange policy decisions in violation of the initially agreed independence of the central bank. Consequently, the question of the front's privileged access to hard currency remained a cause of disagreement coming to the fore on several occasions under various pretexts. The bank stuck to its position and refused to grant the requests of the RSTC for foreign exchange as long as the corporation failed to comply with the bank's directives. The bank was aware that the President drove the RSTC's non-compliance. As a senior member of the Central Committee at the time, I strongly believed that the front should focus its efforts on broad issues of state policy and general programs and let the government do the business of governing and managing the daily affairs of the state. Exercising its mandate with the express approval of the President, the central bank had brought the foreign exchange reserves of the country, previously held in accounts scattered in several European and US banks in the name and under the management of the Commercial Bank of Eritrea. The Bank of Eritrea had acquired title to the foreign currency reserves, after duly compensating the commercial bank with their counterpart value in Ethiopian birr, then the legal tender in Eritrea, and consigned them in consolidated accounts with selected European and US correspondent banks. It invested, for the first time, the standing balance of the country's foreign exchange reserves in short-term placements, including overnight interbank lending, on a revolving basis through the agency of the correspondent banks at the rate of the highest bidder and, within the first year, yielded proceeds of about $1.5 million. The president had decided on an allocation of around $70 million for the construction of a housing project in Sembel, Andebrhan, awarded without tender to a South Korean company, Kingnam Enterprises, under the ownership of the front funded from state resources. The idea that the front would just take and use the money, without paying its bare counterpart value, ran counter to my effort to institutionalize public finances and foreign exchange operations. To sidestep the issue in view of the fact that the country's foreign currency reserves were now under the management of the central bank, the president instructed the general manager of the commercial bank to reclaim the long transferred and paid out title to the country's foreign exchange holdings. The central bank refused to reverse the corrective measures duly undertaken in accordance with the bank's mandate and the president's express approval. The issue became a buzz in the financial sector, and a senior official and a mutual friend of the president's and mine in the Ministry of Finance, counseled me to let the president have his way. I explained the principles at stake and stressed the prudence of my position and my resolve to stand firm in view of the issue's potential implications for the bank's mandate and the overall management of the country's foreign exchange reserves. One late morning, while in a meeting with two senior colleagues, Gebreselassie Yosif, Intito, and Birhane Abrahi, finalizing the crystallization of the macro-policy framework in the Ministry of Finance, my secretary called to tell me that the president wanted to see me immediately. I excused myself from the meeting and headed straight to the president's office in an adjacent building just a few meters away. I had no idea about the subject matter of the urgency at hand, nor did I expect what awaited me. On arrival, I found the president in the company of a group of people: Hagos Gabri Iwet, Kisha, head of the PFDJ's Department of Economic Affairs; Yemina Tesfai, general manager of the Commercial Bank of Eritrea; Habtamariam Birhi, head of the front's foreign currency branch; Disu Tesfachan, general manager of the Red Sea Trading Corporation, and two operatives of the RSTC. I said hello, extended everyone the usual handshake, and sat down facing the president. The eerie silence in the room, with several people seated quietly together saying nothing, was deafening in its stillness. I instantly understood that something was brewing and stiffened my resolve to stand firm in defense of the independence of the central bank and the proper management of nations' foreign exchange reserves, come what may. The president broke the silence, saying, "Why didn't you give him, the general manager of the commercial bank, the money?" His tone and body language was ostentatious of authority, intended to impress his audience and intimidate the object of his feigned annoyance. I retorted, "Which money?" He said, "The dollars." Barely able to hide my indignation at his duplicity, I replied, "Because I shouldn't, and you know better why. I gave you the proposal to transfer title to the central bank in writing, executed it with your express approval, and have since provided you with daily briefs on our foreign exchange reserves position." Unable to challenge me on the principle or on the facts, he ordered me to do it forthwith, and I answered no, I would not do it. Giving vent to his habitual impulse, he shouted, "You are dismissed, you hand over the bank to Taki Bayani." 461 I replied, "You can do as you please, but realize that you are making a big mistake." At that moment, everybody else vanished from the room in absolute silence, and just the two of us were left alone staring at each other. The air vibrated with tension. He got so furious and agitated that his neck veins seemed about to burst. I was also infuriated but collected. After a long pause, he yelled at me, "Get out." I stood up, reminded him of the gravity of his mistake, and got out. I was thus fired as governor of the Bank of Eritrea in another off-the-cuff decision for trying to do the right thing. I wanted to preserve the integrity of the functional mandate of the central bank, and resist undue presidential interference to allow the front free access to and use of the country's foreign exchange reserves without compensation or the consideration of a proper contractual arrangement. The Presidential Disinformation Service, PDS, otherwise known as Bado Celeste, went into immediate operation and, as usual, leaked a contrived version of the matter. The financial sector and the business community in Izmir were instantaneously abuzz with word of my dismissal and arrest for insubordination to the president. Concerned relations and friends inquired about the situation and were relieved on learning of the story firsthand. Meanwhile, certain erstwhile friends and former comrades in arms kept their distance. It is in the nature of the system that some colleagues estrange, turn against or even spy on a colleague in order to curry favors with the regime whenever one gets in trouble with the president or frozen from active public service. It is one manifestation of the inevitable outcome of the president's policy and perfected practice of divide and dominate. The president deliberately subverted the drive to build a functional central bank with a capacity to stimulate economic growth, to revitalize the financial sector, and to help transform Eritrea into a services hub. Meanwhile, continued presidential interference has marginalized the economic, financial, and regulatory roles of the Bank of Eritrea and removed it from the front line of development. Instead of evolving into the architect of prudent monetary and fiscal policies and the chief catalyst of economic expansion, he has reduced the central bank into a mere cash and foreign exchange guichet or window. It is quite heart-rending to see the emasculation of the central bank, the degradation of Eritrea's financial and banking sector, and the virtual collapse of the rest of its economy. What a disparity between what is and what could have been. The following chapter describes the missed opportunities, in the context of the amicable bilateral relations following independence, to reaffirm respect for the colonial treaty border, safeguard Eritrea's territorial integrity and sovereignty, and secure durable peace with Ethiopia. Further, the chapter traces the inexorable slide towards an unnecessary war, the outbreak of armed conflict between former allies, and the effort to bring about a cessation of hostilities. Chapter 15. An avoidable war. There is no such thing as an inevitable war. If war comes, it will be from failure of human wisdom. Andrew B. Law. Much of present-day Eritrea and parts of modern Ethiopia share the legacy of the old Aksumite or Abyssinian civilization. Ethnic and linguistic kith and kin of 4 of Eritrea's 9 nationalities, namely, the Afar, the Saho, the Tigrinya and the Kunama, comprising about 60% of the country's total population, inhabit the corresponding adjacent areas across the border in Ethiopia. Linked by geography, history, and culture, Eritrea and Ethiopia have a long, pervasive, and problematic relationship, heavily burdened by a difficult narrative of conquest, war, and conflict, often impacted by the intricacies of ethnic and cultural affinities straddling the common border, and closely bound by mutual economic and strategic interests. The multiple pillars of this relationship have the potential to serve, upon the removal of the factors of the present conflict, as levers of durable political cooperation, drivers of economic integration, and anchors of regional peace and security. The restoration of peace, normalization of relations, and fulfillment of reconciliation would open up the vast possibilities for bilateral cooperation based on a new democratic dispensation that reflects the free and express wishes of the Eritrean and Ethiopian peoples and takes into account their fundamental interests. The Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, and the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, had, as noted in Chapter 4, forged a strong political and military alliance. Reciprocal recognition of and support for the right to self-determination of Eritrea and Tigray and common commitment to overthrow the Derg's military dictatorship formed the basis of the alliance between the two fronts. It was, however, essentially an expedient alliance troubled by incompatible visions of self-determination and state construction from the very beginning and divergent ideological leanings, war strategies, and tactical calculations later on. National self-determination for the EPLF signified the separation of Eritrea from Ethiopia and accession to sovereign independence as a multinational, or multi-ethnic, state as delimited by its colonial borders. The EPLF viewed the final objective of the alliance as the establishment of an independent democratic Eritrea and a united democratic Ethiopia. For the TPLF, however, national self-determination meant secession from Ethiopia and the creation of a greater Tigrayan republic created by the redrawing of the colonial borders to incorporate the adjoining Eritrean Afar, Kunama, Saho, and Tigrinya speakers. The TPLF's advocacy of ethnic nationalism trespassing the Ethio-Eritrean colonial borders, enshrined in its Manifesto 1976, ran counter to the EPLF's objective of securing a multi-ethnic Eritrean state within its historically defined colonial borders, enshrined in its national democratic program. Yet, the two fronts glossed over this fundamental divergence in building up and cementing their tactical alliance. Ignoring the long-term territorial implications of this divergence, which fostered mutual suspicion and mistrust, the EPLF bolstered the alliance as a means to resolve the long-standing antagonism between legitimate Eritrean aspirations for self-determination and sovereign statehood, on the one hand, and expansionist Ethiopian ambitions for territorial aggrandizement and political hegemony, on the other. At the operational level, the blood of Eritrean and Tigrayan martyrs shed in the fields of battle both in Eritrea and in Ethiopia sealed the alliance. The liberation of Eritrea and the overthrow of the Derg's regime in May 1991, installing the two wartime allies in power in Asmara and Addis Ababa, heralded the apparent resolution of the historical Ethio-Eritrean antagonism and the advent of a new era of durable peace and cooperation between a free Eritrea and a democratic Ethiopia. 462. 15.1 An amicable divorce. The 1993 referendum, made possible by military victory in the War of Liberation, enabled Eritrea to exercise, via the conduct of a free and fair ballot, its right of self-determination and legitimized sovereign statehood. Ethiopia supported the referendum, endorsed its outcome, and officially recognized the state of Eritrea. An amicable divorce formalized the onset of cordial bilateral relations and signaled an auspicious new beginning in the Ethio-Eritrean relationship. This augured well not only for democratic state construction and sustainable development in Eritrea and Ethiopia, but also for regional cooperation, peace, and security in the strategic but volatile Horn of Africa. Despite a smooth start and initial signs of close cooperation, the absence of agreement on the specific modalities of the divorce and attendant mechanisms to address its practical effects short-circuited the new Ethio-Eritrean relationship. The independence of Eritrea dissolved the forced union between Eritrea and Ethiopia and created two sovereign states. The peaceful accommodation of this reality required Asmara and Addis Ababa to agree on a set of political, economic, and commercial arrangements to facilitate a stable transition to a friendly interstate relationship. Further, they needed to institutionalize and broaden their bilateral relations at the leadership, front, government, civil society, and people-to-people levels. Such measures would have reinforced the apparent reserve of political will to overcome the residual inertia of an uneasy historical narrative and expedient alliance and help sustain cordial relations, close cooperation, and durable peace between Eritrea and Ethiopia. Eritrea and Ethiopia maintained friendly relations during the 7 years of peace between the liberation of Eritrea in May 1991 and the outbreak of hostilities in May 1998. They established joint commissions and signed several agreements, including a mutual defense pact, to promote closer cooperation in the political, security, economic, trade, and social spheres. 463 They started initiatives to coordinate diplomatic policy and political action on major regional issues of common concern, such as the civil war in Somalia, the threat of militant political Islam in the Sudan, and the revitalization of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD. The new relationship held great promise and generated high hopes that Ethiopia and Eritrea, having finally secured a stable peace between them, could serve as a nucleus for political cooperation and economic integration among the states of the Horn of Africa. Belying the outward manifestations of a close cooperative relationship, however, was an undercurrent of latent discord over several crucial issues. These major issues included contention over sections of the common frontier, different visions of state construction, divergent policies of national development, disagreement over economic relations, and dispute over trade arrangements. It is quite normal for two sovereign states to have a boundary dispute, to entertain different visions of development, to pursue divergent policies or to disagree over economic and trade issues. Such interstate problems, differences, or disagreements are often unavoidable. In fact, they have been a recurrent feature of international relations since the emergence of the Westphalian system of nation-states in the 17th century and need not pose an obstacle to peaceful coexistence. That disputes arise between states is thus not, or should not be a problem in itself and must, in the event that they occur, be treated as a normal element of interstate relations and interaction. The question is when and how to treat or resolve them. Ethiopia and Eritrea had a unique opportunity to address these issues of discord during the period of their close amity. Instead, their governments chose to neglect or to gloss them over to the detriment of the long-term relations between the two countries and the lament of their fraternal peoples. They failed to provide transitional measures to reset, institutionalize, and anchor the new relationship on a viable rules-based modus operandi. They confined policy and decision-making to the leaderships of the two ruling fronts that proved unwilling or unable to resolve the piling issues of contention through earnest dialogue. These practices, coupled with the eventual exhaustion of the reserve of political will, let relations deteriorate and culminated in the sudden outbreak and hasty escalation of an otherwise unnecessary, senseless, and destructive war. 15.2 Missed opportunities. History, whether that of nations, organizations, or individuals rarely if ever, repeats itself in the same form, or offers the same scope for action. Regrettably, it is replete with instances of missed opportunity. A series of failures to seize the moment has thwarted the promise of a durable alliance between the EPLF and the TPLF and subverted the development of peaceful, stable, and cooperative relations between Eritrea and Ethiopia. Further, the unintended consequences of these failures have fanned a growing conflict, ignited a destructive war, and perpetrated an unsettled truce between the two neighboring states. The EPLF and TPLF missed the first great opportunity during the onset of their relationship. When the TPLF came into being in the mid-1970s, its founding manifesto 1976 declared its final objective as secession from Ethiopia and the creation of an independent republic of Greater Tigray. The manifesto's definition of a Tigrayan as anybody who speaks Tigrinya, Kunama, Saho, Afar, etc., including those living outside Tigray, encroached on the integrity of Eritrean national identity. 464 Further, its extension of the geography of the envisaged republic to incorporate the mass of Eritrean lands, stretching from Badme in the west across the central plateau and the southern half of the country's Red Sea coastline to Assab in the southeast, violated the integrity of Eritrean territory. Frontiers are indeed the razor's edge on which hang suspended the modern issues of war or peace, of life or death to nations. 465 The recognition of Eritrea's right to self-determination and support for its independence formed one of the major pillars of the wartime political and military alliance between the two fronts. Yet, the EPLF and the TPLF, whose relationship was permeated by constant tension and mutual suspicion, failed to address the fundamental issue of the frontier and resolve the inherent contradiction between the TPLF's expressed unequivocal support for Eritrean independence and the provocative declaration of Manifesto 1976 that encroached on the integrity of Eritrean national identity and territory. Whenever I raised, in private conversations during the war, the need to address the matter in good time, lest it become the cause of trouble in the future, the then Secretary General and current President of Eritrea used to reply that the TPLF is bound to abandon this infantile stance as it matures and appreciates the long-term interests of the two peoples. I remained unconvinced. To date, I am unaware of any formal decision by the TPLF to amend the manifesto's intrusive provisions with regard to the integrity of the people and territory of Eritrea. Nor am I aware of any formal discussion or tacit deal between the top leaders of the EPLF and the TPLF of a possible association between independent Eritrea and Tigray that would mute the boundary issue in the context of a confederal state. Manifesto 1976 was not the only harbinger of future trouble. Following the displacement of the ELF from the area through coordinated military action by EPLF and TPLF forces in 1981, the TPLF established a presence in Badme that served as an entry point for its supply corridor from the Sudan across southwestern Eritrea. 4 years later, it laid claim to the administration of the village. According to the 1902 border treaty between Italy and Ethiopia, Badme lies squarely within Eritrean territory. Yet, besides the differences in ideology and strategy that had come to the fore at the time, contestation over the administration of the village had brought EPLF-TPLF forces in the area to the brink of armed confrontation in the mid-1980s. A military standoff then could have weakened the common fight to the benefit of the Derg's army. Perhaps apprehensive of such a diversionary effect, Isaias Afwerki, then Deputy Secretary General of the EPLF, who was also the Secretary General of the Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP, and the Commander-in-Chief of the EPLA, directed that the EPLF units yield the administration of Badme to the TPLF in 1985. I am not aware of any discussion of the issue at the level of the Central Committee of the EPRP or the Political Bureau and the Central Committee of the EPLF. Nor am I aware whether there was an agreement between the leaders of the EPRP and the Marxist-Leninist League of Tigray, MLLT, the clandestine party within the TPLF, or of the EPLF and the TPLF, concerning the border issue or the nature of future relations between Eritrea and Tigray following the exercise of their respective rights of self-determination. In any case, whatever understanding reached between the two non-state actors at the time could have no binding effect on the territorial integrity of the reconstituted Eritrean and Ethiopian states. Nevertheless, leaving the administration of Badme to the TPLF without a provision for its eventual restitution was prejudicial to Eritrean sovereignty and territorial integrity. It is baffling then that President Isaias, who directed that EPLF units yield the administration of Badme in 1985, chose to leave the matter of territorial restitution pending until 1998. The interim period between the liberation and the declaration of independence of Eritrea, 1991 to 1993, presented an excellent opportunity to resolve the status of Badme and other Eritrean territories under Ethiopian administration, restore Eritrean administration and reassert Eritrea's territorial integrity. I am aware that there was no dearth of foresight in this regard. For instance, Haile Menkrios, 466 Eritrea's representative to Ethiopia, had alerted Isaias in 1992 of the need to settle the border issue and restore Badme and the other Ethiopian-occupied and administered Eritrean territories to Eritrean administration prior to the conduct of the referendum, as the culmination of the process of Eritrea's decolonization, as it would be difficult to reclaim them after formal independence. Reluctant to press the issue, Isaias had retorted that, since the border was clearly defined on paper, all that was needed was to have it demarcated by a joint committee composed of people like Sabat Ephraim and C. Abraha, then Ministers of Defense of Eritrea and Ethiopia, respectively. Meles agreed with the idea. Further, Isaias dismissed the suggested involvement of a neutral third party, like the UN, as unnecessary that would only complicate the matter. The Declaration of Independence offered another great occasion. The Velvet Divorce in the wake of the free and fair conduct of the unmonitored referendum in 1993 paved the way for the formal split of the Ethiopian state of 1952 to 1991 and the creation of two sovereign states. Eritrea's accession to independence and Ethiopia's recognition of Eritrean statehood represented the formal dissolution of the latter's forcible association with the former, or the partition of the predecessor state. As such, it imposed certain obligations on the two states to agree on the sanctity of the colonial boundary, the definition of citizenship, the sharing of state assets and debt, war reparations, trade finance, cross-border movements, grazing rights, etc. Specifically, proper succession required the formal confirmation of the colonial treaty border as the new international boundary between the two successor states. Obtaining official Ethiopian commitment to respect the integrity of Eritrean territory as established under Italian colonial rule, duly enshrined in the Federal Act and integrally maintained by both the Haile Selassie and Mengistu regimes, was of paramount importance for the security of the new state and the stability of Ethio-Eritrean relations. The stated aims of Manifesto 1976 and, even more ominously, the TPLF's territorial claims and continued administration of Badme and other Eritrean localities, threatened the stability and continuity of the Eritrea-Ethiopia border. This made the reaffirmation of the historical colonial treaty border all the more necessary. Furthermore, proper succession required the transfer of rights, obligations, and property from the predecessor state to the successor states. Common property eligible for equitable sharing between the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and the state of Eritrea included domestic and foreign assets, such as going concerns, monetary reserves, museum artifacts, and embassies. Already in 1992 to 1993, the harassment of Eritrean farmers and confiscation of their property by Tigrayan authorities in the Tate-Adiabo region adjacent to the Badme area had signaled the need to reaffirm and manage the common border. Eritrea's choice to ignore the writing on the wall, de facto adoption of a clean slate, and failure to secure Ethiopian respect for the colonial boundary treaties represented a grave mistake, as proven by subsequent events. At the historic moment of Eritrea's declaration of independence and Ethiopia's acceptance of a sovereign Eritrean state, the governments of Ethiopia and Eritrea missed a great opportunity to codify the terms of succession in a treaty of friendship and cooperation. A transparent legal framework formally endorsing the colonial treaty border, establishing the new relationship on an equal footing, committing both governments to the pursuit of friendly relations and the peaceful resolution of all outstanding or arising issues, was in order. It could give closure to the destruction, suffering, and hurt caused by decades of conflict, war, and atrocities. Further, it could ensure the stability of the frontier and the continuity of amicable bilateral relations. They missed a historic opportunity to place the new relationship on a firm legal foundation and mutual commitment to legality in the conduct of their bilateral business at all levels. The two governments neglected to put in place a legal framework defining the terms of the divorce, formalizing the territorial dimension of the separation, and gearing their interfront alliance to the promotion of peaceful interstate cooperation. They had another chance to reset their relationship on the solid foundation of a binding treaty. The combination of outright military victory in 1991, the Velvet divorce that ushered in independence 2 years later and the amicable relations that ensued briefly offered Eritrea and Ethiopia a unique opportunity to peacefully resolve the pending issue of the common frontier. Frequent informal summits between President Isaias and President Meles, regular meetings between senior EPLF/PFDJ and TPLF/EPIRDF officials and periodic gatherings of joint ministerial commissions had reinforced the friendly relations and improved the prospects of a swift, amicable resolution. The Eritrean government, in particular, had a special responsibility to bring the temporary TPLF/Ethiopian administration of Badme and other Eritrean territories to an end and restore the integrity of Eritrean territory through the reaffirmation of the historical colonial treaty border as the international boundary between Eritrea and Tigray/Ethiopia. The PFDJ officials mandated by the president to address the question of Tigrayan harassment and mistreatment of Eritrean farmers in the Badme area failed to grasp and tackle the cardinal issue of the boundary in meetings with their TPLF/EPIRDF counterparts. For instance, a high-level PFDJ delegation failed to grasp or press the border issue in a joint meeting with senior TPLF/EPIRDF officials in Addis Ababa on 21 to 22 July 1994 and completely missed the point in agreeing merely to strengthen the relationship and avoid misunderstandings by instructing the local communities to resolve the worsening conflict over territory among themselves through joint committees, as if it were an issue of a communal conflict within the same state. 467. With Badme under Ethiopian control, Eritreans in the area and adjoining border villages had no legal defense from their government. When Haile raised the need to seriously address the escalating conflict as one of an interstate border rather than of local communities within a state, he was cut short by Yemeni Gabrib, "You are really obsessed with this border issue, and you have been repeatedly bothering us with it." Humiliated, Haile replied, "If it is taken as just an obsession of mine, then I will never raise it again, but I know you will be forced to deal with it with much greater difficulty when it leads to wider bloodshed." 468 How prophetic. Meanwhile, harassment, seizure of property, and expulsion of Eritreans from border villages and unilateral moving of the boundary markers, MKR, deeper into Eritrean territory continued in 1995–96. As part of these activities, the TPLF established, in 1995, a marble quarry at Lille with its head office at Dikenma, both sites deep inside Eritrea, and produced marble slabs exported in an unpolished form via Missawa. The Eritrean government knew of these transgressions but refrained from making a formal protest or taking steps to redress the situation. It is common knowledge that PFDJ and TPLF officials conducted regular meetings between 1994 and 1998. It is thus mind-boggling that the burning issues of the border question and violations of the integrity of Eritrean territory, sovereignty, and resources were not addressed in these meetings. Upon independence, the government's negligence affected not just Badme but also Zalambisa, another border town. It failed to restore Eritrean administration over the two towns. It allowed Ethiopia to establish a customs checkpoint inside Eritrea, 2 km north of Zalambisa, set up its own checkpoint further north and left the town under de facto Ethiopian administration. In the context of friendly relations, Eritrea could have agreed to allow Ethiopia to locate its customs checkpoint within its own territory for reasons of administrative convenience and/or efficiency. But, there was no such agreement providing for the use or administration of sovereign Eritrean territory by Ethiopia or claim for rent as a quid pro quo. Further, the government sanctioned formal correspondence and reports of the conduct of official dealings and meetings of joint bodies or committees datelined Badme, Tigray, and Zalambisa, Tigray. To cap it all, Ethiopia issued a new map in 1997 singly redrawing the historical colonial treaty border between Eritrea and Ethiopia. The new map, which relocated the Eritrea-Ethiopia border roughly along what was later presented as Ethiopia's claim lines, transferred large patches of sovereign Eritrean territory in the Badme, Akran, and Irab areas, including Zalambisa and Fort Kadorna, into the Tigray regional state. It also incorporated large swathes of Eritrean territory in the Bada and Baray areas into the Afar regional state. Further, it embossed the new map of Ethiopia in the new bare notes, the country's legal tender that went into circulation in the same year. There was no Eritrean protest against the Ethiopian infringement. Ethiopia's unilateral modification of the colonial treaty border, which had remained the internationally recognized boundary between Ethiopia and Eritrea since its establishment in the 1900s under Italian colonial rule, represented a flagrant violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Eritrea. Furthermore, Ethiopia moved to impose its new map on the ground by occupying the incorporated chunks of Eritrean territory. Ethiopia's actions in breach of the long-established international frontier contravened the OAU's 1964 Cairo Declaration and African regional practice on the sanctity of colonial borders. One of the basic functions of the state, duly enshrined in the National Charter and the ratified Constitution, is to safeguard the integrity of the national territory and ensure the security of the people. Eritrea had the opportunity to invoke international law, use proactive diplomacy, and capitalize on amicable relations to persuade Ethiopia to respect and abide by the colonial treaty border and rescind its new map. Further, the EPLF had the additional leverage of its historic position as the presumed senior partner in the wartime alliance with the TPLF, now in power in Addis Ababa and Mekele, the capital city of Tigray regional state bordering Eritrea, to settle the pending boundary question around Badme and the other affected areas. The failure to deploy these vital assets as effective policy instruments in the framework of the then prevailing cooperative bilateral relationship foreclosed the chance to reaffirm the colonial treaty border as the international boundary. Inversing Clausewitz's famous maxim, diplomacy can be viewed as an extension of war by other means. 469 This is the task of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, normally entrusted with the crucial functions to uphold, promote, and protect the country's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and national interest. The ministry has also the formal mandate for the overall conduct of foreign relations, including political relations, economic affairs, security matters, and social and cultural issues. Deliberate marginalization, however, undermine the ministry's capacity for proactive and functional diplomacy. As the top diplomat, a foreign minister needs certain attributes in order to use diplomacy as an effective substitute of war in the defense of the national interest. These include keen understanding of the intricacies of international affairs and relations among nations, a working knowledge of an international language to personally and coherently communicate with foreign interlocutors, ability to grasp and negotiate complex foreign policy issues, monitor and analyze international developments, and formulate and propose foreign policy options to the government, authority, competence, and expertise to lead, coordinate and provide guidance to the governments. International dealings, and stability to establish the authority to develop and articulate foreign policy positions in defense of the national interest. These attributes are found lacking, by design, in the majority of Eritrea's cabinet ministers and foreign ministers, appointed and dismissed in rapid succession at will by the president. 470 Each of the veteran freedom fighters serving as foreign minister had his own particular merits and could have better served the country in another capacity. Most were not the best that Eritrea could offer for the post. The effects of the systematic cultivation of systemic mediocrity are accentuated by discontinuity and rapid turnover, occasioned by the constant reshuffles of cabinet ministers and senior officials. This is also the case with most of Eritrea's ambassadors and senior members of its diplomatic corps, again appointed and dismissed by the president at will. The absence of functional competence and lack of operative direction at the ministerial and ambassadorial levels has essentially reduced most of Eritrea's embassies into consular missions. 471. As in the case of most other ministries, deliberate instability operated to preoccupy the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with mundane internal matters and deprived it of proper focus on the development of Eritrea's diplomatic work and the building of its capability for the defense of the country's paramount national interest. A more proficient and proactive diplomacy would have served to enhance the country's international standing and safeguard the integrity of its national territory. This handicap and the attendant mediocrity, coupled with the frequent use of even less competent front officials to meddle in affairs normally reserved for the foreign ministry, allowed an omnipotent president to ride roughshod over Eritrea's foreign policy. The detrimental effects of the marginalization of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and its supplanting by the office of the President and the Central Office of the Front, especially in the conduct and management of relations with Ethiopia, on national sovereignty, and territorial integrity are obvious. 472 It is not surprising, therefore, that Eritrea failed even to lodge a public protest when Ethiopia kept on moving the boundary markers deeper into Eritrea in the Badme area and issued the new map incorporating large swathes of hitherto uncontested sovereign Eritrean territory. In the absence of formal Eritrean protest or diplomatic démarche, a strange omission in itself, Ethiopia proceeded to deploy regular and militia forces to occupy the newly incorporated swathes of territory around Bada, Adi Murug, and the Badme Plains between 19 and July 26, 1997. Further, Ethiopia continued to evict Eritrean farmers, dismantle Eritrean administration, and install Ethiopian administration in these areas. Another PFDJ delegation, composed of Alamin Mohammed Said and Yemena Gabrib, Monkey, met with Tewolde Welde Mariam, Ewer, of the TPLF Political Bureau in Addis Ababa on August 8, 1997 and discussed the incidents in Adi Murug and around Badme. The PFDJ delegation pleaded that Ethiopia reverse its steps and treat the matter in a spirit of understanding consistent with the friendly relationship between the two sides. Far from reversing its steps or treating the matter with a spirit of understanding, however, Ethiopia staked claims to hitherto sovereign Eritrean territories. Meanwhile, the core issue of the boundary remained unresolved and Ethiopia continued to create new facts on the ground. Apart from two handwritten personal letters without letterhead or seal, dated August 16, 1997 and August 25, 1997, respectively, from Isaias to Comrade Melis, the PFDJ and the government confined the matter to secrecy and maintained public silence. They also ignored the repeated petitions and pleas for protection from the representatives of farmers evicted from their homes and villages in parts of the Yurga Triangle around Badme. Besides, they made no mention at all of a dispute in the border area around Baray on the Addis Ababa road that had almost flared up into armed confrontation in April 1997. Moreover, they kept the leading organs of the government and the public in the dark, and revealed the existence of the letters and the petitions much later, after the war broke out in 1998. The first letter decried the forcible occupation of Adi Murig in the Bada area by your army in the past few days, while the second bemoaned the unjustified expulsion of Eritrean officials and dismantling of Eritrean administration and proposed the assignment of a bilateral body of officials to meet as soon as possible to look into these matters. 473. A joint border commission was subsequently established, convened its first meeting in Asmara on November 13, 1997 and its second and last meeting in Addis Ababa on May 8, 1998. During the intervening period, November 1997 to May 1998, Ethiopia demanded that all Eritreans living in the claimed areas acquire Ethiopian nationality and started reinforcing its military posture in the Irab region of the border between Eritrea and Tigray. 474. Surely, time was running out to settle the basic dispute over the boundary and address the attendant problems. Formed at a time when overall relations between the two fronts and governments were rapidly deteriorating, the Bilateral Border Commission proved unable to defuse the tension and resolve the conflict. Briefly, the President, who is also the chair of the PFDJ, proved unwilling and unable to tackle the cardinal question of the border as the root cause of the dispute in the borderlands, to protect the integrity of the national territory and to seek redress to the legitimate grievances of the evicted population. Even as the situation deteriorated, he withheld the information and failed to brief the PFDJ Central Council, the Eritrean National Assembly, the Cabinet of Ministers, and ambassadors. Thus, like most of my senior colleagues in the front and the government, I learned that all was not well along the Eritrea-Tigray/Ethiopia border from informal conversations with comrades and friends. In the absence of official briefing or explanation, we were unaware of the dossier of the August 1997 presidential letters or the formation of the bilateral body. I raised concern, when I was ambassador to the EU, about the problem in the border areas and stressed the urgent need to address the root cause before the situation got worse during a meeting of Eritrean ambassadors and senior PFDJ officials chaired by the foreign minister in January 1998. The senior front officials in the meeting shrugged off, scoffed at or downplayed the problem. They stated that the PFDJ and the TPLF, and hence Eritrea and Ethiopia, were strategic allies and maintained that the alliance remained intact despite the petty snags. I disagreed with their rehearsed explanation and retorted that Eritrea has strategic interests with all its neighbors and Ethiopia, in particular, argued that strategic alliance is not an immutable concept, either in theory or in practice, and warned that the claimed strategic alliance with the TPLF was about to unravel at the seams unless immediately mended. In his concluding remarks to the same meeting of ambassadors and senior PFDJ officials and in reply to my restated comments of concern, the President similarly downplayed the gravity of the troubles brewing along the border with Ethiopia. He stated, with ostentatious overconfidence, that there was no need to worry, as Eritrea possessed the wherewithal to ward off any threats to its security from any force. The gist of his statement heightened rather than allayed my concerns. I again raised and discussed the evolving crisis in depth in a meeting with the President during the same week before departing on a mission to Kinshasa. I shared my sense that war clouds were gathering and, stressing that war was not in our interest, reiterated that there would be war unless urgent measures were taken, with the facilitation of friendly third parties, if necessary, to defuse the tension and resolve the underlying question of the boundary. Ethiopia moved deeper into Eritrean territory and its forces attacked an Eritrean platoon on patrol in the Badme area on May 6, 1998, killing 5 EDF officers. 475. Predictably, the unprovoked incident provoked a forceful Eritrean reaction and became the trigger of a bloody war. President Isaias met with senior army commanders in Kiru, in the Gash-Barka administrative region, immediately following the incident, and Eritrean troops retaliated in force on 10–13 May 1998, took Badme, pursued Ethiopian forces deeper and returned to positions along or close to the colonial treaty border. The Eritrean government remained silent as if nothing had happened, while the president, having ordered the retaliatory action, left on a visit to Saudi Arabia. There are no plausible indications that either side premeditated the all-out war that followed. It is entirely possible that the troubles in the border areas and the fateful attack on the EDF platoon could have been part of a plot hatched by opponents of Eritrean independence and rivals of the Ethiopian Prime Minister, seen as a friend of Eritrea, within the then factionalized top TPLF leadership stationed in Tigray since 1995. The plotters could have designed the attack to provoke Eritrean reaction and entrap the two countries in a new spiral of conflict. In falling for the bait in his predictably reactive default mode and responding to the provocation in kind, it seems that President Isaias miscalculated and made a big gamble of his own. Egged on by the indignation of senior army commanders at his acquiescence in the TPLF's provocations, he had probably intended the forceful counterattack as a dissuasive measure to teach the TPLF a lesson and clip its wings. He might also probably have succeeded in his ploy had he played his hands with the prudence of a wise leader and the flexibility of an astute strategist. By going out of town, Isaias made himself inaccessible to peer pressure for reconsideration, as he often does when he gives free rein to his whims on consequential matters of national interest. In forfeiting the immediate use of the hotline with Meles to cool tempers down and contain the crisis, he overplayed his hand. The plot ran its course and the gambit backfired. Meles upped the ante. Taken aback, Isaias feigned deep hurt by the ferocity of the reaction of his former ally, or presumed junior partner, and Ethiopia's immediate declaration of war. In the absence of wise leadership and skillful diplomacy, the rash to action and counteraction sealed the fateful disruption of peaceful relations between Eritrea and Ethiopia that bore the promise of growing political cooperation and economic integration. With the seeds of animosity sown, there were to be no mutual accommodation, no turning back. The battle lines were drawn. 15.3 Allies at war. There are cases in history in which seemingly small incidents catalyze larger developments and provide the spark that fires significant events with far-reaching consequences, unforeseen by the immediate actors of the moment. So goes the story of the incident of May 6, 1998 around Badme that triggered the border war between Ethiopia and Eritrea. The sudden eruption of hostilities took the world, friend and foe alike, by surprise and shattered the brief period of peace, amicable relations, and optimism ushered in 1991. The chronology of the war's events is on the record, widely publicized, often in a highly partisan manner. Both Eritrea and Ethiopia made territorial integrity and sovereignty the casus belli, or the core justification for the war. Ethiopia accused Eritrea of aggression and declared war on May 13, 1998, demanding a return to the status quo ante, and, on May 14, 1997, informed the UN Security Council that Eritrea had violated Ethiopian sovereignty. In its reply the following day, Eritrea rejected Ethiopia's accusations and, belatedly, leveled its own counter-accusations. On the same day, Eritrea announced a 5-point plan. Adopted by the Cabinet of Ministers, the proposal called for the peaceful and legal resolution of the border dispute, the specification of each party's territorial claims and commitment to resolve the dispute through peaceful negotiations, the involvement of third-party mediation to serve as witness and guarantor, the demilitarization of the disputed areas under guarantee by the third party, and, in the event of failure to resolve the dispute through third-party mediation, the referral of the case to international adjudication. Ethiopia rejected the proposal. The US, then an ally of both countries, offered to mediate in the conflict right away. Ethiopia refused the U.S. offer, insisting on the withdrawal of Eritrean forces from Ethiopian territory as a condition for negotiations. The second half of May saw an intense US-Rwandan effort to resolve the conflict. The joint US-Rwanda peace plan proposed a return to the status quo ante, the demilitarization of the border, the deployment of an observer force, and negotiations to demarcate the boundary. Under intense U.S. lobbying, the OAU summit held in Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso, from the 8th to 10th of June 1998, declared its support for the US-Rwanda plan and set up a high-level committee or troika, consisting of the presidents of Burkina Faso, Djibouti, and Zimbabwe and assisted by its Secretary General, to mediate and help Eritrea and Ethiopia resolve the conflict. All diplomatic initiatives, including bilateral efforts by the leaders of Djibouti, Kenya, Libya, South Africa, and Uganda, proved to no avail. In the context of Eritrea's failure to publicly protest the July 1997 incidents, the restoration of the status quo ante meant the withdrawal of Eritrean forces to pre-6 May 1998 positions. Otherwise, despite Ethiopia's insistence, the proposal for a return to the status quo ante contained in the US-Rwanda peace plan should, on account of the evolution of the sequence of actual events on the ground, have provided for a return to the pre-19 July 1997 situation. A balanced proposal would have required that neither Ethiopia nor Eritrea gained or lost territory through subterfuge or the use of force. Even then, acceptance of the US-Rwanda peace plan to avert escalation of hostilities and reach a negotiated settlement would have been in the best interest of both countries, in general, and that of Eritrea, in particular, as demonstrated by the subsequent more adverse terms that were agreed to in order to cease hostilities and end the conflict. As it were, Ethiopia's insistent demand for the immediate restoration of the status quo ante as of May 6, 1998 clashed with Eritrea's adamant refusal to withdraw its forces to pre-6 May positions. These irreconcilable stances became the sticking point that doomed all diplomatic effort to resolve the crisis to fail. The conventional wisdom is that democratic governments rarely go to war as a first resort. The inherent weakness of the two governments manifest in a noticeable democratic deficit in their respective internal decision-making processes and the lack of a bilateral institutional mechanism for broader dialogue to manage and resolve disputes allowed a containable incident to escalate into a major armed conflict. The absence of prudent leadership capable of prioritizing the strategic interests of the two countries and peoples recklessly gave the politics of brinkmanship free rein to disastrous effect. Otherwise, a modicum of political will and diplomacy could have given peace a chance. Clearly, the failure of leadership all along lay at the core of the outbreak of hostilities. In retrospect, the war was avoidable, unnecessary, and senseless. First, Eritrea could capitalize on its amicable relations and the fluid political situation obtaining in Ethiopia during the crucial period of transition from 1991 to 1995 to reaffirm the colonial treaty border as the international boundary, assert its territorial integrity prior to, at, or immediately following the Velvet Divorce, and avoid the chain of events that led to the war. Second, proactive Eritrean diplomacy in the service of territorial integrity could have helped the two governments to address the core issue of their common boundary. In the event that the two countries failed to reach agreement, they could have invited a friendly third party to facilitate the process. The involvement of a neutral facilitator could have persuaded Ethiopia to respect the inviolability of the colonial treaty border and dissuaded it from perpetrating the incursions or taking the provocative actions that aggravated the problem. Third, a blink at the brink from either the President of Eritrea or the Prime Minister of Ethiopia in the higher interest of peace and the well-being of the fraternal peoples could have helped the two countries to climb down from the precipice and avert the disaster that followed. The exercise of political wisdom, foresight, and leadership in Asmara, Addis Ababa or in both capitals could have avoided the war and kept the peace between Eritrea and Ethiopia. Finally, endorsement of the US-Rwanda peace plan as a basis for the resolution of the crisis could have prevented escalation of the conflict, refocused effort on the determination of the boundary in accordance with the colonial treaties and the record of actual administration of the affected areas, and helped preserve durable peace between Ethiopia and Eritrea. With the die-cast, however, the interplay of two unstoppable impulses heading inexorably towards a bloody confrontation overtook efforts to de-escalate the conflict and broker the peace. Overconfident of Eritrea's military superiority and prompted by the prospect of toppling a weak former junior partner grown recalcitrant and troublesome, President Isaias objected to the provision for the withdrawal of Eritrean forces and rejected the US-Rwanda plan. Failing to appreciate the implications of the reality that the TPLF was at the helm of power in Addis Ababa and, therefore, in full command of Ethiopia's vastly superior resources, Isaias spoiled for war. 476 Given the deep-seated lingering division in the attitude of the senior TPLF leadership regarding relations with the EPLF and Eritrea, he also failed to appreciate that his stance antagonized and cornered the faction friendliest to Eritrea, headed by Prime Minister Meles. In a taunting display of bravado, he declared, "The world should know that pulling out of Badme would mean like the sun is dead, that the sun would not rise forever." 477. The EPRDF government had drawn considerable fire and faced constant hostility from much of the old Ethiopian establishment, the private media, and the political opposition for its support of Eritrea's accession to independence and maintenance of close relations with Eritrea. These forces not only opposed Eritrean independence but also resented Eritrean support for the consolidation of TPLF dominance of EPRDF rule in Ethiopia during the crucial period from 1991 to 1994 when a marginalist Oromo Liberation Front, OLF, left the governing EPRDF coalition. These forces directed their hostility at both the TPLF and the EPLF. Sensing a chance to reverse the hostile attitude, neutralize his political opponents, and mobilize public support for his government, Prime Minister Meles, once cornered, decided to co-opt the hard line, play the Ethiopian nationalist card, and whip up latent anti-Eritrean sentiment. The path offered an opening to cast aside the highly politicist image of a junior partner, enhance the legitimacy of his government, and consolidate his power. Further, it bore the potential to change an impulsive and irksome regime in Asmara. Staking a prudent diplomatic stance, he accepted the US-Rwanda plan while reserving a military option pending the withdrawal of Eritrean forces in accordance with the declaration of a war of national defense. The belligerents missed an excellent opportunity in the US-Rwanda peace plan to de-escalate and restore the peace without losing face. Ethiopia unleashed all-out war, declared an air and naval embargo, and threatened to attack all international commercial flights and shipping to Eritrea. The escalation of fighting around Badme reverberated in the areas of Zalambisa and Baray in the central and southern sectors of the over 1,000 kilometers long common border. Joining the ground fighting, the Ethiopian Air Force carried out the first air strikes against the Eritrean capital on June 5, 1998, although Ethiopia denied that it struck first. 478 The Eritrean Air Force retaliated forthwith by bombing Mekele, the capital of Tigray Regional State. Both raids inflicted civilian casualties including, regrettably, school children in Mekele. 15.4 The deportations. The war caused massive physical destruction and huge loss of life in both countries. In addition, it was used to justify the perpetration of one of the ugliest episodes in the history of relations between the two countries, the arbitrary detention and deportation of innocent civilians. Ethiopia invoked national security reasons and started expelling Eritreans and Eritrean Ethiopians on June 12, 1998, and detaining over 2,000 ethnic Eritreans in remote internment camps. According to a report by Human Rights Watch, HRW, the Ethiopian government forcibly expelled an estimated 75,000 people of Eritrean origin during the war, while the Eritrea government forcibly expelled or took part in the voluntary repatriation of an estimated 70,000 Ethiopians, even though it persistently claimed that it had no expulsion policy comparable to Ethiopia's. 479. In fairness to the chain of historical events, there was a notable difference in the policies and actions of the two governments. Ethiopia's deportations were premeditated and entirely forcible, whereas Eritrea's expulsions, even though regrettable, were reactive and consisted mostly of voluntary repatriation, as confirmed by independent observers, such as Amnesty International, AIHRW, and the OAU. AI reported the voluntary repatriation of about 40,000 Ethiopians from Eritrea for economic reasons. 480 The OAU affirmed the contrasting practices of the two governments. It expressed deep concern on the conditions in which the deportation of Eritreans were carried out by the government of Ethiopia, the decision to extend those measures to the families of the deported persons and the fate of their properties, but stated that it could not establish the reality of systematic or official action directed against Ethiopians in Eritrea. 481. There was also a crucial distinction in the public stances of the two governments on the issue. Prime Minister Meles Zenawi defended the Ethiopian government's deportations by evoking its unrestricted right to expel any foreigner at will if it disliked the color of one's eyes, 482, although he later showed remorse in admitting that that was not his finest hour. In contrast, the Eritrean National Assembly guaranteed the right of Ethiopian residents to live and work in peace in Eritrea. 483 The sudden, systematic, and official deportations involved the forcible separation and harsh treatment of families and confiscation of their properties and financial assets. The victims of expulsion included UN and OAU staff in Addis Ababa in flagrant violation of their diplomatic privileges and immunities under the Vienna Convention. It is one of the paradoxes of the war that the Prime Minister of Ethiopia who first ordered the mass deportation of Eritreans and Eritrean Ethiopians is himself an Ethiopian of mainly Eritrean ancestry, and the President of Eritrea who ordered the expulsion of Ethiopians and Ethiopian Eritreans is himself an Eritrean of mainly Ethiopian ancestry. Consistent application of their actions would have required them both to expel themselves, members of their immediate families, and some of their senior officials. In the event, the logic of power spared them, their families, and their associates from the extreme consequences of their unlawful measures. Arbitrary detention, deportation, and confiscation constitute gross violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms duly enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Furthermore, deportation constitutes a crime against humanity under customary international law. The Nuremberg trials, 1945 to 1949, punished perpetrators of the crime. Deportation or forcible transfer of population is also a crime against humanity proscribed under the Rome Statute. 484. The open violations of international humanitarian law represented a frontal attack on the basic right of the victims to live, work, and enjoy the fruits of their labors in peace and security. In this regard, the UN Commissioner for Human Rights stated that the violations of human rights of Eritrean nationals being expelled from Ethiopia are serious violations of the rights and freedoms set forth in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as well as in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, to which Ethiopia is a party. 485. The Union condemned Ethiopia's expulsions as illegal, unwarranted, and inhumane. 486. 15.5 The evolution of the war. Although Badme and its environs was the scene of the initial clashes, once ignited, the war raged along three major fronts, Bure, Alitana Mireb, and Mireb Seti, and the main battles waged in three rounds, May-June 1998, February-March 1999, and May-June 2000. It was a poor man's war interspersed by intermittent lulls and flare-ups in the fighting. The relatively long lulls, dotted by frequent skirmishes, probing forays, and exchanges of heavy artillery fire, availed the belligerents time to regroup and build up their forces, mobilize additional troops, raise funds, procure sophisticated armaments, and replenish munitions through similar shopping sprees, mostly in the arms markets of the former Soviet Union and China. The Ethiopian and Eritrean high commands shared familiarity with each other's array of military hardware, command structures, and combat tactics. When they erupted, the flare-ups turned the Eritrea-Ethiopia borderlands into a theater of the fiercest set-piece battles ever fought between two African armies. The full-blown conflagration turned into the world's largest conventional war of the decade as the contending armies fought each other virtually to mutual exhaustion. The overall military balance, in terms of the size of the armed forces as well as surveillance, intelligence, and logistics capability, favored Ethiopia. Further, several egregious factors undercut the once legendary prowess and combat effectiveness of the Eritrean Defense Forces, EDF, the proud heir of the Eritrean People's Liberation Army. These included, inability to professionalize the EDF and modernize its command and control structures, assets, and logistics, rapid turnover of ministers of defense and chiefs of staff, decommissioning many capable junior commanders to remove rebellious officers, and dismantling of the once illustrious Liberation-era military intelligence apparatus, ENDA 72. Let me give two concrete instances. First, there were 4 different ministers of defense and 4 different chiefs of staff during the short interlude of peace between the liberation of Eritrea and the border war with Ethiopia. 487 In addition, the Ministry of Defense had to function in makeshift headquarters that moved from one rural location to another. Beyond the destabilizing effects of the lack of permanent ministry headquarters and the frequent reshuffling of ministers and chiefs of staff, incessant presidential interference dented the EDF's unity of command and reduced the Minister of Defense and the Chief of Staff into mere figureheads without effective power or influence. Second, experience during the War of Independence proved the crucial role of intelligence as a major factor in the successful conduct of warfare, in general, and in determining the outcome of specific military confrontations, in particular. In the time-honored words of ancient China's Sun Tzu, now the reason the enlightened prince and the wise general conquer the enemy whenever they move and their achievements surpass those of ordinary men is foreknowledge. 488. A small Eritrean liberation army equipped with inferior weapons was thus able to repeatedly rout and ultimately prevail over a large Ethiopian army possessing superior weapons thanks, to a considerable extent, to its high command's access to accurate, timely, and actionable intelligence. Foreknowledge helped make possible the ultimate liberation of Eritrea, against all odds, during the War of Independence. It proved crucial to the liberation of most Eritrean cities, to 10 years of successful defense of Nakfa and the rear base after the strategic retreat, to countless successful ambushes and brilliant mobile operations behind enemy lines, to the spectacular commando actions against the Ethiopian air base in Asmara and naval base in Massawa. Let me cite the instance of 2 events that happened 10 years apart to underscore the crucial importance of reliable, actionable intelligence in deciding success or failure in battle. First, as the DERG concentrated its main forces for the defense of Keren in anticipation of a main attack there, the EPLA pulled a major surprise in the liberation of Massawa in February 1990. Second, as the EDF concentrated its main forces for the defense of the Elyton Amirab front in anticipation of a frontal attack there, the Ethiopian army pulled a major surprise in puncturing and breaking through Eritrean defenses on the Mirab Seti front in May 2000. Throughout the border war, the Eritrean defense forces were seriously disadvantaged by the persistent lack of accurate, timely, and actionable strategic, tactical and battlefield intelligence. Foreknowledge was lost to the disruption of military intelligence and the mediocrity of the National Security Agency that concentrated its resources and effort on spying on the people in the primary service of regime security. The debilitating lack of foreknowledge undermined the combat effectiveness of the Eritrean army, weakened its defense capability, accounted for its military reversals in crucial battles, and contributed to the adverse outcome of the war. Despite the burden of such handicaps, the Eritrean army managed, during the first round of the border war, to thwart the Ethiopian onslaught and stabilize positions established roughly along the common border that stretched across Ethiopian territory in certain sections to tie in the front lines with higher terrain in order to retain positional advantage. The opposing armies entrenched themselves in their respective positions and conducted random bombardment of each other's fortifications, mostly with heavy artillery, mortar, and tank shells. The EDF held mainly defensive positions along the western, central, and eastern fronts to fend off Ethiopian assaults, digging deep even in the flatlands of the rolling, forebodingly inhospitable Denkal Desert. During the second and third rounds of the war, the Ethiopian army launched and sustained offensive operations along the three main fronts while the Eritrean army pursued a strategy of static defense. Such a strategy denied the Eritrean army, which had neither a defined objective nor a war plan, the possibility of active defense with an option for a countervailing attack and turned it into a virtual sitting duck waiting to react, leaving the initiative to the Ethiopian army. In the context of highly fortified trench warfare reinforced by the extensive use of landmines, the opposing armies employed a varying combination of dogged positional defense, waves of massive assault and counter-assault, pincer movements, and outflanking operations. In taking or facing an offensive, both sides resorted to the concentrated use of large forces on frontal attacks or defenses in narrow places along several sections of the relatively stable front lines. The use of overwhelming force aimed to create a rupture in the other's entrenched defense positions, surprise attacks sought to puncture lightly defended positions, and pincer movements aimed to outflank the opponent's main forces. The combination of heavy conventional and high-technology weapons, World War I-type operational tactics, and repeated human wave assaults, often driven by deadly friendly fire from the rear, turned the battlegrounds into open killing fields. Although on a much smaller scale of size, intensity, and casualties, the two armies fought an African version of the bloody battles of the Somme and Verdun around Badme, Adibigio, Tserona, Zalambisa, Aga, and Beret. All along, the war defied several UN Security Council resolutions and a flurry of diplomatic efforts, involving high-level missions and several special envoys from the OAU, the UN, the US, the EU, etc., to end it and settle the conflict. Despite Eritrea's rejection of the proposal as a dead package, the OAU summit endorsed the US-Rwanda peace plan at the urging of the US. The OAU sent a letter calling on Eritrea to return to the pre-May 6, 1998 status quo ante in an effort to stave off an escalation of hostilities. The OAU high-level delegation shuttled between Addis Ababa and Asmara to plead the case for peace with the leaders of both countries. In response to the delegation's mediation efforts, Ethiopia reaffirmed its acceptance of the peace plan while Eritrea confirmed its rejection. The UN Security Council endorsed the US-Rwanda peace plan on June 26, 1998, Resolution 1177/1998. The OAU Mediation Committee, made up of the high-level delegation and the organization's Secretary-General, presented the proposals for a framework agreement for a peaceful settlement of the dispute between Eritrea and Ethiopia to the leaders of the two countries in November 1998. The framework agreement, FA, based on the US-Rwanda peace plan, provided for the withdrawal of Eritrean forces from the Badme area, the demilitarization of the entire border pending demarcation, and the deployment of OAU and UN military observers to oversee the Eritrean redeployment. Ethiopia accepted the OAU framework agreement while Eritrea expressed certain reservations and asked for clarifications. The UN Security Council unanimously endorsed the OAU framework agreement on January 29, 1999, welcomed Ethiopia's acceptance and, noting that the OAU had fully responded to Eritrea's request for clarifications, urged Eritrea to accept it without delay, Resolution 1226/1999. Eritrea was reluctant to oblige. Its adamant opposition to the US-Rwanda plan and the OAU framework agreement underscored its objection to the call for the withdrawal of its forces to pre-6 May 1998 positions. In the face of a diplomatic deadlock for which Ethiopia blamed Eritrean refusal to accept the proposals for a framework agreement, both sides braced for a showdown as the former prepared for a major new offensive. The resumption of large-scale hostilities preempted an OAU plan to send a mediation committee to the two countries. During the first phase of the second round of the war in February 1999, the Eritrean army held its ground, overcoming a huge Ethiopian assault in the battle for Gizagerles on the Mirab-Seti front. Despite their apparent successes around Beret, Aga, Alitana, Zalambisa, Tserona, and Gizagerles, Eritrean forces suffered a serious setback on the Mirab-Seti front during the second phase of the second round as a result of what the president and field commanders later described as a correctable failure of leadership. Employing an effective combination of aerial bombardments, frontal assaults, pincer movements, and outflanking maneuvers in a campaign code-named Operation Sunset to mock Eritrea's president, Ethiopian forces seized Badme on February 27, 1999. This was not supposed to happen. The Eritrean army was pushed out of Badme and the sun remained alive and continued to rise forever. The capture of Badme and the failure to recover it signaled the beginning of a shift in the military balance in favor of Ethiopia. Following the loss of Badme, Eritrea reversed position, dropped all objections, and declared full acceptance of the OAU proposals for a framework agreement. The UN Security Council and the OAU welcomed Eritrea's acceptance and called for a ceasefire. In a new twist prompted by its military success in seizing Badme, Ethiopia refused to agree to a cessation of hostilities and insisted on the withdrawal of Eritrean forces from its occupied territories as a condition to end the conflict. Eritrea reiterated its readiness for a ceasefire and offered to withdraw its forces from the contested areas in accordance with the OAU proposals for a framework agreement. In spite of Eritrea's reversal of position, the UN Security Council's call for an immediate ceasefire and firm support for the OAU peace process and the OAU's appeals for compliance with the proposals for a framework agreement, the fighting continued unabated on all fronts. In rejecting the calls for a ceasefire, Ethiopia expanded Badme and its environs to include all the Eritrean territories in the central and southern sectors incorporated in its 1997 map, in sharp contradiction to the OAU's clarifications to Eritrea 489. Ethiopia's new conditions for a ceasefire amounted to an abnegation of its previous acceptance of the OAU proposals for a framework agreement. Spurred on by its successful seizure of Badme, Ethiopia continued its attacks in the central and southern sectors. Although Eritrean attempts to recover Badme failed, reinforced Eritrean forces on the Mirab-Seti front managed to consolidate their positions along a new line of defense overlooking the small town. As in the first phase, so in the second phase of the second round, the Eritrean army held its ground on the Elaitana Mirab and Bere fronts. Eritrean forces repulsed all-out Ethiopian assaults around Bere, Zalambisa, and Throna, inflicting heavy losses on the Ethiopian army in the process. The decisive Eritrean victory at the Battle of Igri Mikel near Throna in mid-March 1999, one of the bloodiest confrontations of the war, effectively ended the Ethiopian offensive of the second round, although the lull that ensued was often disturbed by aerial bombardment of several Eritrean cities and towns, including Massawa, in May 1999 and sporadic fighting along the main front lines. Meanwhile, the diplomatic search for peace had stalled as Ethiopia procrastinated to buy time in an effort to revise the framework agreement to reflect its new military edge. Whereas Ethiopia had, from the outset, accepted the OAU peace plan and Eritrea had accepted it after its setback in Badme, the former's introduction of new elements to modify the plan delayed agreement on the terms and modalities of a ceasefire. The OAU complemented the framework agreement with the modalities and the technical arrangements, THA, for its implementation. 490. The modalities and technical arrangements provided for the sequencing of the stipulated steps with a time frame for the implementation of the framework agreement. Both countries accepted the modalities, each with its own conditions. Eritrea accepted and signed the technical arrangements while Ethiopia asked for clarifications. Upon receipt of the clarifications, Ethiopia refused to sign the THA, casting a new shadow over the evolving OAU peace package. The main disagreement centered on Ethiopia's new demand for Eritrean withdrawal, and Eritrea's refusal to withdraw, from Zalambisa and Bere. The deadlock triggered mutual recriminations as each country accused the other of preparing for a large-scale offensive. A month-long intensive shuttle diplomacy between Addis Ababa and Asmara, involving EU envoy Senator Rino Seri, US envoy Anthony Lake, and Algerian OAU envoy Ahmed Ouaia between February 4 and March 4, 2000, failed to produce an accord beyond partial consensus on the technical arrangements. After Eritrea urged the OAU to reopen negotiations on the technical arrangements, President Abdelaziz Bouteflika hosted indirect talks between Ethiopia and Eritrea in Algiers from April 29 to May 5, 2000. There was no progress. The failure of the proxy talks to produce an agreement prompted the OAU to declare that all the efforts made by the OAU, with the support of the representatives of the United States and the European Union, failed to soften the positions of either Ethiopia or Eritrea. As a result, the indirect talks had to be adjourned after a week of efforts. 491, the Union Security Council sent a special mission headed by U.S. Ambassador Richard Holbrooke in a last-ditch effort to resolve the sticking point and move the peace process forward. Shuttling between Addis Ababa and Asmara, the special mission met with Prime Minister Meles on 8 and May 10 and with President Isaias on 9 and May 10, 2000. As its efforts failed to break the impasse, the special mission warned of an imminent resumption of hostilities. 492. 2 days later, on May 12, 2000, Ethiopia launched an all-out offensive against Eritrean forces on the Mireb Seti, Elaitna Mireb, and Bere fronts. Eritrea had anticipated the brunt of the Ethiopian offensive to concentrate around Zalambisa during this final round of the war. Eritrean positions on the Elaitna Mireb and Bere fronts held firm. Its positions on the Mireb Seti front, however, took a dramatic turn for the worse. In a surprise outflanking operation combined with frontal heavy artillery barrages and aerial bombardments along the main front lines, the Ethiopian army unleashed a powerful pincer assault across the Mireb River. Deploying sizable detachments and using the logistic support of a large pack of mules and donkeys to scale the steep cliffs of Tikul in the mountainous ridges of Zetakolam undetected, Ethiopian forces overwhelmed the spirited defense of the thinly spread Eritrean forces. The once famed Eritrean military intelligence had no clue and the Eritrean high command was taken by complete surprise. The advancing Ethiopian forces cut off the Mendefer-Barentu road around Molki, veered westwards to Shambuko and attacked Eritrean positions on the Mireb Seti front from the rear. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Eritrean forces were compelled to hastily abandon their defenses on May 18, 2000, fight their way out of encirclement and withdraw deeper into the interior of the country. The Ethiopian triumph dealt a serious blow to the Eritrean army and the capture of Barentu sent shockwaves across the Eritrean body politic. Pursuing their advantage, Ethiopian forces seized a vast stretch of Eritrean territory in the western lowlands extending all the way to Amhager, Tessenei, and Alagidar near the border with the Sudan. It was after the shock of the capture of Barentu that a panicked President Isaias summoned his previously sidelined former comrades in arms and senior colleagues for what he later called an informal discussion within the family in Bayat Giorgis on the outskirts of Asmara. 493. As a Tigrinya proverb states, the convening of the meeting, or informal family discussion, after the damage was already done was akin to taking shelter in the cave after the rain. 494. Nevertheless, the event proved the validity of the rather sarcastic English adage of better late than never. During the informal discussion at the meeting, Petros Solomon, Eritrea's top intelligence expert and one of its best military strategists, proposed the reorganization of Eritrean defenses to salvage the situation and reverse the EDF's declining fortunes in the western and central sectors. 495. The aim was to exchange territory for time in order to stabilize the precarious situation and chart a winning military strategy of national defense. The move involved the withdrawal of Eritrean forces from all fixed positions in the southern borderlands and the western lowlands, the establishment of a new defense line along the entire southern and western rim of the central plateau stretching from Koito, south of the town of Adi-Iki, in the southeast to Tunkulhas, western entrance to the city of Karen, in the northwest. The main objective of the redeployment plan was to ward off any thrust of the Ethiopian army into the core of the central plateau that would threaten the capital. At the same time, it sought to draw the Ethiopian army in, stretch it out over the vast vacated expanses, and bog it down with the conduct of concerted guerrilla, mobile, and special operations all over these areas. The Ethiopian High Command seemed to have seen through the ruse and refused the bait. Meanwhile, on the diplomatic front, the OAU called for the redeployment of Eritrean forces from all contested areas in line with Ethiopia's demand in an effort to end the fighting. In a prompt response to the OAU's call, Eritrea started, in the early hours of May 25, 2000, to hastily withdraw its forces from Zalambisa, Aga, Alitana, and several fortified positions in the adjacent areas. The withdrawal of Eritrean forces from the contested areas was supposed to produce an immediate ceasefire. However, Ethiopian troops pursued the retreating Eritrean forces and seized Zalambisa, Sirha, Embaswara, Senef, Akran, and Sarona on the Alitana-Mirab front. The Ethiopian onslaught was eventually stopped at the northern approaches to Senef. Ethiopia had hedged to gain time in order to push its military advantage and continued to fight while negotiating. 3 days after the withdrawal of Eritrean forces, on May 28, 2000, Ethiopian aircraft bombed the power plant at Hirgigo near Masawa and the newly established Eritrean positions around Adi-Ike. On May 30, Ethiopia and Eritrea resumed proxy talks in Algiers, with the OAU, the US, and the EU acting as mediators, and continued until June 10, 2000. On May 31, Ethiopia affirmed its verification of the withdrawal of Eritrean forces from its territory, its readiness to end the war and pull its troops out of Eritrean territory upon receipt of guarantees on the redeployment of Eritrean troops. At the same time, Ethiopia launched an attack on the Bure front on June 3, 2000, and fierce fighting continued during the following week. Ethiopia carried out airstrikes on Asab and Asmara airport, and new Ethiopian assaults on June 7, 2000 resulted in intensified fighting along all fronts. The attempts of the Ethiopian army to advance towards Dekmhere and Menfera and onwards to Asmara were thwarted on the foothills of the southern escarpment deep north of the Muna, Belisa, and Mirab rivers, the historical boundaries between Tigray and Eritrea's central plateau. Ethiopian forces seemed bent on encroaching deeper into the Eritrean highlands. Trying to push its way through well-defended narrow gorges on which was trained Eritrean tank, artillery, and mortar fire from rail and cement parapet embankments fortified along commanding positions overlooking the ravines, division after Ethiopian division thrown into the fray was decimated. Ethiopia's high-stakes gamble failed at a huge human cost to its army. The decisive battle at Adi-Bigio, abutting the town of Adi-Kwala, scuttled Ethiopia's apparent designs to carry the war to the heart of the central highlands of Eritrea, capture Asmara, and effect regime change. Far in the isolated southeast of the country, however, the battle for the port city of Asab that started on June 3 raged with infernal ferocity. Eritrean forces repulsed successive assaults and prevailed over Ethiopian forces on the Bure front, valiantly defending Asab in defiance of the president's direct orders to withdraw. As Ethiopian troops retreated, ending the attempt to breach Eritrean defenses and seize Asab, Eritrean forces there were poised to take the initiative and launch a major countervailing attack. The prospect of an imminent counterattack raised the urgent need for the rapid reinforcement of Ethiopian positions on the Bure front from the western and central sectors. At the same time, heavy fighting continued in the west and Eritrean forces retook the towns of Alagidar and Tessenei on June 6, 2000. Despite its successes in the western and segments of the central sectors, the Ethiopian army was too exhausted and too vulnerable to continue fighting. Ethiopia thus abandoned its design on Asab and began withdrawing several army units from positions in the central and western sectors to reinforce its eastern flank. In response to Ethiopian demands for an international peacekeeping force, the OAU proposed the deployment of a UN mission and the withdrawal of Ethiopian forces. Eritrea accepted the OAU proposal on June 9, 2000. Ethiopia expressed its agreement in principle on June 11, 2000 and formally accepted it on June 14, 2000. The war came to an end as fighting ceased along all fronts on June 13, 2000. Eritrea and Ethiopia signed the agreement on cessation of hostilities in Algiers on June 18, 2000. The end of the war found about a quarter of Eritrea's territory, including some of the most fertile lands in the central and western parts of the country, reeling from the devastation caused by the Ethiopian advances, and about a third of the entire Eritrean population afflicted by dislocation. The summer of 2000 was thus an extremely somber season for Eritrea and its people. It was a time of deep national distress, lament, and humiliation. The valor and resilience of the Eritrean Defense Forces, the resolute determination of the Eritrean people in the war zone, and the extraordinary role of Eritrean mothers in morale-boosting combat support in the front lines were undermined by appalling failures of intelligence and loss of compass in the Eritrean leadership and high command. Further, the outcome of the war dented the aura of invincibility of the EPLA, or the EDF, dictated its withdrawal from 1/5 of the national territory, and sanctioned the continued occupation of sovereign Eritrean territory to date. In retrospect, the Eritrean government had missed several opportunities to secure the integrity and sovereignty of the national territory in peacetime in the context of amicable relations with Ethiopia, to establish July 1997 as the status quo ante through proper diplomatic démarche in line with normal international practice, and to withdraw Eritrean forces to pre-6 May 1998 positions to defuse the crisis, stabilize the situation and enable a negotiated or a legal settlement of the dispute. President Isaias had blundered into plunging the country into the abyss of senseless hostilities without prior consultation with the PFDJ Central Council, the Eritrean National Assembly, and the Eritrean Cabinet of Ministers. Furthermore, he had, as Commander-in-Chief, mismanaged the conduct of the war and dragged the country down to the indignity of disastrous military reversals and the continued occupation of its sovereign territory. At the end of the war, both governments claimed victory. In reality, both sides lost. Truth and those who never return home to their loved ones are the immediate casualties of war. Beyond the tragedy of the massive loss of life and limb, the waste of the enormous destruction of property, and the immense cost in lost opportunity for democratic development, there persist abnormal relations, a taste of bad blood and bitter animosity between the two regimes. Moreover, neither side was able to deliver the knockout blow to undo the other. Nonetheless, Eritrea emerged as the bigger loser while Ethiopia secured the upper hand and established itself as the predominant regional military power in the Horn of Africa. This outcome of the war is clearly reflected in the terms of the Agreement on Cessation of Hostilities, in the subsequent continued Ethiopian occupation of sovereign Eritrean territory in defiance of the final and binding delimitation and demarcation decisions of the Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission, and in Ethiopia's sporadic military incursions into sovereign Eritrean territory. I remain deeply convinced that the timely settlement of the boundary issue could have avoided the incidents around Badme that triggered the senseless war and its devastating consequences for the peoples of the two countries. Seizing the moment to settle the dispute over Badme during the period of amity would have changed the course of the contemporary history of Eritrea for better in terms of the democratic development of the state, the maintenance of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the country, and the building of a peaceful and prosperous society. Further, it would have allowed the friendly relations between the state of Eritrea and the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia to deepen and thrive. With the end of the war, there was high anticipation that the implementation of the Agreement on Cessation of Hostilities would start the process of healing and reconciliation and lay a solid foundation for the restoration of durable peace between Eritrea and Ethiopia. The following chapter addresses this issue, and describes my role as Commissioner in the effort to implement the Agreement on Cessation of Hostilities. Further, it recounts the unfolding of events that contributed to the present state of no war, no peace between the two neighbors. Chapter 16. An uneasy truce. An eye for eye only ends up making the whole world blind. Mahatma Gandhi. As the first of the two Algiers agreements between Ethiopia and Eritrea, 496 the Agreement on Cessation of Hostilities provided for, inter alia, an immediate end of fighting, the deployment of a UN peacekeeping mission to monitor the ceasefire, and the establishment of a temporary security zone, TSZ, through the redeployment of Ethiopian and Eritrean forces. Entirely located within Eritrean territory adjacent to the common border, the TSZ would serve as a buffer area separating the two belligerent armies. Its establishment required the redeployment of Ethiopian forces from positions taken after February 6, 1999 that were not under Ethiopian administration prior to May 6, 1998 and the redeployment of Eritrean forces to positions at a distance of 25 kilometers, artillery range, from the positions of Ethiopian redeployment. The two armies had resorted to the extensive use of anti-personnel mines as part of the defense of their respective trenches and forward positions in the areas separating their front lines. The agreement on cessation of hostilities thus required the two countries to conduct demining activities with the assistance, technical advice, and coordination of the peacekeeping mission in conjunction with the UN Mine Action Service, UNMISS. Mine clearance aimed to facilitate the speedy deployment of the UN peacekeeping mission, the safe return of the displaced population and, finally, the delimitation and demarcation of the boundary. Further, the agreement on cessation of hostilities mandated the Organization of African Unity, OAU, and the UN to guarantee the respect for the commitment of the two countries pending the determination of the common border on the basis of pertinent colonial treaties and applicable international law, through delimitation/demarcation. The guarantee comprised of measures to be taken by the international community should one or both of the parties violate this commitment, including appropriate measures to be taken under Chapter 7 of the United Nations Charter by the UN Security Council. 497 Accordingly, the UN Security Council authorized, on September 15, 2000, the deployment of the United Nations mission in Eritrea and Ethiopia, UNMI, comprising up to 4,200 troops, including 220 military observers, to assist Eritrea and Ethiopia to implement the agreement on cessation of hostilities awaiting the physical demarcation of the common boundary. 498. 16.1 Implementing the Agreement on Cessation of Hostilities, ACH. President Isaias suddenly assigned me as Eritrea's Commissioner for Coordination with UNMI. The mandate of the Commission for Coordination with UNMI was to facilitate UN assistance, upon the separate requests of the two countries to the Secretaries General of the OAU, the precursor of the O, and the UN in implementing the agreement on cessation of hostilities. Given a virtual carte blanche to establish a functional commission as a matter of urgency, I immediately constituted the commission as an autonomous body, firmly declining the President's initial suggestion to set it up in consultation with and, implicitly, under the aegis of the Director of the National Security Agency. I designated 5 associate commissioners in charge of, respectively, the Military Coordination Commission, Humanitarian Affairs, Resettlement and Rehabilitation of Internally Displaced Persons, IDPs, Humanitarian Mine Action, and Logistics. The associate commissioners were former mid- or high-level officials who, like me, were frozen from public service for varying lengths of time. The President endorsed the proposed organizational framework, approved the appointment of the designees, and the work of the Commission started forthwith. The UN mission in Eritrea and Ethiopia, UNMI, was established and its military observer mission and peacekeeping operations mandated by the UN Security Council. The host countries, Eritrea and Ethiopia, would provide UNMI with access, assistance, protection, and freedom of movement, and facilitate the work of its mine action experts. Ambassador Joseph Legula, a Botswanan diplomat, became the special representative of the Secretary-General, SRSG, of the UN, Mr. Ian Martin, a British national, the Deputy Special Representative of the Secretary-General, DSRSG, and Maj. Gen. Patrick Camert, a Dutch Army officer, the Force Commander, FC. The initial peacekeeping force comprised mainly of Dutch, Indian, Jordanian, Danish, and Kenyan contingents and Italian carabiniers. The Commission had, in dialogue with its Ethiopian counterpart and in coordination with UNMI and the Political and Military Liaison Office of the O, to grapple with the establishment of the temporary security zone. The effort to establish the TSZ faced serious obstacles right from the beginning. The agreement on cessation of hostilities stipulated that the redeployment of Ethiopian and Eritrean forces would be completed and verified within 2 weeks of the deployment of the UN peacekeeping mission. Upon verification of the Ethiopian redeployment, Eritrean would restore civilian administration, including police and local militia, and enable the return home of the displaced population. At the first meeting of the parties held in Nairobi, Kenya, on December 2, 2000, UNMI circulated the colonial treaty map of Eritrea as a basis, and the two sides agreed to present their respective redeployment plans, even though Eritrea was not required to do so under the ACH, to the force commander, by December 12, 2000. The redeployment plans would delineate the southern and the northern confines of the TSZ upon finalization at the next meeting of the parties in Nairobi on December 28, 2000. Accordingly, the Eritrean plan proposed to redeploy Eritrean forces to positions 25 kilometers north of, and running parallel to, the historical colonial treaty boundary with Ethiopia, extending all the way from Eritrea's border with the Sudan in the west to its border with Djibouti in the southeast. This would form the northern limit of the approximately 25,000 kilometers II buffer zone extending over 700 villages. On the other hand, the Ethiopian redeployment plan left several swathes of Eritrean territory around Bure, Bata, Ultiena, Akran, and Badme under the hold of Ethiopian forces, claiming that these areas were under Ethiopian administration prior to May 6, 1998. The Ethiopian redeployment plan was at variance with the Eritrean conception of the southern boundary of the TSZ. Although the redeployment of forces would not to prejudge the final status of the contested areas to be determined at the end of the delimitation/demarcation of the boundary, the establishment of the TSZ became an issue of constant contention between the two parties, fueled by UNMI's irresolute and inept handling of the matter. Careful review of the two redeployment plans, due reference to the actual situation on the ground prior to May 6, 1998, and balanced consideration of the perspectives of the two sides could have helped prudently address the issue and avoided complicating UNMI's relations with Eritrea right from the start. In adopting the Ethiopian redeployment plan, Maj. Gen. Kamert made a serious blunder whose repercussions poisoned his relations first with the Eritrean side and later with the Ethiopian side and led to his eventual expulsion as UNMI's force commander. By allowing Ethiopian forces to retain positions taken after February 6, 1999 that were not under Ethiopian administration prior to May 6, 1998, UNMI's adoption of the Ethiopian redeployment plan violated the terms of the Agreement on Cessation of Hostilities. Eritrea thus objected to the declared southern boundary of the Temporary Security Zone. At the same time, it urged the UN to fulfill its responsibility to establish the buffer zone and ensure the return of the IDPs to their home villages. The international community and the troop contributing countries, in particular, responded positively. In addition to the visits of UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan and Dutch Prime Minister Wim Kok, there followed a flurry of diplomatic activity, as prominent international officials visited Asmara and Addis Ababa to plead the case for cooperation in implementing the Agreement on Cessation of Hostilities. 499. Beyond the general historical colonial treaty border, the UN, the US, the EU, and the OAU lacked independent knowledge to help ascertain as to which specific areas in the borderlands were under Ethiopian or Eritrean administration prior to May 6, 1998. The administrative maps of Eritrea's Ministry of Local Government contained errors that placed several Eritrean villages inside Ethiopia. Apart from the Eritrean and Ethiopian governments, only the people of the affected areas on both sides of the frontier, who usually lived side by side in peace and amicable interaction, knew which state administered the contested localities of the borderlands during the period extending from the Italian colonial era up to the outbreak of the border war. Nevertheless, UNMI did not see it fit to consult the people with the greatest stake in an expeditious settlement of the dispute and learn the facts firsthand. As the impasse gained increased international attention, UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan presented the leaders of the two countries, on January 30, 2001, a plan for the establishment of the TSZ, accompanied by a map clearly delineating its southern and northern boundaries. The Secretary-General requested the two leaders to accept the plan without discussion or modification. Informed that the Prime Minister of Ethiopia had accepted the plan, the President of Eritrea followed suit on February 2, 2001, even though Eritrea had reservations, as the plan allowed Ethiopian forces to remain in positions taken after February 6, 1999, which were not under Ethiopian administration prior to May 6, 1998. The Military Coordination Commission, MCC, adopted the Annan Plan in its Nairobi meeting of February 6, 2001, and the two states, agreeing on the modalities of its implementation, started redeploying their troops accordingly. In mid-February, however, UNMI issued a new operational map under pressure from Ethiopia that removed about 50 additional villages in the subzones of Galalo, Senef, Tsorona, Shamko, and La Gash with a total of 45,000 inhabitants from the designated TSZ and placed them under Ethiopian control. 500 UNMI's capitulation to pressure and surreptitious attempt to impose the new map for the establishment of the TSZ posed a direct threat to the integrity of the agreement on cessation of hostilities. New war clouds started to gather, raising the risk of a resumption of hostilities. I later learned, in separate informal conversations with the SRSG, the DSRSG, and the FC, that the Annan Plan presented to the two leaders, was in fact a slightly modified version of Ethiopia's original redeployment plan handed to Kofi Annan by the Prime Minister. Further, Ethiopia, once again, unilaterally imposed the subsequent operational map on UNMI under the pretext that it had made mistakes in drawing up its earlier plan. In this regard, neither the Secretary-General of the UN nor his special representative acted as honest brokers. Moreover, having acquiesced in the scheme, UNMI tried to impose the operational map on Eritrea as a fait accompli through subterfuge and by exploiting the simmering internal contradictions and apparent divisions within the PFDJ and the government. The Commission defied the subterfuge, protested UNMI's machinations, and rejected the operational map. I cautioned the SRSG and the FC to insist that Ethiopia implement agreed commitments, to refrain from meddling in internal Eritrean affairs, and to work with the Commission in good faith. I stressed that the Commission works independently of any ministry and that I have the final say on its decisions. As UNMI wavered, Ethiopia reneged. Instead of completing their redeployment as agreed, Ethiopian forces returned to several positions from which they had previously withdrawn, such as Oromo, Kasat Emba, Gasomo, Adi Tekle, etc. The Commission protested the return of Ethiopian troops and informed the DSRSG, on February 21, 2001, that Eritrea was compelled to suspend the redeployment of its forces pending the removal of Ethiopian forces from the TSZ and UNMI's correction of its operational map. Unable to secure Ethiopian accord to modify the operational map or the withdrawal of its forces from positions held inside the TSZ, UNMI opted to appease Ethiopia's intransigence and issued a press release on February 28, 2001 stating falsely that Ethiopia had withdrawn its forces from the TSZ and Eritrea was redeploying its forces according to schedule. The Commission countered by issuing a communiqué, on March 1, 2001, refuting UNMI's claims that Ethiopia had withdrawn its forces from the TSZ and that Eritrean forces were redeploying according to schedule. At the time, Eritrea seriously contemplated returning its forces to their vacated positions inside the TSZ and upping the ante. Only the thesis that the delimitation and demarcation of the boundary would restore these areas to Eritrea brought Eritrea back from the brink. Alarmed, UNMI responded that it would study the situation and make the necessary amends upon the completion of its investigation. A few days later, UNMI claimed that it had discovered cartographic errors and would correct its operational map, admitted that Ethiopian forces continued to hold several positions inside the TSZ, including areas they had initially vacated, and vowed to press Ethiopia to redeploy its forces. In a press release issued on March 22, 2001, UNMI announced that Ethiopia had refused to redeploy its forces from the TSZ and promised to refer the matter to the UN Security Council for appropriate enforcement action. The Commission was keen to create the necessary conditions and facilitate the return of IDPs to their home villages ahead of the rainy season to prepare their crop fields for cultivation. Taking the SRSG's pledge to press Ethiopia to redeploy its forces into account, I presented him with a preliminary situation report on March 24, 2001 detailing the presence of Ethiopian forces in the TSZ and the location of the affected villages to which the IDPs would return. 6 days later, on March 30, 2001, I informed the SRSG that Eritrea would resume the redeployment of its forces as a gesture of goodwill. In appreciation, he assured me, during the 5th meeting of the MCC in Djibouti on April 6, 2001 that he was pressing to secure the withdrawal of Ethiopian forces from positions inside the temporary security zone and resolve the problems of its southern boundary taking into account the interest of the displaced population. On April 16, 2001, I informed the SRSG of the full redeployment of Eritrea's forces in accordance with the originally agreed boundaries of the TSZ and issued a formal announcement to that effect the following day. 501 Further, I affirmed that Eritrea had fulfilled all its obligations under the ACH and would expedite the return home of the displaced population. In response, the SRSG affirmed, on April 18, 2001, that Eritrea had completed the redeployment of its forces enabling, despite the persistent problems Ethiopia caused along the southern line, the establishment of the TSZ, the restoration of civilian administration, and the return of the displaced population to their home villages. However, UNMI could neither secure the redeployment of Ethiopian forces as required by the ACH nor prevent their expansion into new areas from which they had initially withdrawn. As a result, we could not establish the TSZ at a uniform distance of 25 kilometers separating the two armies, as stipulated in the agreement. In parts of the central and western sectors, the distance was as narrow as 12 kilometers, as Ethiopia defied UNMI's repeated demarches to redeploy and returned its forces to hold on to commanding positions up to 13 kilometers deep inside the originally agreed buffer zone. Ethiopia went further to establish new settlements in Badme and Mbengal. All these sovereign Eritrean territories remain under Ethiopian occupation to date. 16.2 Humanitarian Mine Action. Along with the establishment of the TSZ, humanitarian mine action represented an important element of the agreement on cessation of hostilities. This opened a window of opportunity to rid Eritrea of an estimated 2 million anti-personnel and anti-tank landmines as well as unexploded ordnance left over from World War II, 1941, the War of Independence, 1961 to 1991, and the Border War, 1998 to 2000. 502 These landmines and unexploded ordnance, scattered all over the various former battlegrounds in the country, pose constant danger and cause immense loss of life and limb to people, livestock, and wildlife. The majority of the victims are children. Eritrea signed the Ottawa Mine Ban Treaty on August 27, 2001, agreeing to end the use of landmines as a weapon of war and to destroy its existing stockpiles. It also signaled its desire to develop and implement an effective national program of humanitarian mine action to rid the country of the scourge of landmines and unexploded ordnance. Accordingly, the Commission set out to design and put in place a scheme for effective mine clearance in the TSZ, and to build a national capacity for humanitarian mine action. It worked actively with the UN Mine Action Service, the Friends of UNMI, and several international NGOs to develop programs, initiate operations, and raise funds for the removal of all landmines in Eritrea. In pursuing these objectives, the Commission did not start from scratch. A national agency, the Eritrean Humanitarian Demining Program, EHDP, established with US aid in 1995, was already operational under the Ministry of Defense. Up to the outbreak of hostilities in 1998, the EHDP worked to locate and clear minefields sown by the Ethiopian and Eritrean armies during the War of Independence. After the Border War, it compiled, in collaboration with the EPLA's Mine Corps, comprehensive data and sketched a field map with GPS markers of the Eritrean landmines laid along the main lines of defense on the Beret, Alitan-Amireb, and Merbseti fronts. In August 2000, the Commission incorporated the EHDP as its arm of humanitarian mine action and quickly transformed it into the Eritrean Mine Action Program, EMAP. EMAP was designed to serve as the regulatory and supervisory authority of the Eritrean mine action sector. The Commission enabled the creation of the Eritrean Demining Agency, EDA, in April 2001 as a national non-governmental organization, NGO, to conduct mine action operations, initially in the TSZ and eventually all over the country, and the National Training Center, NTC, to provide training in civilian humanitarian demining with international standards to clear landmines and unexploded ordnance. The first batch of 410 trainees, demobilist fighters, and national service conscripts drawn from the Army's Mine Corps, began humanitarian mine action in the sub-zones of Senef, Tsarona, and Shambuko under the auspices of EDA. A second batch of 490 deminas worked around Shilalo, Shambuko, Tsarona, Senef, Hager, and Bure under the auspices of 3 international NGOs. In addition, Ronco, an American NGO subcontracted by the U.S. State Department, operated to help EDA build capacity mainly through training. It also trained dogs in mine detection, for deployment in the field alongside their trainers. Further, the Mine Action Coordinating Center, UNMI MACC, UNMI's demining arm, provided technical support, funding, and equipment to help build EDA's capacity and support its mine clearance operations. At this stage, the Commission drew up the policy, administrative, and operational framework for the institutional development of the mine action sector. It pushed for the formal establishment of EMAP and EDA as legal entities, the streamlining of the Information Management System for Mine Action, IMSMA, and the conduct of mine census or Level 1 socio-economic impact survey. There was considerable international goodwill and promise of financing assistance. A newly set up voluntary trust fund raised $7.5 million by the end of 2001, while a donors meeting held in New York on November 19, 2001 pledged $8.3 million. Maintaining its independence of decision and ownership of the program, including the setting of priorities, the Commission cultivated cooperative relations with UNMIS, UNDP, UNICEF, UNMI MACC, and bilateral donors in a drive to rapidly build institutional capacity and expand demining operations. The Commission combined the work to build sustainable national capability in mine action with the effort to rid the TSZ of landmines and unexploded ordnance in order to enable the restoration of civilian administration, the return of IDPs, and the physical demarcation of the boundary. Effective mine action in the TSZ required, and the agreement on cessation of hostilities demanded cooperation between Eritrea and Ethiopia. Accordingly, the former belligerents reached agreement at the MCC's Nairobi meeting of December 2, 2000 to provide UNMI with a detailed map of the location of the landmines planted by each side during the war, and of any nuisance mining that might have occurred after the end of hostilities. In compliance with the agreement, Eritrea presented a sketch of its landmines to UNMI on March 19, 2001. Ethiopia, on the other hand, initially claimed that it did not use landmines as it was on the offensive, later admitted that it had indeed used landmines but did not keep a record of their emplacements, and finally handed in a survey of 10 dangerous areas rather than a comprehensive dossier of the landmines it implanted in the TSZ. This, however, proved too little and came too late to enable the demining of the relevant areas of the TSZ, as the approaching summer rains added urgency to the rapid return of IDPs to their home villages. Under the circumstances, the Commission informed UNMI, on May 16, 2001, of Eritrea's plan to return 152,000 IDPs, including 30,000 to villages still held under Ethiopian forces. The plan, worked out and operationalized in concert with all concerned government agencies, specified which IDPs would return to which villages. Further, the Commission reminded UNMI of its responsibility to guarantee the right of return of the IDPs to their villages, to facilitate their actual return, and to ensure their safety and security once they returned home. There were incidences of sporadic attacks carried out against targets in the TSZ by Ethiopian troops and/or armed Eritrean groups based in and sponsored by Ethiopia. When UNMI responded that ensuring the safety and security of the population in the TSZ was not part of its mandate, we decided to restore the civilian administration and beef up the police and local militia with barely disguised EDF units to provide for a credible defense capability and to deter threats to public safety and security. Although the move prompted protests from Ethiopia and UNMI as a violation of the agreement on cessation of hostilities, Eritrea had no choice but to preempt the creation of a dangerous security vacuum in its own sovereign territory. Subsequently, the Commission set out, in close coordination with the relevant government ministries, agencies, and administrative zones, to organize the logistics for the return of the IDPs and to arrange for the provision of necessities and essential social services following their arrival in their home villages. It also sought, in vain, UNMI's cooperation in helping rebuild ruined villages and rehabilitate destroyed communal assets to ensure the success of the project. In the end, about 60,000 IDPs were unable to return home because Ethiopian forces held their villages or farming fields, grazing grounds, and water sources. 16.3 Pending operational issues. There were also other issues that remained subjects of continued discussion, most notably, the status of forces agreement, SOFA, and freedom of movement for UNMI. SOFA is a standard agreement that establishes the framework under which foreign military personnel operate in a host country and defines how the laws of civil and criminal jurisdiction of the host country apply to the personnel of the peacekeeping mission. In advance of deployment, the UN had presented Eritrea, for comments, a draft SOFA to establish the framework under which UNMI personnel would operate and how Eritrean laws would apply to them. A series of discussions between the Commission and a special UN delegation produced a draft SOFA amended to the full satisfaction of Eritrea's concerns. Having negotiated the final version and agreed on a date certain for the signing ceremony with the SRSG, the President told me that we would not sign the agreement. He gave me no reason when I asked him why not. During his visits to Asmara, Kofi Annan raised the matter twice in meetings with the President and, on both occasions, I promised the UN Secretary-General right there and then, in the presence of the President, that he will see it signed on his next trip back. There was really no compelling reason not to sign the agreed SOFA but for the President's intent to spurn the UN and spite the Secretary-General for the failure to put pressure on Ethiopia to resolve the outstanding issues holding up the full implementation of the agreement on cessation of hostilities. The President's strained relations with the UN Secretary-General that often betrayed a noticeable deficit of normal diplomatic courtesy did not help the cause of Eritrea vis-a-vis the UN. In any case, the UN peacekeeping mission could not operate in a legal vacuum. The draft SOFA served as a framework based on a signed statement I had initially granted UNMI giving notice that it would apply to the operations of its military and civilian personnel pending agreement on an amended version. This was a blessing in disguise for UNMI. In comparison with the amended SOFA, the draft SOFA in operation accorded its personnel more privileges and immunity in terms of the application of Eritrean laws and jurisdiction. The notion of freedom of movement, prone to elastic interpretation, proved quite problematic. The Commission had, right from the arrival of the first peacekeeping contingents in October 2000, assured UNMI complete freedom of movement within the temporary security zone and granted its requests to use direct land and air corridors to the TSZ and across the border to and from Ethiopia to enable it to carry out its mission. There occurred no problem until February 2001 when UNMI claimed the right to free movement over an additional 15 km strip of Eritrean territory adjacent to the TSZ. This would have the effect of expanding UNMI's mandated area of operations inside Eritrea to about 40,000 kilometers to, or roughly one-third of the country. This new claim, not foreseen by or provided for in the agreement on cessation of hostilities, had unacceptable military and national security implications for Eritrea. Another issue pertained to UNMI's flight route between Asmara and Addis Ababa. Initially, UNMI proposed the direct Asmara-Addis Ababa flight route as the shortest, fastest, cheapest, and safest air passage between the two capitals. The Commission accepted UNMI's proposal. Ethiopia, however, rejected the direct Asmara-Addis Ababa route and came up with a counter-proposal of an Asmara-Bardar-Addis Ababa route that UNMI accepted and tried to impose on Eritrea without consultation. Eritrea rejected the Ethiopian counter-proposal. The SRSG then presented a proposal suggesting that the parties choose one of three alternative routes: Asmara Dar Addis Ababa, Asmara Addis Ababa, and Asmara Dire Dawa Addis Ababa. Predictably, Eritrea chose the direct Asmara Addis Ababa route, while Ethiopia opted for either the Asmara Dar Addis Ababa or the Asmara Dire Dawa Addis Ababa route. Eritrea's choice of the direct flight route reflected considerations of cost-effectiveness, flight safety, and national security. The direct route, historically used by civilian flights between Addis Ababa and Asmara prior to the outbreak of the border war, is the shortest, fastest, and cheapest of the three proposed routes. It is also the safest flight route, offering the best possibility for aviation search/support/relief missions in case of emergency. Most of all, it presented the least possibility of evading Eritrea's air defense and radar surveillance system guarding Asmara. The combination of Eritrea's small surface area, particular topographic features, and surveillance radar deployment at the time left blind spots that hindered the ability to detect hostile aircraft approaching Asmara from the southwest or the southeast before or after entry into Eritrean airspace until they reached the outskirts of the capital. The handicap significantly increased the vulnerability of Eritrea's capital city. It is no accident that the Ethiopian aircraft that conducted bombing raids on targets in Asmara and Massawa during the border war used the Addis Ababa Dar Asmara and the Addis Ababa Dire Dawa Asmara routes, respectively, to evade advanced detection. In September 2001, during the 56th session of the UN General Assembly, I appraised the UN Security Council, on behalf of the late Minister Ali Said Abdallah, of Eritrea's main concerns regarding the outstanding operational issues and the situation in the TSZ. I underlined the urgent need to resolve the lingering operational questions concerning the redeployment of Ethiopian forces, mine clearance, and UNMI's flight route between Asmara and Addis Ababa in order to facilitate the full implementation of the ACH in time for the EEBC's upcoming determination and demarcation of the boundary. Informal exchanges with council members at the end of the meeting and later comments from friendly heads of diplomatic missions in Asmara indicated that my address was well received and able to clarify Eritrea's main concerns. The simmering divisions within the ruling front and the government denied my work as commissioner the synergy and coherent perspective of a unified Eritrean stance and support in the effort to establish and stabilize the TSZ on the basis of the historical colonial treaty border. Both sides tried to interfere in the independent work of the Commission. Besides, the attendant distraction of national focus undermined Eritrea's bargaining position. Further, there was such a state of war weariness that I received unsolicited advice to show flexibility in setting the confines of the southern boundary of the TSZ. There followed veiled threats conveyed via anonymous letters slipped into the premises of my residence and an attempted car collision. 503. Nevertheless, I stood my ground while I kept briefing the President, the frozen former senior government officials, and the heads of diplomatic missions in Asmara on the sticky operational issues concerning the establishment of the TSZ. Furthermore, I had to fend off constant direct and indirect presidential interferences in the internal work of the Commission and contend with petty directives to deny on me the use of certain access roads to the TSZ outside the main arteries that had no bearing on national security. I advised the President that it would serve our best interest to focus on the big picture, tackle the principal issues, and let go small things that had no impact on our strategic interests. Upon our return from New York around the end of September 2001, the President instructed me, in the presence of the Foreign Minister, to assume the newly vacated American and International Organizations desk in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in addition to my work as Commissioner. I responded that I could not handle the two posts at the same time, especially at a time when the work of the Commission was entering a critical phase with possible movement on the operational issues with the help of the UN Security Council ahead of the forthcoming delimitation decision by the Boundary Commission. As a way forward, I offered to help with the ministry on an ad hoc basis pending the assignment of a Director General to head the desk. In the meantime, the UN Security Council had decided to visit Ethiopia and Eritrea, including the temporary security zone, to underline the commitment of the international community to contribute to the successful completion of the peace process. More specifically, the Security Council's visit aimed to address the outstanding operational issues, to leverage the further implementation of the Algiers Peace Accords, and to urge the parties to implement all aspects connected with the Boundary Commission's determination, including mine clearance and preparations for the physical demarcation of the boundary on the ground. Moreover, the UN Security Council intended to encourage the initiation of measures to build reciprocal confidence towards the normalization of relations between the two neighboring states. The work of the Commission continued to make progress, and the prospect was pregnant with hope and optimism in anticipation of the planned visit of the UN Security Council and the upcoming delimitation decision of the Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission. However, there was something brewing in the President's mind. On the eve of the visit of the UN Security Council delegation to Eritrea and Ethiopia, and barely a month and a half ahead of the imminent announcement of the decision of the Boundary Commission, my work as Commissioner ended abruptly in mid-February 2002. The surprise official announcement of my departure from the Commission and designation as ambassador to the EU by the state media was unusual in its step, strange in its timing, and questionable in its motive. At the time, I was on mission in the US with General Sabat Ephraim, the Minister of Defense of Eritrea, on the invitation of the US Department of Defense. The General and I had left Asmara for Washington in the midst of the last meeting of the Eritrean National Assembly. All along, I was deeply convinced that the paramount interests of Eritrea and Ethiopia lay in peace, and that real peace was achievable between them. As I left the Commission, I had two sources of concern regarding the evolution of the peace process. First, President Isaias's reactive rather than deliberative default mode that disregards adverse consequences. Second, Ethiopia's persistent violations of key provisions of the Agreement on Cessation of Hostilities, including obstructions to the establishment of the Temporary Security Zone, reluctance to provide information on its minefields inside Eritrea, establishing new settlements on sovereign Eritrean territory, and delaying the work of the Ethiopia-Eritrea Boundary Commission, EEBC. Such actions signaled disinterest in an eventual demarcation of the boundary. I thus cautioned that, as the old Latin saying goes, if you want peace, prepare for war. It was essential to strengthen our deterrence capability, rectify our internal situation, and consolidate our unity as the bulwark to guarantee our existence as a free people and a sovereign state with a secure future. 504 Concurrently, it was equally important to stay proactively engaged with all concerned, bilaterally with Ethiopia, regionally with IGAD and the O, and internationally with the UN, the EU, the US, and the other permanent members of the Security Council. The UN Security Council visited Ethiopia and Eritrea during 20 to 25 February 2002. The EEBC announced its final and binding decision regarding the delimitation and demarcation of the boundary on April 13, 2002. The international community unanimously welcomed the final legal settlement of the position of the Eritrea-Ethiopia border as the central element of the Algiers agreements and urged its expeditious implementation. However, the inability of the UN Security Council to help address the operational issues and the failure of the UN and the O, the successor of the OAU, to honor their joint commitment to enforce the agreement undermined the work of UNMI and precipitated the inauspicious termination of its mission. The following chapter highlights the comprehensive peace agreement, the awards of the Claims Commission, and the delimitation and demarcation decisions of the Boundary Commission. Chapter 17. Securing the peace between Eritrea and Ethiopia. War is the decision to go for victory rather than resolution. Peacemaking is an attempt to resolve the sources of the conflict and restore a situation of balance, thereby eliminating the need for victory and defeat. Jim Wallace. The peace agreement of December 12, 2000 was the continuation of the agreement on cessation of hostilities of June 18, 2000. This chapter notes the key provisions of the Algiers agreements, summarizes the final damage awards by the Claims Commission, and illustrates the territorial significance of the delimitation decision of the Boundary Commission. It highlights the efforts of the Boundary Commission to carry out the physical demarcation of the boundary on the basis of the delimitation decision, appraises the respect or defiance of the Eritrean and Ethiopian governments of their obligations under the peace treaty, and describes the virtual demarcation of the boundary. It also assesses the role of the guarantors and witnesses of the Algiers Accords in fulfilling or failing to meet their commitments under the agreements. The objective here is not to put blame or to heap praise on any party. Rather, it is to portray the salient events as they happened and consider concrete positions as they unfolded in terms of the actions, or failures to act, of the concerned parties with a view to pointing the way forward to the resolution of this seemingly intractable problem. The Comprehensive Peace Accord reinforced the agreement on cessation of hostilities and laid a framework for a lasting solution to the boundary issue and the restoration of durable peace and normal relations between Ethiopia and Eritrea. It provided for the permanent termination of hostilities between the two countries and the renunciation of the threat or use of force against each other. It stipulated the immediate release and repatriation of all prisoners of war, POWs, and other persons detained because of the war, as well as the humane treatment of each other's nationals and persons of each other's national origin within their respective territories. In addition, the accord committed the two states to the peaceful settlement of disputes and respect for each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Further, it provided for the establishment of 3 impartial and independent commissions, namely, an Inquiry Commission, a Boundary Commission and a Claims Commission. Article 3 of the agreement mandated the Inquiry Commission to conduct an investigation on the incidents of May 6, 1998 and the incidents of July and August 1997 in order to determine the origins of the conflict. It provided for the appointment of the Commission by the Secretary-General of the OAU, in consultation with the Secretary-General of the UN and the two parties. The Commission was required to submit its report to the Secretary-General of the OAU in a timely fashion. However, no inquiry commission was established, no attempt made to conduct an investigation on the incidents of July and August 1997 and May 1998 and, therefore, no determination rendered of the origins of the conflict. The omission represented the first violation of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement prejudicial to Eritrea's case. Article 4 of the agreement mandated the Boundary Commission to delimit and demarcate the colonial treaty border based on the colonial treaties of 1900, 1902, and 1908 and applicable international law. It expressly denied the Commission the power to make decisions ex equo et bono. It provided for the establishment of the Boundary Commission by the parties, seated in The Hague under the auspices of the International Court of Justice, ICJ, and the UN cartographer to serve as the secretary of the Commission. In addition, it stipulated that the Commission start work within 15 days after its constitution and decide the delimitation of the border within 6 months of its first meeting. Further, the agreement committed the two governments to respect the inviolability of the colonial borders inherited at independence, as sanctioned by the OAU resolution adopted in the 1964 Cairo summit. Most crucially, the parties agreed the decision of the Boundary Commission to be final and binding, to accept the border so determined, and to respect each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty. They also agreed to fully cooperate with the Commission and facilitate its work during the process of delimitation and demarcation. On their part, the UN and the OAU pledged, as per the agreement on cessation of hostilities, to guarantee the respect of the parties to their commitments under the agreement. In addition, the agreement provided for the UN to facilitate, upon request by the parties, resolution of issues that may arise due to the transfer of territorial control because of the delimitation and demarcation process. Article 5 of the agreement mandated the Claims Commission to decide, through binding arbitration, all reciprocal claims for loss, damage, or injury by the two governments and their nationals, whether natural or juridical persons, against the other resulting from violations of international humanitarian law in connection with the border conflict. The mandate excluded consideration of claims arising from actual military operations or use of force. Like the decision of the Boundary Commission, the decisions and awards of the Claims Commission would be final and binding, as residential judicata. Again, like the Boundary Commission, the Claims Commission lacked the power to make decisions ex equo et bono. Fulfillment of the decisions and awards of the Commission aimed to help Eritrea and Ethiopia address the negative socio-economic effects of the conflict on the civilian population, including deportees. Unlike the Inquiry Commission, which never saw the light of day, the Boundary Commission and the Claims Commission were, duly established under the auspices of the Permanent Court of Arbitration, PCJ, seated in The Hague. The PCJ served as a base and as a registry for the two commissions. 505 both commissions fulfilled their mandate and disbanded. The Eritrea-Ethiopia Claims Commission, EECC, conducted extensive briefings and hearings, examined the claims of each party against the other, and ruled on the merits of the rival claims. Eritrea and Ethiopia filed an enormous variety of claims for compensation in damages related to the war. In addressing these claims, the Eritrea-Ethiopia Claims Commission considered several categories of issues. Such issues included the lawfulness of the initial resort to force, the treatment of prisoners of war and civilian internees, the legality of means and methods of warfare used in various localities, the treatment of diplomatic premises and personnel, the seizure and destruction of private property, and the treatment by each side of the nationals of the other. The Claims Commission rendered its decision on 15 partial and final awards on liability between July 1, 2003 and December 19, 2005 and its decision on the final damage awards for the global losses suffered in the war on August 17, 2009. While Eritrea and Ethiopia filed claims for about $6 billion and $14.3 billion, respectively, the EECC awarded Ethiopia a total of $174,036,520 and Eritrea a total of $163,520,865, including $2,065,865 to individual Eritreans. 506 although awarded $10,515,655 more than Eritrea, Ethiopia expressed dismay at the amount of its assessed compensation in light of the Commission's earlier rulings on relative liability while Eritrea accepted the decision without complaint. In concluding its decision on the two final awards, the Claims Commission expressed confidence that Eritrea and Ethiopia will ensure that the compensation awarded will be paid promptly, and that funds received in respect of their claims will be used to provide relief to their civilian populations injured in the war. 507. 17.1 The delimitation of the boundary. The Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission, EEBC, fully constituted on February 20, 2001, immediately set out to delimit and demarcate the Ethiopia-Eritrea border. It approached the delimitation of the boundary in the western, central, and eastern sectors corresponding to 3 colonial treaties. It received and studied written submissions and oral arguments of treaty border claims by Eritrea and Ethiopia. After examining the merits of the territorial claims of each party based on the colonial treaties of 1900, 1902, and 1908 and applicable international law, the EEBC delivered its delimitation decision on April 13, 2002. The decision defined the salient features of the boundary line and identified the key coordinates connecting it. Map 3 shows the 1902 treaty claim lines of Ethiopia and Eritrea in the Mirab-Seti section of the western sector of the Eritrea-Ethiopia boundary. The Ethiopian claim line stretched from the confluence of the Mirab and Mayambesa rivers, point 9, in the northeast to the confluence of the Seti and Mateb rivers, point 3, in the southwest. Eritrea initially argued that a straight line connecting the confluence of the Mirab and Mayambesa rivers, point 9, in the northeast to the confluence of the Seti and Maitan, My-10, rivers, point 8, in the southwest delineated the colonial treaty border. Later, it submitted that the established boundary line ran from the confluence of the Mirab and Mayambesa rivers, point 9, to the confluence of the Seti and Tamsa rivers, point 6. Moreover, in its final submissions, Eritrea gave 2 different locations, 7A and 7B, as the southern terminus of the straight line connecting to the confluence of the Mirab and Mayambesa rivers, point 9. It also suggested that the original treaty reference was actually to the confluence of the Seti and Sitana rivers. Point 4, linking to point 9. 508. Map 3, the Ethiopian and Eritrean claim lines in the western sector, EEBC Map 2. The Boundary Commission examined the Ethiopian and Eritrean claim lines against the evidence. Its interpretation of the 1902 treaty between Britain, Ethiopia, and Italy established the Eritrea-Ethiopia boundary in the Mirab-Seti section of the western sector as a straight line connecting the confluence of the Mirab and Mayambesa rivers in the northeast, point 9, with the confluence of the Seti and Maitan, My-10, rivers in the southwest, point 8. 509. This straight line leaves Mount Takura and the Kunama lands within Eritrea in accordance with the terms of the treaty as well as the object and purpose of the treaty. 510. Further, the Boundary Commission examined the rival claim lines in terms of applicable international law, considered in the context of developments subsequent to the treaty. 511. It found that Ethiopia's claim to have exercised administrative authority west of the Eritrean claim line lacked evidence of administration of the area sufficiently clear in location, substantial in scope or extensive in time to displace the title of Eritrea that had crystallized as of 1935. 512. The Boundary Commission's interpretation of the 1902 Trilateral Treaty and consideration of applicable international law upheld the historical colonial treaty border in the western sector. Eritrea had, however, submitted variable treaty claim lines corresponding to different locations of the southwestern terminus at the junction of several rivers with the Seti River. The EEBC used Eritrea's inconsistency as a pretext to decide the straight line connecting the confluence of the Mirab and Mayambesa rivers, point 9, with the confluence of the Seti and Tomsa rivers, point 6, as the international boundary in the Mirab-Seti section of the western sector. The submission of variable treaty claim lines cost Eritrea the sliver of territory represented by the 9-6-8 triangle in Map 3, or the heavily shaded area in the western sector in Map 6. 513. Map 4 shows the 1900 treaty claim lines of Ethiopia and Eritrea in the central sector of the Eritrea-Ethiopia boundary. This sector extends from the confluence of the Mirab and Mayambesa rivers in the west along the Mirab-Bilisa-Muna line, continues beyond the junction of the Muna and Ndeli rivers at Masali, point 27, to Rendakama, point 28, and veers slightly southeast to the Salt Lake, point 31, in the east. Both Ethiopia and Eritrea agreed on the description of the boundary line in the 1900 treaty as the Mirab-Bilisa-Muna line, also depicted in a map annexed to the treaty. They also agreed on the treaty description of the Bilisa River stretch but disputed the treaty location of its course. The task of the Commission in the central sector was thus reduced to identifying the courses of the Mirab, Bilisa, and Muna rivers as the delimitation line under the treaty. Eritrea's claim line corresponded with the courses of the rivers as represented on the 1894 map that formed the basis of the treaty map 514 and subsequent maps of the historical colonial treaty border between the two countries. Map 4, the Ethiopian and Eritrean claim lines in the central sector, EEBC Map 3. As a bargaining chip, Ethiopia claimed title to large swathes of territory north of the 1900 treaty border. It contended that the Commission's task was not so much to interpret and apply the de jure geography of the treaty's Mirab-Bilisa-Muna line as it was to determine the de facto administrative division between the Italian-controlled Akele Goze, Eritrea, and the Abyssinian-controlled Agame, Tigray, districts at the time. It challenged the geographic accuracy of the depiction of the Bilisa and Muna rivers on the 1900 treaty map. Further, Ethiopia contested that, given variations in the local nomenclature for the rivers and their main branches, the Bilisa and, in particular, the Muna describe relevant rivers in the region identifiable in 1900 as located on the 1900 treaty map. 515. The Commission reviewed the rival claims over the identity of the Bilisa and Muna rivers in the framework of what it labeled as the Bilisa projection and the Ndeli projection. In dealing with the Eritrean and Ethiopian contention regarding the identity of the course of the Belisa River in the Belisa projection, the Commission ignored the substance of the treaty and the evidence of the map accompanying it. Instead, it resorted to an interpretation of the original intention of the parties to the 1900 treaty, namely, Italy and Ethiopia, and the significance of the omission of the names of certain tributaries of the Belisa in the treaty's text in order to identify the intended treaty course of the Belisa River. 516. The subsequent interpretation of original intent led the Commission to conclude that the parties intended the Tsorona River, a tributary of the Belisa River flowing from the northeast, as the treaty location of the Belisa River, and that the omission of the tributary's name in the treaty's text was deliberate rather than an oversight or a mistake. Such a speculative conclusion left Fort Cadorna, Manakato, Gunaguna, and Tsorona, localities that Ethiopia's written submission described as undisputed Eritrean places, 517 on the Ethiopian side of the treaty line. Ethiopia's claim of the Belisa projection conflicted with its official admission that several localities within that area indisputably belong to Eritrea. This conflict calls into serious question the validity of the Commission's interpretation that the course of the Tsorona River was the intended treaty location of the Belisa section of the Mireb-Belisa-Muna line. It is very difficult to imagine that grasp of such an anomalous speculation escaped the learned, intelligent, and honorable commissioners of the EEBC. Having so determined the identity of the Belisa River, the Commission proceeded to delineate the overland link between the headwaters of the Belisa, point 19, and Muna, point 20, rivers as the treaty line. In addressing the Ethio-Eritrean contention with respect to the identity of the Muna River, the Commission established the Muna/Berbero-Gado-Ndeli-Regali course as the treaty line in the Ndeli projection, IROB. Cumulatively, therefore, the Boundary Commission's interpretation of the 1900 treaty line established the Eritrea-Ethiopia boundary in the central sector as the Mireb-Belisa, Tsorona, Muna/Berbero-Gado-Ndeli-Regali line continuing to its terminus at the Salt Lake in accordance with the object and purpose of the treaty. 518. In terms of applicable international law, considered in the context of subsequent conduct, the Commission addressed the claims of the parties in relation to the exercise of sovereign authority in, the diplomatic record or official exchanges on, and maps of the Belisa projection, the Ndeli projection, and the Bada region, and made two qualifications. 1. It modified its contentious interpretation of the intended treaty line concerning the Belisa projection to place the bulk of the eastern part of the Belisa projection and the town of Tsorona, the Akran region, and Fort Cadorna in the western part of the Belisa projection in Eritrean territory. It further modified the treaty line in the eastern part of the Belisa projection to place the town of Zalambisa in Ethiopian territory. 2. It revised the Muna/Berbero-Gado section of the treaty line to place the southerly and easterly parts of the Ndeli projection in Ethiopian territory. Finally, the Commission maintained the Ndeli-Regali section of the Mireb-Belisa, Tsorona, Muna/Berbero-Gado-Ndeli-Regali line continuing to its terminus at the Salt Lake as the treaty line, leaving Bada in Ethiopian territory. 519. Map 6 shows the territorial consequence of the Boundary Commission's modification of the 1900 treaty line in the central sector for Eritrea and Ethiopia. The heavily shaded patches of territory in the western part of the Belisa projection, around Zalambisa, in the eastern and southern parts of the Ndeli projection, IROB, and the Bada region, signify areas awarded to Ethiopia by the decision of the Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission. Map 5 shows the 1908 treaty claim lines of Ethiopia and Eritrea in the eastern sector of the Eritrea-Ethiopia boundary. The dispute in this sector centered mainly on the Bada area, and three technical issues. First, locating the starting point at the most westerly end. Second, deciding the proper way of drawing the treaty line running parallel to the coast at a distance of 60 kilometers inland. And third, determining the eastern terminus of the boundary or the trilateral junction of the border between Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Map 5, Ethiopian and Eritrean claim lines in the eastern sector, EEBC Map 4. In establishing the eastern terminus of the central sector at point 31 at the northern edge of the Salt Lake, rather than at Rendakama, point 28, the Commission had already decided the western terminus of the eastern sector. The Commission first resolved the method of drawing the inland line running parallel to the coast and determined the location of the eastern terminus atop Mount Musa Ali. It then essentially confirmed the treaty line with the proviso that it passes at a point, lying equidistant between the Eritrean and Ethiopian checkpoints, at Baray, point 40, to the border with Djibouti, point 41, as shown in Map 5. 520. Map 6, New International Boundary between Eritrea and Ethiopia, the EEBC's Map 13, shades inserted by the author. The Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission, EEBC, delivered its decision on the delimitation of the border between Eritrea and Ethiopia on April 13, 2002. 521 Eritrea's claim line generally corresponded with the historical colonial treaty border. On the other hand, Ethiopia's claim line incorporated extensive tracts of territory on the Eritrean side of that border, the Giorgis Triangle in the Mirab-Seti section of the western sector, the Balisa projection and the Indeli projection in the Mirab-Balisa-Muna line in the central sector, and the Bata and Baray areas in the eastern sector. Clearly, Ethiopia claimed large areas that did not belong to it as a bargaining chip and ended up gaining about half of its claims at Eritrea's expense. Map 6 shows the new international boundary between the state of Eritrea and the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, with the heavily shaded areas indicating the territorial effect of the delimitation decision of the Boundary Commission on the historical colonial treaty border. The decision of the Boundary Commission effectively modified the historical colonial treaty border between the two states in favor of Ethiopia. The map depicts that the delimitation decision of the Boundary Commission, as an arbitral determination of the boundary, essentially ceded to Ethiopia the red shaded strips of land in the western, central, and eastern sectors that the colonial treaties of 1900, 1902, and 1908 had placed in Eritrean territory. Predictably, there was a marked contrast in the immediate public reaction of the two states to the eagerly awaited announcement of the Boundary Commission's delimitation decision on April 13, 2002. In a swift response, the Ethiopian government declared victory and the state media in Addis Ababa exuded a celebratory mood. The Eritrean government issued no official statement on that notable day, the state media merely broke the news and, in a display of uncertainty as to the territorial significance of the ruling, the country's television station kept on flashing the new delimitation line in the different sectors of the border without comment. At the time, I was in Madrid, Spain, representing Eritrea at the Second World Assembly on Aging. The event coincided with the beginning of my second tour of duty as ambassador to the EU and several EU member states, including Spain. From my hotel room in Madrid, I called the Eritrean delegation that attended the Boundary Commission's announcement ceremony in The Hague and asked for details of the delimitation decision. I also called the President's office in Asmara to get a feel of the official mood and find out what was happening and learned that the government was taking time to study the meaning of the decision. Impatient with the lack of a clear explanation, I requested Foreign Minister Ali Said Abdallah, at the head the Eritrean delegation in The Hague, to send me a copy of the substantive decision. Ali faxed me the dispositif, Chapter 8, of the decision and we discussed, over the phone, its attendant territorial implications for Eritrea vis-a-vis the historical colonial treaty border. We agreed on the obvious need to inform forthwith the Eritrean people at home and abroad, made the more anxious by an Eritrean silence in the face of an Ethiopian declaration of victory. In a statement issued in the name of the Council of Ministers, 522 Ethiopia declared that the EEBC's decision has restored all forcibly seized Ethiopian territories in the three treaty sectors to Ethiopia. It reiterated its respect for the Boundary Commission for performing its task with fidelity and a high sense of responsibility, and affirmed its acceptance of the just and legitimate decision and readiness to implement it in accordance with the Algiers Agreement. Further, it expressed its desire for the expeditious physical demarcation of the boundary, strongly urging Eritrea to honor its obligation to cooperate with the effort to demarcate the border. Upon studying the EEBC decision, Eritrea stated its acceptance and declared victory, despite the obvious loss of territory. Nevertheless, the unequivocal initial acceptance of the delimitation decision by both parties augured well for the expeditious demarcation of the border on the ground and the successful completion of the peace process. The following section highlights the EEBC's work to demarcate the boundary. 17.2 Virtual demarcation of the boundary. Article 4:13 of the Algiers Agreement required the expeditious demarcation of the boundary. Upon delivery of its delimitation decision, the EEBC set out to demarcate the boundary in consultation with and the cooperation of the Secretary-General of the United Nations. Just as it did with the delimitation process, the Boundary Commission approached the task in three sectors based on the colonial treaties. It had, in anticipation of the emplacement of pillars as boundary markers along the delimitation line, already appointed a chief surveyor in October 2001 and established field offices in Addis Ababa and Asmara in November 2001. The chief surveyor, with a staff of assistant surveyors hired by the Commission, set up residence in Asmara on November 15, 2001. Furthermore, the EEBC appointed a special consultant to provide it with technical advice and assistance in May 2002 and established a third field office in Andebrhan, northern Ethiopia, in July 2002. 523. However, there were obstacles and ominous signs of contention on the horizon right from the start of the demarcation process. On April 27, 2002, Ethiopia forbade further work within the territory under its control, and interrupted the work of aerial photography and ground survey to construct a 1:25,000 map of the border to serve as a basis for demarcation. 524 Furthermore, a month after issuing its clear acceptance of the delimitation decision, Ethiopia submitted a long request for interpretation, correction, and consultation regarding the decision. 525. Ethiopia filed a request for comments within the 30-day period allowed in the Commission's Rules of Procedure. Eritrea characterized the Ethiopian request as an attempt at a wholesale revision of the April 13, 2002 decision and called for its dismissal as inadmissible under the Commission's Rules of Procedure and inconsistent with the December 12, 2000 Algiers Peace Agreement. 526 After due consideration of the Ethiopian request and the Eritrean submission in the context of its mandate, the Boundary Commission decided that the Ethiopian request is inadmissible and no further action will be taken upon it. 527. The Commission also received, and duly responded to, a letter from the President of Eritrea on May 17, 2002 raising, rather unusually in relation to an arbitral proceeding in its view, 4 questions regarding the basis used, the procedures followed or any political pressures exerted in reaching the decision and whether the decision was final and binding. 528 The Commission replied to the Eritrean President's letter on May 21, 2002. The same day, it met with the parties to discuss the modalities and technical aspects of the demarcation process, the role of the UN mission in Eritrea and Ethiopia, UNMI, and the Mine Action Coordinating Center, MACC, and the establishment and role of field offices within Ethiopia. It also urged Ethiopia to resume cooperation immediately with the Boundary Commission in the demarcation process. 529. Reminding it of its treaty obligation to cooperate without conditions, the Commission requested Ethiopia to allow the completion of the work before the start of the rainy season. Nevertheless, Ethiopia continued to prohibit field work in the border areas under its control. Its refusal to lift the ban was followed by a letter, dated May 15, 2002, to the Boundary Commission from the Ethiopian Foreign Minister criticizing UNMI's logistical assistance to the Chief Surveyor and casting doubt about the neutrality of the Boundary Commission's field office. 530. Meanwhile, Eritrea accused Ethiopia of settling its nationals in Eritrean sovereign territory around Badme as of July 2002 and requested the Commission to instruct Ethiopia to undo the new settlements. 531 The Commission, acting on a report of the findings of a field investigation team 532 sent to visit the places in question, ordered Ethiopia to dismantle its new settlements by no later than September 30, 2002 and instructed each party to ensure that no further population settlement takes place across the delimitation line established by the decision of April 13, 2002. 533 When Ethiopia ignored the order, the Commission reiterated that, the delimitation decision of April 13, 2002 is final and binding in respect of the whole of the boundary between the parties. Further, it ruled that, Ethiopia, in failing to remove from Eritrean territory persons of Ethiopian origin who have moved into that territory subsequent to the date of the delimitation decision, has not complied with its obligations. 534. In continuation of its preparatory steps and extensive consultation with the parties, the Boundary Commission issued detailed demarcation directions on July 8, 2002, subsequently revised in November 2002 and in March and July 2003. The demarcation directions define the objective of demarcation as the construction of ground pillars along the delimitation line. They indicated that the work of demarcation would be carried out through the field offices by the UN cartographer, the special consultant of the Commission, the chief surveyor, and any other persons appointed for the purpose under the authority of the Commission. They also provided for each party's nomination of a high-level liaison representative, deputy liaison representative, and 2 field liaison officers and required each party to allow unrestricted freedom of movement for the demarcation personnel within its territory. Further, the demarcation directions specified that the demarcation would take place on the basis of a 1:25,000 scale map, that pillar emplacements shall begin in the eastern sector, without prejudice to the continuance of preparatory steps for pillar emplacement in the western and central sectors, that the construction of the pillars shall be done by contractors hired by the United Nations on behalf of the Commission, and that the Commission has no authority to vary the boundary line. If it runs through and divides a town or village, the line may be varied only on the basis of an express request agreed between and made by both parties. 535. Based on the Boundary Commission's initial schedule of activities, revised on February 19, 2003, demarcation started in the eastern sector in March 2003. In a final revision of the schedule of activities on July 16, 2003, pillar emplacement was set to begin in October and finish in December 2003 in the eastern sector, begin in January and finish in March 2003 in the central sector, and begin in March and finish in June 2004 in the western sector. 536 pillar sites were determined through field assessment with the cooperation of the parties by August 2003. The parties received a set of marked maps indicating the location of proposed boundary pillars, stretching from the border with Djibouti in the east to the Salt Lake in the northwest, for comment. Eritrea endorsed the marked maps while Ethiopia did not reply. When the 30-day period allowed under the rules of procedure for comment on the marked maps expired, the Commission adopted specific boundary points that could serve as locations for the emplacement of pillars in that sector. Once the Commission was set to emplace pillars in the eastern sector and start demarcation in the central and western sectors, however, Ethiopia refused to allow demarcation to begin in the central and western sectors while Eritrea objected to pillar emplacement in the eastern sector unless demarcation work was begun simultaneously in the central and western sectors. In addition, Eritrea informed the chief surveyor that it would withdraw its arrangements for the provision of security in the eastern sector if the contract then under negotiation for the emplacement of pillars did not cover the entire boundary as determined in the delimitation decision. 537. Further, on January 24, 2003, Ethiopia submitted comments stating that it had accepted the EEBC's decision on the understanding that the straight line segment between points 6 and 9, Badme line, would be refined during demarcation to put Badme inside Ethiopia. 538 In the view of the EEBC, Ethiopia's comments amounted to an attempt to reopen the substance of the April decision. It added that, notwithstanding the clarity with which the Commission has stated the limits upon its authority, Ethiopia has continued to seek variations to the boundary line delimited in the April decision, and has done so in terms that appear, despite protestations to the contrary, to undermine not only the April decision but also the peace process as a whole. In these comments, the Commission sees an intimation that Ethiopia will not adhere to the April decision if its claim to refinement of the April delimitation decision is not accepted. 539. Ethiopia provided additional signals of its intention not to follow the EEBC's demarcation directions. The UN Secretary-General's March 6, 2003 progress report on Ethiopia and Eritrea stated that Prime Minister Meles Zenawi has intimated to his special representative that if its concerns were not properly addressed, Ethiopia might eventually reject the demarcation-related decisions of the Commission, and that his special representative immediately consulted with the representatives of the guarantors and facilitators of the peace process, as well as the group of Friends of UNMI, in Addis Ababa and in Asmara regarding Ethiopia's position. 540. In its observations issued in consideration of the comments advanced by the parties on January 24, 2003, the Boundary Commission concluded that the parties knew in advance, and agreed, that the result of the Commission's delimitation of the boundary might not be identical with previous areas of territorial administration, that it was not open to the Commission to make its decisions on the basis of ex equo et bono considerations, that the boundary as delimited by the Commission's delimitation decision would be final, and that the Commission is obliged to reject the assertion that it must adjust the coordinates to take into account the human and physical geography in the border region. Moreover, the Commission firmly rejects the contention that if such adjustments are not made, the Commission's work would be devoid of adequate legal basis. 541. These contentious exchanges were capped off by a turnaround. In a complete reversal and absolute contradiction of its declaration of April 13, 2002, Ethiopia informed the UN Security Council that the Commission's decision is totally illegal, unjust, and irresponsible. The Prime Minister's letter of September 19, 2003 went on to state that it is unimaginable for the Ethiopian people to accept such a blatant miscarriage of justice. The decision is thus a recipe for continued instability, and even recurring wars. It further asserted that nothing worthwhile can therefore be expected from the Commission to salvage the peace process. Finally, the letter called on the Security Council to set up an alternative mechanism to demarcate the contested parts of the boundary in a just and legal manner so as to ensure lasting peace in the region. 542. In a detailed and direct response, the EEBC described Ethiopia's letter as a repudiation of its repeated acceptance of the Commission's decision since it was rendered. 543. Similarly, the UN Security Council responded that only the full implementation of the Algiers agreements will lead to sustainable peace, and that Ethiopia has committed itself under the Algiers agreements to accept the boundary decision as final and binding. The Security Council urged Eritrea and Ethiopia to abide by their commitments under the Algiers agreements and to fully cooperate with the Boundary Commission in the implementation of its decisions. 544. It specifically called on Ethiopia to provide its full and prompt cooperation to the Boundary Commission and its field officers in order that demarcation can proceed in all sectors as directed by the Boundary Commission. 545. The UN Secretary-General welcomed Eritrea's continued cooperation with the Boundary Commission while criticizing Ethiopia's failure to extend the necessary cooperation in the exercise of its mandated functions. 546. In an attempt to resolve the impasse, he appointed, on January 30, 2004, Lloyd Axworthy, former Canadian Minister of Foreign Affairs, as his special envoy to Eritrea and Ethiopia. In direct contradiction to its final and binding character, Axworthy had characterized the decision of the Boundary Commission under the Algiers Agreement as something that has to be worked at and needs to be developed. 547 Lacking an explicit statement of his mandate from the Secretary-General to allay its suspicion, Eritrea refused to accept his good offices as an alternative mechanism. Meanwhile, Ethiopia declared its acceptance of the EEBC decision in principle and proposed a 5-point peace plan that, in the main, called for dialogue with Eritrea to amend the April 13, 2002 delimitation decision as a condition for the demarcation of the boundary. The initiative was announced by the Prime Minister in an address to the Ethiopian Parliament on November 25, 2004. 548 On the same day the proposal was presented in the 8th session of the ACP-EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly, in The Hague, as a major breakthrough. In addition to my position as ambassador to the EU, I also served as the chief delegate of the Eritrean National Assembly to the ACP-EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly. I took the floor to comment on the new Ethiopian initiative in exercise of my right of response as the representative of Eritrea. I stated that I have taken note of the announcement by the delegate of Ethiopia, reminded the Joint Assembly that the decision of the Boundary Commission is final and binding, to be implemented as per the Algiers peace agreement, that the border would have long been demarcated were it not for Ethiopia's persistent obstructions, and recapped that Ethiopia had accepted the EEBC decision in April 2002, rejected it in September 2003, and says that it has accepted it in principle now in November 2005, whatever that means. I asserted that the way forward is simple and straight, Ethiopia's unequivocal acceptance of the decision and full cooperation with the Boundary Commission to enable the physical demarcation of the boundary. Hence, time will tell whether this is a serious new development leading to a real breakthrough or a mere public relations stunt. Finally, I assured the ACP-EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly that Eritrea will study the text of the proposal and declare its position in due course. 549. In an attempt to end the impasse and secure the resumption of the demarcation process, the EEBC invited Eritrea and Ethiopia, on February 4, 2005, to a meeting in London on February 22, 2005 and urged them to enable it to complete its mission. Eritrea accepted the invitation and affirmed its willingness to meet with the Commission and Ethiopia to discuss the unconditional renewal of the demarcation process. On the other hand, Ethiopia declined the invitation to meet with the Commission and Eritrea without preconditions. In declining the invitation, Ethiopia claimed that meeting without prior dialogue between the parties would be premature, unproductive, and could have an adverse impact on the demarcation process. Eritrea's insistence on adherence to the April 2002 delimitation decision as final and binding was consistent with the terms of the Algiers peace agreement. Ethiopia's demand for the modification of the decision flouted the agreement. Ethiopia's inadmissible preconditions and demand, faced with Eritrea's legitimate insistence, created an impasse and continued to disable the Boundary Commission from proceeding with the demarcation process. The situation forced the Boundary Commission to overcome its previous reluctance to express any legal assessment of the circumstances which led to the impasse and identify the conduct that prevented it from completing its mandate to demarcate the border as delimited by the April 13, 2002 decision. Ethiopia is not prepared to allow demarcation to continue in the manner laid down by the Commission. It now insists on prior dialogue but has rejected the opportunity for such dialogue within the framework of the demarcation process provided by the Commission's proposal to meet with the parties on February 22. This is the latest in a series of obstructive actions taken since the summer of 2002 and belies the frequently professed acceptance by Ethiopia of the delimitation decision. In view of the refusal of Ethiopia to attend the February 22 meeting, the Commission had no alternative but to cancel it. 550. In exasperation, the EEBC conceded that it does not see any immediate or short-term prospect of the renewal of the demarcation process and started taking immediate steps to close down its field offices. At the same time, it reaffirmed its readiness to reactivate them and resume its groundwork if the deadlock is resolved. These field offices can be reactivated, though subject to some months of lead time, if Ethiopia abandons its present insistence on preconditions for the implementation of the demarcation. As for the Commission, it remains ready to proceed with and complete the process of demarcation whenever circumstances permit. The Commission must conclude by recalling that the line of the boundary was legally and finally determined by its delimitation decision of April 13, 2002. Though undemarcated, this line is binding upon both parties, subject only to the minor qualifications expressed in the delimitation decision, unless they agree otherwise. Conduct inconsistent with this boundary line is unlawful. 551. Subsequently, the UN Security Council called on Ethiopia without preconditions, to start the implementation of demarcation, by taking the necessary steps to enable the Commission to demarcate the border completely and promptly. 552. Yet, Ethiopia remained unwilling to accept the delimitation decision without equivocation, enable the physical demarcation of the boundary or meet its financial obligations to the Boundary Commission. Faced with Ethiopia's refusal to budge and persistent reluctance to cooperate, an exasperated Boundary Commission announced, on May 30, 2005, that it had suspended all its activities, closed its field offices, and placed its field assets in the custody of UNMI due to Ethiopia's refusal to cooperate with its efforts to demarcate the boundary. 553. The situation remained unchanged and no demarcation activity was conducted during the rest of the year. In an effort to break the impasse, the witnesses to the Algiers Agreement and the President of the Security Council issued similar statements on February 22, 2006 and February 24, 2006, S/PRST/2006/10, respectively. The witnesses and the President reminded Eritrea and Ethiopia of their agreement to accept the delimitation and demarcation decisions of the Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission as final and binding and called on them to respect their commitments and cooperate with the Boundary Commission to implement its decision without further delay. In addition, they urged the Commission to convene a meeting of the parties for technical discussions, and the parties to attend the meeting and abide by the decisions of the Boundary Commission, in order to successfully conclude the demarcation process. In the context of Realpolitik, however, the scores of resolutions of the UN Security Council and the numerous statements of its rotating presidency, underlining unwavering commitment to the peace process, to the full and expeditious implementation of the Algiers agreements, and to the final and binding delimitation and demarcation determinations of the Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission, lacked coherent internal support and substantive authority to effectively persuade Ethiopia to cooperate with the Boundary Commission. 554. The Union Security Council lacked the convergence of interest, the unity of purpose, and the political will to honor its commitment and enforce its resolutions vis-à-vis the Eritrea-Ethiopia peace process. The U.S., as the principal architect of the Algiers peace agreement, one of its witnesses, and the predominant actor of the permanent members, P5, of the UN Security Council, had initially supported the physical demarcation of the boundary on the basis of the delimitation decision. Caught up in the mix of a close regional alliance with Ethiopia in the war on terror and tense relations obtaining with Eritrea originating basically in the latter's refusal to address the issue of the continued detention of 2 Eritrean employees of the U.S. Embassy in Asmara, the U.S. reversed its position, instructed Ethiopia not to allow the demarcation of the boundary, 555, and used its dominant position and enormous clout to abet Ethiopia's non-compliance with its treaty obligations under international law. It seems that the policy reversal was not without its skeptics within the administration. For instance, the then U.S. Permanent Representative to the United Nations, Ambassador John Bolton stated, that for reasons I never understood, Fraser, U.S. Assistant Secretary for African Affairs, reversed course and asked in early February 2006 to reopen the 2002 EEBC decision, which she had concluded was wrong, and award a major piece of disputed territory to Ethiopia. I was at a loss to explain that to the Security Council, so I didn't. 556. Having persuaded Ethiopia not to implement demarcation and issued her internal directive referred to by the ambassador, Welde E. Fraser publicly suggested that just and reasonable adjustments be made to the EEBC's final and binding delimitation decision in demarcating the border. 557. In any case, the Commission sought, in consideration of the advice of the witnesses of the Algiers Agreement and the President of the Security Council, to arrange a meeting with the parties to try to secure their consent to the resumption of the demarcation process, interrupted in 2003, in early March 2006. 558. The meetings took place on March 10 and on May 17, 2006. At both meetings, the Boundary Commission operated on the premise that both states were committed without condition or qualification to the full implementation of the Boundary Commission's delimitation decision of April 13, 2002. 559. At the March meeting, the Boundary Commission stressed the need to resume and complete the demarcation process without further delay to prevent the possible deterioration in the situation due to the deadlock. At the May meeting, the Commission advised the parties of its intention to reopen immediately its field offices in Addis Ababa and Asmara as a first step to resume the demarcation process. At the political level, the resumption of the demarcation process would require the full cooperation of the parties with the Boundary Commission and their assurance of security for its field personnel. At the technical level, it would require restaffing the offices, rehiring the surveyors, concluding contracts for the construction of the boundary pillars, and re-establishing the security arrangements to ensure the safety of the Commission's field personnel, surveyors, and contractors. Since Eritrea had submitted its security plan on October 14, 2003, the Commission repeated its request to Ethiopia to submit its security plan by May 19, 2006. Further, at the May 17, 2006 meeting, the Commission proposed to resume demarcation once a. The Commission can be assured that UNMI will be retained in the area at a level sufficient to enable it to continue to provide the services to the field staff on at least the same scale that it has hitherto. B. The parties can provide or, if already provided, confirm their proposed security arrangements. C. Contracts can be concluded with the surveyors and the on-site contractors. D. And most important of all, both the parties should cooperate fully with the Boundary Commissions. Representatives in the field. E. The Boundary Commission has set June 15, 2006 for a further meeting with the parties in the hope that this will help to develop the momentum. 560. There was, however, no momentum. The Commission had to cancel the proposed June 15, 2006 meeting because Eritrea declined to attend it on the grounds that Ethiopia still had not accepted the delimitation decision without qualification. 561. On the same day, the Commission held an internal meeting, discussed the next steps, decided to reopen the field offices in Asmara and Addis Ababa as soon as possible, invited Eritrea and Ethiopia to a meeting on August 24, 2006, and asked them to reply by August 10, 2006. The Commission sent teams in early August 2006 to reopen the field offices in the respective capitals. The team in Addis Ababa was denied formal reception and the team to Asmara was refused entry visa. Nevertheless, the field office in Addis Ababa was reopened with UNMI's assistance while that in Asmara remained closed. Both Eritrea and Ethiopia failed to respond to the Commission's invitation to meet on August 24, 2006. The lack of real progress in the demarcation process caused growing exasperation. Eritrea informed the Commission that Ethiopia's public and unequivocal acceptance of the final and binding delimitation decision was necessary to work out the procedures of and arrangements for demarcation and avoid another round of fruitless meetings. 562. The Commission held an internal meeting from 22 to August 24, 2006 and scheduled another one in November 2006 to examine the situation and consider the best way forward to demarcate the boundary and conclude its mandate. Its efforts to resume the demarcation process were frustrated as Eritrea persisted in its demand for the demarcation of the boundary as delimited and Ethiopia stuck to its insistence for the modification of the delimitation decision prior to demarcation. Under the circumstances, the UN Security Council adopted, on September 29, 2006, Resolution 1710, 2006, calling on the parties to cooperate fully with the EEBC and to implement completely and without further delay or preconditions the decision of the EEBC and to take concrete steps to resume the demarcation process. Specifically, the resolution demanded that Eritrea reverse, without further delay or preconditions, all restrictions on UNMI's movement and operations, and that Ethiopia accept fully and without delay the final and binding decision of the Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission and take immediately concrete steps to enable, without preconditions, the Commission to demarcate the border completely and promptly. 563. Further, the President of the Security Council issued a press statement, on October 17, 2006, expressing the Council's unwavering commitment to the peace process, including the full and expeditious implementation of the Algiers agreements and implementation of the final and binding decision of the EEBC. 564. Subsequently, the Commission, in a letter dated October 6, 2006, asked the parties of the actions which each proposes to take to comply with the Council's specific requests and to respond by October 22, 2006. Ethiopia gave no reply, while Eritrea's reply on October 22 restated its previous position that Ethiopia's unqualified acceptance of the EEBC's decision of April 13, 2002 was necessary for progress and insisted on the expeditious execution of the award on the basis of the Commission's demarcation directions. Again, both sides refused, Ethiopia in a letter dated November 13, 2006 and Eritrea in a letter dated November 16, 2006, the Commission's November 8, 2006 invitation to meet on November 20, 2006 to consider the further procedures to be followed in connection with the demarcation of the boundary between Eritrea and Ethiopia. 565. Ethiopia's letter contained criticisms which the Commission deemed necessary to answer. In a direct response to Ethiopia's letter of November 13, 2006 on November 27, 2006, the President of the Boundary Commission provided conclusive assessment of Ethiopia's conduct in the demarcation process. It is a matter of regret that Ethiopia has so persistently maintained a position of non-compliance with its obligations in relation to the Commission. Ethiopia has by its conduct on many occasions repeatedly obstructed the Commission's field personnel and prevented them from carrying out the necessary investigations in the field and made a cooperative process impossible. 566. With its work frustrated by Ethiopia's persistent non-cooperation, the Boundary Commission, by November 2006, abandoned its original plan to emplace boundary markers on the ground and decided to demarcate the boundary by a list of precise coordinates representing the locations at which, if the Commission were so enabled by the parties, it would construct permanent pillars along the entire length of the boundary. Applying the concept of institutional effectiveness, relying on the authority of international law, and guided by significant authority in state practice, the Boundary Commission adopted virtual demarcation as a viable legal option to circumvent the deadlock caused by persistent non-cooperation and effect the demarcation of the boundary. Having affirmed the legal basis of virtual demarcation as a technique, the Commission asserted its terrestrial accuracy as follows. Modern techniques of image processing and terrain modeling make it possible, in conjunction with the use of high-resolution aerial photography, to demarcate the course of the boundary by identifying the location of turning points, hereinafter called boundary points, by both grid and geographical coordinates with a degree of accuracy that does not differ significantly from pillar site assessment and emplacement undertaken in the field. The Commission has therefore identified by these means the location of points for the emplacement of pillars as a physical manifestation of the boundary on the ground. 567. The Commission provided the parties with the list of the boundary turning points accompanied by 45:1:25,000 scale maps illustrating the boundary points, gave the parties 12 months up to the end of November 2007 to demarcate the border, and advised that if, by the end of the period, the parties have not by themselves reached the necessary agreement and proceeded significantly to implement it, or have not requested or enabled the Commission to resume its activity, the Commission hereby determines that the boundary will automatically stand as demarcated by the boundary points listed in the annex hereto, and that the mandate of the Commission can then be regarded as fulfilled. Until that time, however, it must be emphasized that the Commission remains in existence and its mandate to demarcate has not been discharged. Until such time as the boundary is finally demarcated, the delimitation decision of April 13, 2002 continues as the only valid legal description of the boundary. 568. In the definitive assessment of the Boundary Commission, Ethiopia's conduct in the demarcation process, both at the political and technical levels and particularly, its systematic and persistent non-cooperation, obstructed the physical demarcation of the boundary. Its non-cooperation constituted a clear violation of its commitment to accept the delimitation and demarcation decisions of the Boundary Commission as final and binding under the Algiers Agreement. For its part, Eritrea initially cooperated fully with the Boundary Commission. It later started to raise obstacles mainly in reaction to Ethiopia's conduct and in protest of the Security Council's failure to address effectively Ethiopia's obstructions. In response to Ethiopia's refusal to allow fieldwork in the central and western sectors, Eritrea objected to demarcation in the eastern sector unless it continued in tandem with the work planned along the entire boundary. It also imposed restrictions on UNMI's freedom of movement that affected the mission's ability to provide necessary assistance to the Commission's field staff. 569. Given the character and impact of the comparative obstructions, the Boundary Commission put the blame for its inability to demarcate the boundary by emplacing permanent pillars on the ground squarely on Ethiopia's conduct. In indirectly conceding its non-compliance with the terms of the Algiers Agreement, Ethiopia complained that Eritrea was also guilty of the same obstruction. In the matter of appraising the actual conduct of the parties and apportioning blame for disabling the Boundary Commission to demarcate the boundary on the ground as delimited by the April 13, 2002 decision, it is illustrative to quote at length from the Commission's letter responding to Ethiopia's complaints. One of the elements in Ethiopia's complaints is that Eritrea is guilty of the same obstruction. Eritrea's non-cooperation with the Commission only really developed after Ethiopia insisted that the boundary should be altered to meet with what Ethiopia chose to call anomalies and impracticalities, despite the clear statements of the Commission that this could not be done. When asked to confirm its continuing acceptance of the delimitation decision, Ethiopia repeatedly qualified its position by saying that it wished negotiations to take place regarding such anomalies and impracticalities. Eritrea's insistence on strict adherence to the terms of the delimitation decision was a position which it was entitled to adopt in accordance with the Algiers Agreement. You place great emphasis on the need for dialogue and support by neutral bodies to help the two parties make progress in demarcation and normalization of their relations. Of course, the normalization of relations is a desirable objective, but that is a matter that falls outside the scope of the Commission's mandate, which is solely to delimit and demarcate the border. The scope for dialogue is limited to what is necessary between the Commission and the parties to further the actual process of demarcation on the ground. There is no room within the framework of the Algiers Agreement for the introduction of neutral bodies into the demarcation process. You ask, why has the Commission abruptly and without notice chosen to abandon the process for demarcation embodied in its rules, instructions, and decisions? The answer is that the Commission has been unable to make progress, initially, because of Ethiopia's obstruction and, more recently, because Eritrea has followed a similar course. Your letter seeks to blame the Commission for Ethiopia's failure to meet its obligations under the Algiers Agreement. Such blame is entirely misplaced. The truth of the matter appears to be that Ethiopia is dissatisfied with the substance of the Commission's delimitation decision and has been seeking, ever since April 2002, to find ways of changing it. This is not an approach which the Commission was empowered to adopt and is not one to which the Commission can lend itself. 570. The UN Secretary-General fully shared the assessment of the EEBC of Ethiopia's singular failure to respect its commitments under the Algiers Agreement and cooperate with the Commission in the demarcation process in accordance with the delimitation decision. Ethiopia's refusal to implement, fully and without preconditions, the final and binding decision of the Boundary Commission remains at the core of the continuing deadlock. I therefore strongly urge the government of Ethiopia to comply with the demand of the Security Council, expressed in Resolution 1640, 2005, and reiterated in Resolution 1710, 2006. Full implementation of the latter resolution remains key to moving forward the demarcation process and to concluding the peace process. 571. The EEBC made a final attempt to revive the demarcation process by convening a meeting with the parties on 6 to 7 September 2007 to consider how pillars may be erected along the boundary points of the November 2006 line of virtual demarcation. 572. In preparation for the meeting, the Commission had, on August 27, 2007, circulated to the parties an agenda specifying the conditions each party was required to satisfy in order to enable it to resume its activities. Eritrea was required to lift restrictions on UNMI insofar as they affect the EEBC, to withdraw from the Temporary Security Zone, TSZ, insofar as the present position impinges on EEBC operations, to provide security assurances, to allow free access to pillar locations. For its part, Ethiopia was required to indicate its unqualified acceptance of the 2002 delimitation decision without requiring broader-ranging negotiations between the parties, to lift restrictions on movement of EEBC personnel, to provide security assurances, to meet payment arrears, to allow free access to pillar locations. 573. In his opening statement, the President of the Commission reminded the parties of the list of locations identified by the Commission for boundary pillars using coordinates accurate to within 1 meter, which took into account the observations of the parties, observed that had the Commission been able to go on the ground in the way originally planned, this is where the pillars would have been fixed, subject to the processes outlined in the demarcation directions, expressed hope that this indication of the adjusted line would enable the parties to take a more positive approach to demarcation on the ground as they would see what we had in mind, noted that the parties had less than 3 months now left out of the previously given 12 months to consider their positions and seek to reach agreement on the emplacement of pillars, and acknowledged that Eritrea's letters of September 5, 2007 contain significant indications of willingness to see the process of demarcation resumed. In the trilateral exchanges during the meeting, Eritrea affirmed its readiness to meet the stated conditions required to enable the Commission to resume its activities while Ethiopia failed to do so and presented, instead, a series of observations which did not directly respond to the specified agenda items. 574. The meeting ended without progress. In his concluding remarks, the President of the Commission reminded the parties that the demarcation by coordinates identifying with precision the locations where pillars should be in place will become effective at the end of November unless in the interval the parties act so as to produce a new situation, and stated that we greatly regret that we could not take our work through to its full conclusion, but at least we leave you with a line that is operable. 575. The November 30, 2007 deadline arrived with no progress attained towards the construction of boundary pillars in the manner anticipated by the Commission. Ethiopia declined the EEBC's request to appoint a substitute for Sir Arthur Watts, one of the EEBC's commissioners originally appointed by Ethiopia, who died on November 16, 2006, as required by the Commission's rules of procedure. It also remained, in defiance of repeated requests by the Commission to meet its financial obligations, in arrears in payment of its share of the Commission's expenses in breach of the Algiers Agreement. The Commission was obliged to reaffirm the considerations of fact and the statements of law set out in its statement of November 27, 2006. The delimitation decision of April 13, 2002 and the statement of November 27, 2006 remain binding on the parties. In conclusion, the Boundary Commission reiterated that the boundary automatically stood as demarcated by the boundary points given on November 27, 2006, officially sent signed copies of the maps illustrating the points identified in the annex to the November 27, 2006 statement to the parties, considered its mandate fulfilled and decided to disband itself on November 30, 2007. 576. Eritrea accepted the virtual demarcation of the border, Ethiopia rejected it as legal nonsense. Despite the failure to expedite the physical demarcation of the Boundary Commission's validation of virtual demarcation rendered UNMI's continued presence in the TSZ untenable, as its mandate was coterminous with the demarcation of the boundary. Under pressure of incremental restrictions of free movement and support facilities from Eritrea, UNMI's activities and size steadily diminished until it was officially disbanded by the UN Security Council on July 30, 2008. In its 27th and final report, the EEBC declared the end of its activities and the termination of its mandate. The report also noted that Ethiopia had refused, and the UN Secretary-General had not exercised his power, to appoint a substitute commissioner for the deceased Sir Arthur Watts, that Ethiopia continued to be in arrears of its share of the Commission's expenses, and that the EEBC has deposited on January 17, 2008 a copy of the maps illustrating the boundary points of the demarcation with the UN Secretary-General and a copy for public reference with the UN cartographer. Further, the Commission stated that it had communicated to the parties on June 18, 2008 that the boundary stands demarcated in accordance with the coordinates annexed to its statement of November 27, 2006. 577. The next section underscores the imperative to complete the peace process so as to end the prevailing state of Cold War between Eritrea and Ethiopia, help create the conditions necessary to normalize their bilateral relations, and contribute to regional peace, stability, and security in the strategic but volatile Horn of Africa. 17.3 The imperative of durable peace. As stated above, the June and December 2000 Algiers agreements produced a ceasefire that ended the 1998-2000 border war between Eritrea and Ethiopia and specified a mechanism to settle the conflict. The full and expeditious implementation of the Algiers Accords aimed to accomplish the delimitation and physical demarcation of the boundary, address the socio-economic impact of the war on the civilian populations, and set the stage for the restoration of peaceful and cooperative relations between Eritrea and Ethiopia. However, reality did not match the intended aims. As highlighted in the preceding section, Ethiopia's persistent non-cooperation obliged the Boundary Commission to circumvent its effort to emplace boundary pillars on the ground by adopting the technique of virtual demarcation, or demarcation by coordinates, of the border in order to fulfill its mandate and terminate its work. The Eritrea-Ethiopia boundary thus stands virtually demarcated by the boundary points connecting the boundary line. Nearly 13 years have passed since the signing of the peace agreement, over 11 years since the delimitation, and over 6 years since the virtual demarcation of the boundary between the two countries, and more than 3 years since the decision on the final damage awards. Yet, the successful completion of the peace process has eluded Eritrea and Ethiopia, and the two states remain locked in a bitter Cold War with no end in sight. Ethiopia has an obligation to respect Eritrea's territorial integrity. It must unconditionally accept the boundary as virtually demarcated by the Boundary Commission and enable the construction of boundary pillars in fulfillment of its treaty obligations under the Algiers Peace Agreement. Ultimately, Ethiopia's reaffirmation of the rule of law in international relations remains an essential condition for the establishment of durable peace and cooperative relations between Ethiopia and Eritrea. In the diagnosis of the Boundary Commission, Ethiopia's dissatisfaction with the substance of the delimitation decision lay at the heart of its non-cooperation with the Boundary Commission in clear violation of its commitment under the Algiers Treaty and in defiance of international law. It is in the nature of the arbitral process, more often than not, that an arbitration arrangement awards each party at least part of its submitted claims. As the claims are invariably mutually exclusive, it is generally inconceivable that each party is awarded all its claims. Territorially, therefore, the outcome of arbitration is zero-sum, in which one party's gain is the other party's loss, although the relative gain or loss of territory may vary. In the specific Eritrea-Ethiopia case, the delimitation decision of the Boundary Commission divided the contested areas between the two claimants. This distribution effectively modified the hitherto existing political boundary, i.e., the original colonial treaty border, between the two states in favor of Ethiopia. Accordingly, Ethiopia gained and Eritrea lost territory in all the three treaty sectors of the common boundary, as indicated in the map of the international boundary, Map 6, between the two neighbors reproduced on page 579 above. Effectively, the arbitral determination of the precise position of the international boundary as final and binding on the basis of the Commission's interpretation of the pertinent colonial treaties and applicable international law ceded to Ethiopia swathes of territory in the three sectors that the colonial treaties of 1900, 1902, and 1908 had placed on the Eritrean side of the border. Win or lose, however, each party had agreed in advance to accept the decision and was obligated by treaty to implement the determination as final and binding. Despite gaining swathes of territory at the expense of Eritrea, Ethiopia's failure to respect the terms of the agreement has rendered stable peace an unfinished business between the two neighbors. The prevailing state of no war, no peace, the conduct of the parties to date in respect of their treaty obligations, and the causes and impact of the unresolved crisis at the national and regional levels have been the subject of considerable commentary by the states themselves, interested parties, and neutral observers. There are, of course, other issues of contention between Eritrea and Ethiopia besides the boundary question, including disputes over political, economic, trade, and security issues. With a modicum of political will and reciprocal consent, earnest bilateral negotiations could resolve all such disagreements to mutual satisfaction through independent of the boundary question. Leaving the respective positions of the Eritrean and Ethiopian governments on the other outstanding issues aside, Ethiopia has clearly demonstrated bad faith in failing to fulfill its obligations with respect to the boundary issue and would set a dangerous precedent of flouting international law if allowed to get away with it. The bottom line is that Ethiopia, despite its treaty commitment to the contrary, equivocated on the Boundary Commission's delimitation decision, disobeyed the Commission's demarcation directions, and obstructed the Commission's efforts to undertake the physical demarcation of the boundary. In addition, it has established new settlements on the Eritrean side of the delimitation line in July 2002 and defied the Commission's subsequent order to dismantle them. Finally, having obstructed physical demarcation, it has also rejected virtual demarcation. Ethiopia remains in occupation of sovereign Eritrean territory north of the international boundary as demarcated by the Boundary Commission. Hostile relations with the current government cannot justify the continued violation of the territory and sovereignty of the state of Eritrea. Ethiopia must unconditionally accept the final and binding character of the delimitation and demarcation decisions of the Boundary Commission and effectively respect Eritrea's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Another wrong requires righting in order to secure peace and tranquility within Eritrea itself. The announcement of the Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission's April 2002 delimitation decision coincided with a difficult domestic situation that has perpetrated a constant state of insecurity and tension in the country. The consolidation of autocratic rule had prompted the abandonment of the national agenda to establish a constitutional order and the suspension of the internal process towards democratic development. The resultant transgression of domestic rule of law, democratic deficit, and introversion, compounded by diplomatic ineptitude, closed vital windows of opportunity for engagement and cornered the regime into isolation. This contributed to neutralize the country's legal moral high ground and abet international acquiescence in Ethiopia's failure to cooperate with the Boundary Commission, accept virtual demarcation, and end its occupation of sovereign Eritrean territory in defiance of international law. Unable to defend the national territory in war, recover it from occupation in peace, or address the domestic political repercussions of the war, the enfeebled government vented its wrath on the people, in general, and its critics, in particular. It has used the frozen conflict as a pretext to close the political space tighter, stiffen internal repression, impose indefinite active national service, and rationalize the vagaries of the coupon economy. All this has turned Eritrea into a dysfunctional garrison state. To date, the government continues to hold the Eritrean people and the future of Eritrea hostage to its impotence. Truly, the government's domestic policy response to the immediate aftermath of the war, to the frozen conflict, and to Ethiopia's continued occupation of sovereign Eritrean territory and the international appeasement of its behavior has, over and above the occupation itself, been the source of the greatest suffering for the Eritrean people since 2001. Above all, it continues to pose the most serious threat to the country's long-term prosperity, security, and stability. Only a new homegrown democratic dispensation can abort the looming existential threat to Eritrea's future. In the context of international law, the restoration of peace between Eritrea and Ethiopia requires Ethiopia to respect Eritrea's territorial integrity and end its unlawful occupation of several swathes of sovereign Eritrean territory in fulfillment of its obligations under the Algiers Peace Accord and in compliance with the UN Charter. The issue is not one of territorial adjustment by modifying the delimitation line or the international boundary as it stands demarcated. Even if there were a compelling reason for its contemplation, which there is not, neither country can unilaterally impose territorial adjustment. If ever need be, it can come about only by mutual agreement of the two states. Nor is the issue one of the willful reciprocal pursuit of regime change in Asmara or Addis Ababa. Regime change is the internal business of the Eritrean and Ethiopian peoples. The real issue at stake is the overriding interests and future relations of the fraternal peoples of the two states and the region at large. In the first place, the peoples of Eritrea and Ethiopia share a history of close relations that embraces complex political, economic, social, and cultural elements shaded by the dynamics of a troubled historical memory, including the most vivid reminders of the last war. Further, shared strategic interests connect the fraternal peoples while common aspirations for peace, progress, and prosperity unite them. To continue to scratch the scars of the historical memory of destructive wars of territorial aggrandizement detracts from these shared interests and aspirations. Moreover, the bonds of mutual interests and aspirations that bind the future of the Eritrean and Ethiopian peoples extend to the kindred peoples of the region. At present, there appear no real prospects of change in the entrenched positions or political disincentive of the current governments in Addis Ababa and Asmara to end the state of no peace, no war. I am not sure of what changes, if any, the recent premature death of the late Prime Minister Meles Zenawi would bring about in the Ethiopian stance. To date, international efforts have lacked the necessary convergence of interest, unity of purpose, and coherence of policy to help Eritrea and Ethiopia achieve peace and build a framework of rapprochement and mutual understanding. I wonder whether it is in the Abyssinian stars that undoing the deadlock and securing the peace must await the advent of new political will, courage, and leadership past both current regimes in Asmara and Addis Ababa. As European political leaders adopted the Westphalian principle of forgetting the sins of the past to promote peaceful coexistence in an earlier era, a new crop of Eritrean and Ethiopian political leaders must forgive, not necessarily forget, the failings of the past. Otherwise, they lose sight of the lessons learned to move beyond the present impasse into a new era of stable peace, normal relations, political cooperation, and regional integration. Beyond Eritrea and Ethiopia, the stalemate has been a significant factor of instability stoking other conflicts in the Horn of Africa where each state aligns with the local and regional opponents of the other. The regional impact of the stalemate has been most clearly evident in the crisis in Somalia. Resolving the deadlock, securing the peace, and restoring normal relations would thus serve the interests of both countries and that of peace, security, and stability in the region. The present state of affairs between Eritrea and Ethiopia is abnormal. The hard border hampering the age-old interface between two of the closest peoples in the Horn of Africa and sustaining the artificial severance of exchange between two essentially complementary economies represents an anomaly. The political, economic, and social consequences of the Cold War between Eritrea and Ethiopia and the hostile relations fanned by mutual antipathy and spite at the top detract from the well-being of the fraternal peoples. The vital interests of the Eritrean and Ethiopian peoples require the speedy resolution of the seemingly intractable conflict and the restoration of peace, leading to a return to normalcy and the resumption of mutually beneficial cooperative relations in a future of open borders that serve as bridges for the free passage of peoples, goods, and services. Surely, reconciliation and cooperation are the way forward to the future, a future of peaceful development, amicable neighborly relations, and shared prosperity. In the face of the mismatch between the goals and ideals of the armed struggle, on the one hand, and the present predicament of Eritrea and the Eritrean people, on the other, the next chapter expresses the sense of profound deception and deep disappointment shared by many veterans of the War of Independence, the author included. Chapter 18. We didn't do it for this. You were good fighters in the field. We were very proud of you and full of hope. You won the war and brought us independence. We were elated. However, a dozen years on, you have made our life more miserable. Having lived under Italian, British, federal, and Ethiopian administrations, let me tell you, my son, that your administration is incompetent, your manners uncouth and your currency worthless. It is a cruel irony that we are worse off today under the rule of our own children. 578. These measured words of a wise elder carry considerable weight in a society long reluctant to criticize the government of its children. They express widespread popular discontent, indicate deep disappointment, and represent a powerful indictment of the character and performance of the government. In spite of its indigenous identity, the regime has become the blight of Eritrea and the scourge of its people. Devout, patient, and stoic, the Eritrean people seek deliverance from their current predicament and aspire to build a better future. They yearn for the freedom to be left alone to conduct their affairs without forcible conscription and indefinite active national service, the freedom to lead normal family life and manage the upbringing of their children, and the freedom from want, poverty, and the indignity of the coupon economy. The government holds, and strives to retain, the exclusive ownership of the instruments of violence and their legitimate use within the society. At the same time, it breaches the rule of law and keeps its citizens on edge in a permanent state of insecurity through the unrestrained use of the instruments of violence to carry out arbitrary arrests and perpetrate indefinite detention, torture, and extrajudicial killings. It applies brute force without the procedural or substantive restraint of the law or recourse to redress to coerce unquestioning submission to its authority and irrational random directives. As a replica of an alien construct in historical, conceptual, and institutional terms, it bears the oppressive and predatory hallmarks of the colonial state. Even in replacing Ethiopian rule, the regime has retained key features of the Derg's order, such as the Kabyle system of local administration, intact as a means of social control. Further, the regime has retained the repressive features inherited from the colonial state and failed to adapt its functioning to the specific socio-cultural conditions or traditional governance structures of Eritrean society. It has been unable to reform the moribund structural relationship between the public and private sectors and apply the precepts of its declared economic policy framework. Unable to align its policies and actions with the basic interests of the people and driven by the desire to hold on to power as an end in itself, the state, like many of its counterparts elsewhere in Africa, has taken on a distinctly patrimonial and predatory character. As such, it has relegated the needs, aspirations, and welfare of the people to the back burner. 18.1 So much for so little. The protracted and tortuous path to Eritrea's independence was paved with the blood, flesh, and bones of its martyrs and the toil, sweat, and sacrifices of its people. The triumph of liberation and the inauguration of sovereign statehood, greeted with immense public jubilation, were the crowning achievements of the Eritrean people's political and armed struggle for emancipation from foreign domination and the right to determine their own affairs. As a historic moment, the advent of independence was pregnant with policy choices and decision alternatives concerning the future of the new nation and the destiny of its people. Given its record of effective delivery of rudimentary social services in the liberated areas and programmatic commitment to the fundamental transformation of Eritrean society during the war, The EPLF's accession to state power upon independence was greeted with excitement, hope, and optimism, both at home and abroad. There were great expectations from the Eritrean people as well as the Friends of Eritrea that the EPLF government would successfully shoulder the huge responsibility to establish democratic governance, pursue sustainable development, and expand the realm of freedom, opportunity, and security for the people. The Eritrean people share a culture of respect for the rule of law, a practice of fair representation, and a tradition of consensual decision-making. There has evolved a body of customary laws to adjudicate their political, economic, and social affairs via the representative and participatory forum of the Beto in the Central Plateau, Kebesa. The Beto ADI, village assembly, presided over by a village judge, Orchka ADI, and advised by a committee of 3 elders representing the main kinship or social groups, determined land allocation for purposes of residence, agriculture, grazing and forestry, and adjudicated over civil and criminal cases involving members of the village community. In the western lowlands, Medet, northern highlands, and coastal plains, Sharia served as a common basis to adjudicate over matters of family and personal status. Pre-colonial Eritrean society thus owned indigenous governance structures that respected legal and cultural norms that valued fairness, equity, and justice embedded in the various customary laws and common practices of the people. In addition, Eritrea's brief experience of autonomous government during the federation functioned in accordance with a constitution that provided, in principle, for a democratic order and guaranteed the basic rights and fundamental freedoms of the people. 579 Despite its inherent structural flaws and ultimate undoing, the first Eritrean government of the early 1950s set a precedent of a parliamentary system of government in the framework of competitive pluralist politics and a clearly defined delimitation of powers as to between its legislative, executive, and judicial branches. Upon independence, the EPLF had thus the opportunity to embed the developed European state model on homegrown administrative structures, existing in a rudimentary state of development, and integrate innovative techniques of political participation with historical modes of governance and cultural values to construct a viable state that is modern, functional, and democratic. The Front could have capitalized on its nationalist credentials and revolutionary legitimacy to build and consolidate a state that embodies democratic development with a capacity to sustain freedom and deliver prosperity for the people. Instead of availing itself of the great opportunity to democratize and modernize Eritrea, the Front allowed the emergence of an essentially regressive state with a melange of predatory, patrimonial, and authoritarian features. The transitional government subverted the planned process of transition to a democratic system of government in order to consolidate its domination and perpetuate itself in power. It abandoned the commitment to reconstruct and develop the national economy, heal the gaping wounds of war, and remedy the severe disruption of a war-torn society. Consistent with the practice of kindred autocratic regimes, it arrogated the political prerogatives of the people, usurped absolute state power, monopolized the country's resources and productive assets, and seized control of the national news media. 22 years past de facto independence, the hopes and expectations of the people for a better life have not materialized. As Chapter 10 above explains, Eritrea's record of sovereign statehood to date shows a huge contrast between the laudable objectives set in the troika of documents and the degraded human condition prevailing in the country. Like its prototype African counterpart, the Eritrean state has failed to provide for the needs, meet the aspirations, and promote the interests of the people. Independence has thus brought about neither a democratic government nor a developmental state. Lack of liberty, opportunity, and prospects of improvement continues to afflict the people and drive its youth out of the country. Furthermore, the mix of harsh political repression, persistent economic stagnation, and malignant social regression threatens to destroy the very foundation of Eritrean society, the nuclear family, and disrupt the essential fabric that holds it together, the civilized values of fairness, justice, and tolerance in civic and public affairs. Forged under the colonial experience, Eritrea endured successive foreign conquest, occupation, and annexation. It also waged a protracted war of resistance. The Eritrean people endured the difficult struggle in stride, rising to the challenge with patient resolve and perseverance. The story of Eritrea's 30-year war of independence is one of great endurance, stoic self-sacrifice, and remarkable resilience driven by abiding faith in liberty, justice, and a bright future, in defiance of superior forces and the odds. It is an amazing story of great human endeavor, heroic personal choices and selfless sacrifice. People abandoned families, interrupted careers, gave up education, and forfeited livelihoods to fight for freedom. Multiple generations of Eritreans in their tens of thousands freely offered toil, life, and blood, and readily endured deprivation, harm, and pain. Others gave food and shelter, donated money and jewelry, and raised funds and essential materials to provide the wherewithal to wage the struggle for liberation. As the core message of this book celebrates, the war was fought for freedom, democracy, progress, and prosperity. Victory was made possible through active, wide, and deep popular participation and at the price of enormous sacrifices. Indeed, the extent of the human toll and physical damage of the war was staggering. Despite the enormous human and material costs sustained in its quest, however, real freedom remains elusive. The ascent of a brutal dictatorship has exposed the people to jeopardy and deprived them of their intrinsic right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The present reality does not correspond with the abiding hopes of the fighters and the profound aspirations of the people for a free, democratic, and prosperous Eritrea. Nor does it vindicate the huge sacrifices made during the armed struggle. To the anguish of the people, the government has betrayed the promises of liberation, abandoned the commitments made at independence, and failed to safeguard the integrity of the national territory on land and sea. 580 Eritrea's surface area is smaller, its territorial waters lesser, and its islands fewer today than in 1991 to 1993. The regime has diminished Eritrea, brought all kinds of indignity on the Eritrean people, and undermined their unity. Unable to perform its principal state functions and unwilling to undertake the construction of a functional state, it has weakened the historically evolving process of nation building, presided over a stagnant or a declining economy, and further impoverished the country. In retrospect, few peoples in the annals of modern African history have suffered so much for so long under the callous rule of so many and fought as hard to be free as have the Eritreans. Yet, they are not free. Independence has merely replaced foreign domination by domestic oppression. The present reality does not represent the vision of the free, democratic, and prosperous Eritrea for which its people aspired, and generations of its young men and women made sacrifices, fought and died. Indeed, few peoples have paid so much for so long in return for so little. 18.2 Serenading in the past. The pledge to cultivate participatory politics and construct a democratic system of government based on Eritrean cultural values has been totally discarded and supplanted by the reality of a highly centralist, authoritarian and self-serving state alien to Eritrean cultural values and devoid of democratic governance structures. The state of general contempt for the rule of law, denial of basic liberties, and forcible suppression of political dissent expose the authoritarian character of the state and fan the growing contestation of its legitimacy. The closure of opportunities for meaningful higher education, for the optimal development of Eritrea's human potential, and for a better future for its youth depicts the regime's regressive features. These salient attributes of the dysfunctional state underlie its dismal record of failure to deliver on the promises of liberation. Obsession with centralist control, systemic incompetence, gross mismanagement, and rampant corruption have hampered its ability to promote economic growth, produce public goods and services, and attain social progress necessary to meet the basic needs of the people. Preoccupation with the preservation of its rule at any cost in total neglect of the public well-being have alienated and divested the regime of any relevance. Lacking concrete achievements to show for the present in terms of a higher standard of living and a better quality of life for the people, the regime endeavors to live off past glories. It conducts elaborate commemoration ceremonies of yesteryear's events while banishing the values that made the feats possible and condemning many of the chief architects, engineers, and makers of the very same glorious events to languish behind prison bars in its hidden gulags. Even if that were not the case, serenading in the past, as the regime orchestrates in a constant exhibition of bouts of vanity, cynicism, and extravagance, does Eritrea and the Eritrean people no good. Instead of clinging to the laurels of the past to divert attention from the misery of the present and the desperation of the future, the regime should have directed its attention to facing the challenges of today and striving to build for a better tomorrow. In essence, the winning of independence constituted a historic achievement that enabled Eritrea to become a sovereign state and join the community of free nations and paved the way for a better future. As a people, we made history with our toil, sweat, and blood. We are very proud of the history we made, and it has been my distinct privilege to be part of that historic journey amongst many of my generation, martyred and living. We are not, however, so nostalgic as to wish to live in that history. We do not relish dwelling in our past as a substitute for our present and as a pie in the sky for our future. Equipped with and relishing the glory of our history, we want to move on to overcome the misery of our present and to traverse the path to the prosperity of our future through the pursuit of rational political, economic, social, and security policies. Mere propaganda cannot sustain the people. They want real and tangible improvements in their living conditions. They yearn for freedom, justice, and dignity. They need jobs, food, medicines, education, and housing. They want access to clean water, electricity, and affordable sources of energy. They desire to live in peace, create wealth, and achieve prosperity, like other peoples the world over. Instead, in addition to enchaining the youth and stultifying their boundless creative energy in the vast wastelands of open-ended active national service, the regime has forced every citizen, including septuagenarians, exempting only the acutely disabled and the chronically sick, to bear arms with inadequate military training. Under the pretext of providing local security and guarding neighborhoods, probably aimed to tighten its control over the daily life of the people, it is fanning a dangerous proliferation of small arms in its twilight years. Self-serving claims aside, the regime's actual record illustrates an inability to deliver sustainable economic growth, democratic development, and general prosperity. This incapacity endangers the real national security and undermines the effective sovereignty of the state of Eritrea. Indeed, the authoritarian, predatory, and dysfunctional state, with its extremely repressive features, has become the main enemy within. Its familiar penchant for blunder, propensity to lick its wounds and urge to scratch the scars have led to the deepening of the domestic political, economic, and social crisis and the progressive isolation of the country, and earned the regime the reproach of the Eritrean people and the ostracism of the international community. Essentially, Eritrea exhibits the distinctive features of the typical post-colonial African state and, as a consequence, faces a deep crisis of legitimacy, relevance, and delivery. A state of alternating economic stagnation and decline has foreclosed opportunities for normal human development, multiplied and worsened extreme poverty, and generated large-scale malnutrition. A marked democratic deficit has disconnected public policy and action. Severe repression, combined with the chronic shortage of essential goods and services, has disaffected the people. The high hopes that Eritrea would avoid the general malaise afflicting the continent and shine as an inspiring beacon of an African success story have been dashed by the rise of tyranny and the dismal failure of the government to provide for the needs and promote the well-being of the people. Indeed, the closing years of the first decade of independence witnessed the rapid contraction of the political space for internal debate within the ruling front and the government, the dimming of Eritrea's prospects for democratic governance, and the inexorable consolidation of predatory, authoritarian rule. The unhappy outcome has been routine violations of fundamental freedoms and basic rights, including arbitrary arrests, disappearances, and indefinite detentions in solitary confinement. Counting the shipping containers, subterranean cells, and detention centers that dot the country, it is a shame that there are probably more jails than schools in Eritrea today, earning the country the notoriety of the world's biggest prison. 581. The regime's political repression, economic mismanagement, and limitless military conscription have caused an unprecedented exodus of Eritrean professionals and youth. The exodus has caused massive depletion of productive workforce and substantial brain drain that operate to undermine Eritrea's national development, compromise its future regional competitive position, and harm the well-being of its people. Eritrea is lagging behind its neighbors in key areas that have a significant bearing on its future prosperity, such as local entrepreneurship and foreign direct investment, FDI, port services development, tertiary education, and professional training, so essential for the acquisition of knowledge, new technology, and know-how. The state of governance, the level of development, and the human condition epitomize a rabidly dismal situation. Preoccupied with its jingoistic ventures, the regime has failed to meet the aspirations of the people for peace, freedom, democracy, and prosperity. The prevailing bleak economic, political, and social reality contradicts the ideals and objectives embedded in the EPLF National Democratic Program and the objectives enunciated in the National Charter, articulated in the Macro Policy Paper, and enshrined in the ratified Constitution. The government has abandoned the promise of freedom, democracy, and prosperity of the armed struggle and imposed a virtual state of siege on the people. It is a national tragedy that Eritrea's brief experience in sovereign self-government has produced a ruthless dictatorship sustained through harsh repression and systematic intimidation. The regime operates an unrestrained killing machine that wastes away the productive lives of a large number of citizens without the restraint of due process. The people did not pay such a high price in order to enact a lethal one-man show on the political screen. In particular, a great number of Eritrean youth did not spend their prime years, endure untold hardships, and make immense sacrifices during the struggle for liberation in order to enthrone a brutal dictator who engineers the mass detention, mass exodus, and mass suffering of the people and drags the country into ruin. It is crystal clear that independent Eritrea's actual record has thwarted all optimistic expectations, let its people down, and disappointed its friends. The regime has bitten the hand that fed the struggle and nourished its victory. The disparity between the noble aspirations that inspired and sustained the hard struggle and the dismal reality that exudes poverty, despair, and misery has become the hallmark of Eritrea today. This has been the cause of much agony to the people and the source of great distress for many veterans of the armed struggle, including the author. The following section elaborates the depth of anger and the sense of hurt shared by many Eritrean patriots that find common expression in the apt but sad retort, "We didn't do it for this." 18.3 On a personal note. As a veteran of the War of Liberation and a founding member of the EPLF Central Committee, I admit a profound sense of disappointment and a painful awareness of shared responsibility in the betrayal of the programmatic objectives of the armed struggle, the promises of liberation, and the expectations of statehood. As Eritrea embarks on the third decade of independence, it is quite here trending to find shards of broken promises, broken expectations, and broken hopes littering its political, economic, social, and cultural landscape. The country reels under tyranny, the people languish in poverty, and the youth continue to flee in droves. Dictatorial, incompetent, and predatory, the regime perpetrates domestic repression, thrives in regional confrontation, and provokes international isolation. It has betrayed the raison d'être of the armed struggle, despoiled the sacrifices of our martyrs, and miscarried the vision of building a free, democratic, and prosperous Eritrea that stands out as a bright star in the African constellation. It deeply pains me to acknowledge that Eritrea's experience of the first 2.5 decades of full self-government has been a failure in terms of the human condition of its people, its political situation, and its international standing. It is not independence, per se, but the PFDJ leadership and the government that are on trial for this failure. The PFDJ regime has failed to respect the human rights, raise the material standards of living or promote the human security of the Eritrean people. Our collective failure has resulted in the emergence of an autocratic regime akin to and, in certain respects, even worse than the colonial regimes that ruled Eritrea in the past. What seemed unthinkable during the era of the struggle has transpired, betraying the cause, violating the trust, and desecrating the memory of our martyrs. We in the leadership of the former Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, and the successor PFDJ, have allowed a once progressive revolutionary movement, embedded in the participation of the people that made military victory possible and socio-economic transformation conceivable, to be subverted and turned away from its original purpose. Immersed in our routine tasks and unmindful of our higher political duty, we succumbed to a devious policy of divide and rule, allowed the systematic sidelining of the key front and government organs, and facilitated the accumulation and abuse of power by the president. Passive complicity, abetted by petty rivalries and squabbles, and the secretive, top-heavy, and dictatorial structures upon which the EPLF was built enabled a handful of clever, unscrupulous, and ruthless individuals, under the aegis of a determined power-hungry dictator, to take control of the movement and distort its fundamental objectives for personal aggrandizement at the expense of the people. We failed in our mission to complement the historic exercise of the right of the Eritrean people to choose national independence and establish a sovereign state with the exercise of the equally significant right to choose their government and constitute a democratic state. Our programmatic commitment to create the conditions that would enable the Eritrean people to determine freely the status and evolution of the Eritrean state and to manage their political, economic, and social affairs has miscarried. To our collective grief, we have failed our country, let our people down, and disappointed our friends and supporters. The inability to empower the people to construct a democratic, accountable, and effective state and engender a free, progressive, and prosperous Eritrea has been the cause of the greatest disappointment of my life. I had the honor and privilege to serve with Eritrean patriots across generations whose personal courage in the struggle for self-determination, political commitment to the cause of liberation, and concern for the welfare of the people remain unequaled. Like many of them, I recognize, with profound distress, that we did not fight the struggle for liberation and make the attendant sacrifices for the kind of Eritrea we have today, oppressed, impoverished, laggard, and isolated. With its people mistreated and chained and brazenly abused, Eritrea has sadly become a country whose youth flee it in droves at great risk to their lives and whose people lack food, water, medicine, and electricity. As a founding member of the Central Committee of the EPLF, the Central Council of the PFDJ, and the Transitional Eritrean National Assembly, and a former senior public servant and diplomat, I bear my share of the blame, responsibility, and pain for Eritrea's present predicament. 18.4 Crossing the Rubicon. As a veteran fighter for freedom, I must admit that I was deeply troubled by the murky events of September 2001, the arbitrary and sweeping arrest of several of my former comrades in arms, colleagues, and friends. That the arrest of the former senior officials happened without due process, in violation of their parliamentary immunity as members of the Transitional Eritrean National Assembly, and that there were no formal charges against them made their detention in flagrant violation of their rights even more troubling. Most of them were, like me, among the few surviving members of the First Central Committee of the EPLF, elected in its first Congress, and members of the Central Council of the PFDJ, elected in the third and last EPLF Congress. The arrests had stunned the Eritrean body politic and pervaded the country with profound indignation. Paralyzed by division, the PFDJ leadership was too impotent to react as a body. I could not, however, remain silent. In conversations with the President, I discreetly pleaded the prudence, carefully couched in terms of our paramount national interest, of either a credible trial before a court of law or a magnanimous clemency. The first time in December 2001 while, in my capacity as Commissioner for Coordination with UNME, I briefed him on the outcome of my meetings with the heads of diplomatic missions in Asmara and with several visiting foreign dignitaries. The second time in March 2002 while discussing, in the presence of the late Foreign Minister Ali Said Abdallah, a statement I had drafted for presentation to the 4th session of the ACP-EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly held in Cape Town, South Africa. The third and last time in September 2005 while, we met one-on-one. My pleading proved to no avail. The bottom line is that every Eritrean citizen, detained under any pretext, has the inalienable right to due process and to a fair trial before a court of law irrespective of the nature of the accusations levelled against him or her. The thought of the fateful end of the former senior officials and journalists in open-ended incarceration under solitary confinement, of the agony that befell their families and children, and of the omens for the political future of Eritrea became a constant source of personal distress. The existential contradiction between the values I cherish and the sense of guilt I felt from continued association with a government whose actions I detested gnawed my conscience and denied me inner peace. My position as ambassador made matters worse. I found myself in a paradoxical and increasingly untenable situation. My continued representation of the state and concomitant obligation to defend the government's abusive and disagreeable transgressions as a matter of professional duty clashed with my deep conviction that the detentions were wrong and indefensible. They also conflicted with my long struggle for and personal commitment to the pursuit of democratic development, respect for human rights, the rule of law, and answerable government. I firmly believed at the same time and still do, that these values must be cultivated in the home soil to germinate, flourish, and bear fruit to transform the state, uplift the human condition, and enhance the well-being of the people. They could otherwise, not be imposed by outside dictation or external intervention. To cut a long story short, I believed in the principal aims of the EPLF, which I helped articulate and disseminate, and there was a time when I trusted Isaias, the current president. The EPLF has unfortunately degenerated into the PFDJ and, in the process, turned from an instrument of liberation into a tool of oppression. What has become the bane of Eritrea has long forfeited my trust for his deep contempt of the people, objective hostility to and subversion of the real development, progress, and well-being of the country, and bestial cruelty to his former comrades in arms. Despite profound disappointment with the rise of dictatorship and the reign of misery in Eritrea, however, I am very proud to have dedicated my life to the struggle for liberation and to the cause of the emancipation, progress, and prosperity of the Eritrean people, as a freedom fighter during the war and as a public servant after independence. We fought the war for justice, freedom, and prosperity. We paid dearly in sweat, opportunity, life, and limb for our victory. Having gained independence, however, we have failed to construct a functional, accountable, and democratic state based on the rule of law, to empower our people, and to engender a free, peaceful, and prosperous Eritrea. Sadly, we ended up with the opposite of what we fought for. The contradiction hurts like a permanent cut with a blunt knife. My ambassadorial functions included the duty to explain the numerous and unceasing infractions of my government of its initial commitment to the Eritrean people, to its partners, and to the international community at large. My hosts summoned me to periodic meetings where officials, including close and longtime friends of the Eritrean struggle for self-determination, grilled me with critical questions. This happened in the several host foreign ministries, in the EU Development Commission, and in various political and parliamentary forums, including the European Parliament and the ACP-EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly, where I represented Eritrea. I duly submitted summary reports of the discussions, detailing the main questions raised, to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Office of the President. Further, I discreetly suggested, on several occasions and at the highest level, the need to take up a bold political initiative to rectify our internal situation, renew our commitment to our people, and address the unresolved issues of concern to our partners in order to reverse our country's avoidable but accelerating slide towards international isolation. In a meeting of ambassadors and senior government and PFDJ officials held in Asmara in January 2005, I argued for a reappraisal of the misconstruction that the entire international community was arrayed against Eritrea and suggested that proactive engagement rather than feigning victim would better serve our national interest, as it takes two to tango. Although only one fellow ambassador spoke in support of my argument during the ensuing heated exchange with three front and government officials, several participants commended my contestation afterwards. Even one of the eager beavers who vocally opposed my suggestion at the meeting admitted later, in private, that he agreed with me. Diplomacy is a two-way street that involves reciprocal engagement. I decided to push for a proactive approach in a 4-hour tête-à-tête with the President on September 5, 2005 when I was in Izmir for the funeral of the late Foreign Minister Ali Said Abdallah. The conversation started with a question on the state of EU-Eritrea relations. In response, I explained the concerns of the EU with the continued detention of the former senior officials, the ban on the private press, the delayed national elections, the non-implementation of the constitution, the stalled EU-Eritrea political dialogue, etc. The discussion digressed to the situation in the region, relations with the Sudan, and the latest developments regarding the demarcation of the border with Ethiopia. Moving on to Eritrea, the conversation touched on the domestic nexus of Eritrea's declining external standing and focused on the need for policy renewal to set the country back on track, improve its image, and reverse its growing regional and international isolation. I came up with an idea that seemed feasible. I had given it a lot of thought and discussed it privately with certain senior colleagues in the government and the relevant Belgian and EU officials in Brussels and Izmir. The President would pay a state visit to Belgium and his itinerary would include meetings with senior EU officials from the Council, the Commission, and the Parliament, and the inevitable encounter with the press, followed by similar visits to the capitals of key EU member states. Its success would require certain groundwork. In advance of the visit, the government of Eritrea would on its own initiative, resolve the case of the detained former officials and journalists via either a presidential pardon or formal charges in a court of law. It would also lift the ban on the private press. Further, it would announce a general time frame for the application of the ratified constitution, and the conduct of regional and parliamentary elections. The move would send positive signals, preempt the otherwise inevitable negative international media coverage, and turn the visit into an effective charm offensive. Cumulatively, I explained, the outcome of the measures would enhance the President's stature, reverse Eritrea's isolation, and promote its national interest. After a while, the discussion went on in circles. His interruptions and body language signaled discomfort and irritation. It was already past lunchtime and about time to take a break. As we walked out of the office, I suggested that we continue the discussion after lunch. He replied that he was too tired and wished to sleep in the afternoon, as he had just returned from Nakfa in the morning. I then asked him if we could meet the next day. He said Mashi, okay, and asked me when I will return to Brussels. I replied that I would take the night flight the day after. The following day, instead of the expected meeting, I received a note, copied to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Bank of Eritrea, assigning me as the governor of the Bank of Eritrea. I went immediately to see the President but found out that he had left for an inspection tour in the Gashbarka region. I had thought, quite naively then, that there was a narrow window of opportunity to reset Eritrea's domestic agenda and international engagement without losing face. However, the President would entertain none of the idea. To my dismay, I soon realized that he let me speak out in order to gauge where I stand and connived to shut me up from expressing such views anymore as part of my work as a diplomat. I saw the assignment as an act of spite and malicious provocation. I would have considered any other post that would take me back home, hoping to stay engaged in possible efforts for reform from within. I would have returned despite the steady tightening of the political space in the country and the increased risk of advocating or pushing for reforms. But going back to the central bank after the way I was fired in 1994 would be, as an Eritrean saying goes, tantamount to licking one's puke. I thus faced a real dilemma, much more troubling than an ongoing medical condition I was grappling with at the time. In this connection, even though the relative circumstances were quite different, I remembered what had happened after my abrupt and whimsical recall as ambassador from Brussels in September 1999. Except for being sent on a sundry of ad hoc missions of damage control and crisis management abroad, I remained frozen from active public service for nearly a year until my sudden assignment as Commissioner for Coordination with the UN mission in Eritrea and Ethiopia, UNME, in August 2000. From a professional perspective, formally imposed idleness is a stultifying, wasteful, and humiliating experience. the companionship and solidarity of my dear family and friends, and the pastimes of reading, tennis, and frequent swimming in the warm waters of the Red Sea redeemed me from boredom, provided diversion from my predicament, and helped make life bearable in an otherwise distressful situation. Well aware of Isaias's increasingly merciless reprisal to defiance of his directives and orders, I suspected that declining the post would certainly land me in Friesland or in detention. I wanted to dissociate from the regime but retain the ability to return home. As I pondered a way out of the dilemma, I decided that I would no longer stay part of the regime but would always serve the interests of my country and people. In a polite letter, I declined the post and requested a 2-year sabbatical leave or early retirement to complete an ongoing personal and family medical treatment. I waited in vain for the president's response. Once in the front or the government, there is no space for dissent or consensual exit. My fancied solution proved an illusion. Still, I wanted to help keep the torch of liberty and hope aflame via a critical discourse to restore the ideals of freedom, democracy, and progress that inspired the armed struggle. I crossed the Rubicon. It was the most agonizing personal decision of my life, for I did not spend my prime years in the struggle to free my homeland only to end up in exile later. I left the regime, but not my country, people, former comrades in arms, and colleagues. Like many of my closest friends and former comrades in arms in the EPLF/EPLA, I am, as mentioned earlier, a product of the early Eritrean diaspora. I lived my formative years as a student and political activist in the United States during the turbulent late 1960s and early 1970s. Moreover, like several of my close friends and former comrades in arms, the quirks of cruel betrayal have compelled me to become a reluctant émigré and rejoin the resistance to the regime in the effort to bring about the democratic transformation of the Eritrean state. In spite of the present all-round paralysis, the state of play in Eritrea is bound to change and make a radical break with the trajectory of the last decade and a half. The state cannot overcome its internal crisis and external isolation, build capacity to perform its essential functions, and deliver public welfare without transforming its basic character. Quite aware that its days are numbered, the regime totters on the brink of collapse. Only an internally driven and all-inclusive reform process, guided by effective political initiative to reconstruct the state on a new basis, would rectify the prevailing bleak state of affairs and reverse Eritrea's ongoing comprehensive decline, ensure a bright future for the Eritrean people. Internal reforms would discard the failed policies of the government and embed a radical shift in political orientation designed to deliver the Eritrean state from the rule of men to the rule of law. There is, of course, no silver bullet formula for basic reform to relaunch the Eritrean state on a democratic path. Nevertheless, basic structural reform is both necessary and possible to discard the rotten head and retrieve the untainted body of both the PFDJ and the state. Internal reform could allow the front to cast away the persistence of its dogmatic ideological origins and morph into an inclusive democratic force that sanctions political competition in the framework of pluralism and enable Eritrea to reinvent itself. Several East European states have successfully blazed the path following the breakup of the former Soviet bloc. In the context of the undeveloped Eritrean state, a hybrid model that synthesizes the developed architecture of the European state system, the mother of the modern nation-state, with the legacy of indigenous cultural values and traditional governance structures, offers a viable way forward to its reconstruction. 582 Such a reconstructed state would combine the best elements of the African and European worlds and integrate the principal attributes of the European state model with indigenous Eritrean governance structures, customary respect for the rule of law and cultural values of justice. The model of an Afro-European hybrid, carefully calibrated to fit the historical and socio-cultural specifics of the country, bears the promise of relaunching the Eritrean state and restoring its legitimacy, relevance, and capacity to deliver. The struggle to effect change and transform the Eritrean state would be extremely hard. The calculus of external interests would further complicate the process. There is a paramount need to chart an independent path guided by a cautious and objective appraisal of the alignment and correlation of national forces. A successful strategy must ensure that the downfall of the regime does not produce the destruction of the state. The overall stability, security, and sovereignty of the Eritrean state merits top priority. The construction of an inclusive grand coalition of all those who desire, and are willing to work for democratic change would be essential for the success of the reform project. In this context, the premise that the core of the PFDJ and the government is entirely beyond redemption through internal reform and, therefore, should be crushed with the intervention of outside forces is untenable and risks the creation of a destabilizing power vacuum that could prove catastrophic for Eritrea under the prevailing geopolitical reality. Undeniably, there are a handful of rotten apples in the front, the government and the army high command. Yet, there is no question that, as recent events have confirmed, disaffection runs deep and wide at all levels and that the rotten handful are far too few to irrevocably contaminate or to justify the blanket condemnation of the core organic bodies. Moreover, when change happens and internal reforms begin, it would be possible to identify, neutralize, and isolate the handful of corrupted henchmen. Otherwise, the vast majority, deeply aggrieved by the predicament that has befallen Eritrea and the Eritrean people, are good people who have demonstrated their ardent patriotism, readiness to make the supreme sacrifice, and firm commitment to serve the common good through action. Thus, besides the effective mobilization of the Eritrean people at home and abroad, an internally driven process of regime change and an orderly transition to democratic governance would require the agency and active participation of major elements of the front, the government, and the army. Surely, the Isaias regime has failed and shall fall sooner than later. The time has come for Eritrean patriots and Democrats at home and abroad to join hands and work together, in the pioneering spirit of unity of purpose of Ibrahim Sultan and Welde of Welde Mariam, to accelerate the advent of change and prepare for the transition in a manner to say never again to dictatorship. Lessons drawn from experience must prevent the recurrence of the mistakes of the past. It would be absolutely imperative to relaunch the Eritrean state on the basis of the rule of law, democratic principles, respect for human rights, and the commitment to the progress, prosperity, and well-being of the people as its raison d'être. Rectification would also provide coherent guidance to enable successful nation-building, state construction, and democratic development in Eritrea and, through the force of example, in much of Africa. 18.5 Towards a functional state. The existential imperative to overcome the country's years of oppressive rule, reclaim its present, and secure its future has acquired special urgency. There is a paramount need and a palpable desire for change to reconstitute a constitutional state and an inclusive democratic regime, reform the security apparatus to protect the people, and rationalize the civil service to build delivery capacity. The restoration of the historical legacy of representative institutions and adherence to legal precepts could, once revamped and enhanced, serve as an anchor to build a modern state founded on the rule of law and committed to a constitutional order. This would help usher in a democratic system of government able to transform the state into an effective vehicle of delivery of freedom, prosperity, and security for the people. The institution of a new democratic dispensation would avert the clear and present danger of implosion, with its attendant political disaster. Further, it would pave the way for the reconstruction of the state, the renewal of society, and the revival of our cultural values. A viable project of state reconstitution requires internal change of direction committed to basic reforms designed to open up the country's political space, transform its national economy, and rationalize its external action. The Chinese experience since the 1980s and the Eastern European experience since the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 illustrate that change is feasible and doable. Deng Xiaoping's bold open-door policy and economic reforms lifted China out of the morass of Maoist dogma, the devastation of the Cultural Revolution, and the cocoon of international isolation. China has emerged as a global economic powerhouse and a rising world power whose economic transformation is bound to drive corresponding political reforms. Most of the states of Eastern Europe have undergone democratic development as thriving members of the EU. In spite of the great difference in the specific conditions, the reforms in China and Eastern Europe proffer significant lessons for change in Eritrea. The reconstitution of the Eritrean state commences with putting the ratified constitution into effect to establish the rule of law, reorganize the state apparatus, affirm functional balance among the three branches of government, and legitimize state authority. The creation of a constitutional government would restore sovereignty to the people, operationalize a democratic system of government, allow political pluralism, and facilitate participatory politics. It would depersonalize power, end the arbitrary rule of men, and reorient the security forces toward the protection of the Eritrean people within the framework of a constitutional order. Reform of the security apparatus, revitalization of education, and rationalization of the civil service would reinforce the successful relaunching of the state. Further, political reform would create an essential condition for national renewal and help Eritrea rationalize its external action, overcome its international isolation, and pursue constructive engagement with the region and the world at large. Economic reforms would capacitate the regulatory and supervisory functions of government to launch a developmental state, set the dynamic role of the private sector as the engine of growth, and free the creative energies of the people. Gainful employment, sufficient food on the family table, adequate housing and access to electricity, clean water, basic drugs, meaningful education, and improved public health care delivery would replace pompous state propaganda and constant exhortations for endless donations of funds and labor. China's meteoric rise may be out of bounds for small Eritrea. However, it would not be out of reach for a reformed Eritrea to replicate, on a small scale, China's remarkable progress in achieving relative prosperity and improved standard of living for a large and growing proportion of its huge population. As the book goes to press, Eritrea finds itself at a crossroads. Whatever the origins of their conception or the manner of their organization, the events of January 21, 2013 in Asmara have exposed more fractures within the ruling front, the government, and the army and put the country in the limelight of international focus. 583 Notwithstanding the divisive designs underlying the regime's patently sectarian maneuvers that ensued, the legitimate demands raised by a group of army officers and soldiers for the release of political prisoners and the implementation of the ratified constitution to pave the way for a democratic government represents an essential catalyst that heralds the onset of a tipping point towards imminent change. As John F. Kennedy once said, "Those who make peaceful change impossible will make violent revolution inevitable." Burdened by a volatile history and a tormented present, Eritrea cries for change to secure the people's aspirations for democracy, freedom, and justice. Lifting Eritrea out of the muddle of its general crisis would take a colossal effort. Once set in motion, the reconstruction of a constitutional, democratic, and functional state would require the creation of an inclusive regime that values assertive citizenship capable of holding it to account through conscious and organized political and civic action. This would enable active, informed, and organized political participation of citizens, directly and via truly representative organs, in the processes of policy formulation and decision-making. It would also help build national cohesion based on consensus forged through autonomous conciliation of social and political conflicts. Further, it would help mobilize domestic resources in pursuit of an integrated national development program, based on self-reliance and ownership, with the complement of cooperative international relations.